Story 1. This story is about a woman whose life is filled with lies from beginning to end. You will learn how the unscrupulous deceiver ends up in pursuit of big money, and how many human destinies it can affect. Michelle grew up in the town of Hurst in the suburbs of Dallas, Texas. She had a younger sister, Laura. The girl's mother left home in search of a better life, so the upbringing of children was the father. It was not easy for a man to raise two daughters alone. He survived on occasional earnings at a construction site and often relied on alcohol. In search of easy money, he repeatedly thought up and implemented devious plans for profit. He would take a job at one factory or another and deliberately injure himself in order to obtain insurance money compensation. The fraud scheme worked, but not for long. With the help of CCTV cameras at one of the workplaces, the scheme was uncovered, and Michelle and Laura's father was sent into custody. Michelle grew up in a world of lies, deceit, and manipulation from childhood. This was her normal life, from which she wanted to escape by any means possible. But it is impossible to escape from herself because lies have already become a part of her life, and she simply did not know how to live differently. The girl dreams of growing up faster to get out of the hated poverty. At the age of 15, Michelle looks very spectacular, a petite brunette of athletic build. She attracts a lot of interest from guys both of her own and older age. Even then, Michelle realizes that with the help of her feminine power and charm, she can easily manage to manipulate any men in her environment in order to get what she wants. So in her life begins a series of love relationships with different men. At the age of 17, Michelle drops out of school and marries for the first time to 16-year-old Kenneth O'Brien. She informs the boyfriend that she is expecting a baby. Kenneth, taking full responsibility for his young wife and future child, enlists in the army. The couple moves frequently. 2 more children are born to them in this marriage. One city is replaced by another. Temporary housing of the military was not the limit of Michelle's dreams. Such a life does not suit her, and after 5 years she leaves, naming the reason for divorce beatings and cheating on the part of her husband. In front of relatives and friends, she appears as a victim of domestic violence and receives the necessary support and begins to organize her life anew. After a while, she falls in love with a former classmate, Brandon. The young man is head over heels in love with Michelle and gladly accepted her 3 children. The lovers prepare for the wedding. However, on the eve of the wedding, Michelle infuriates Brandon. It turns out that the girl did not divorce her first husband. She was very afraid to talk to him about divorce because of the abuse, so she did not send the documents. With the help of a lawyer, this issue was quickly settled, and the couple was able to marry in 1994. At first, family life flowed calmly and measured. Brandon was engaged in the development of his IT company, and Michelle worked as a dental assistant. But quiet family life was not the limit of Michelle's dreams. She has always needed more. She starts bringing home all sorts of dental equipment and supplies. The cash doesn't fit in her purse. Brandon suspected something wrong. Eventually, Michelle was caught stealing. It was only by luck that a trial was avoided. But Brandon's trust issues with his wife were just beginning. Responding to neighbors' reports that cars were frequently arriving at the house while he was at work, Brandon installed a tape recorder in several rooms of the house. He heard various men visiting their home throughout the day. Brandon does his own little investigation and learns that the reason for the divorce in Michelle's first marriage was her numerous infidelities, not her husband's beating, as she told everyone. Brandon's patience broke, and he demanded a divorce. Michelle was furious that Brandon initiated the divorce, and while he was at work, she got back at him. "I had a very nice saltwater aquarium with thousands of dollars worth of fish in it," Brandon said. She poured Comet into it and killed all the fish. But Michelle didn't stop there. Brandon also had a beloved dog named Domino. Michelle stuffed the dog with sleeping pills, which led to the death of the living creature. Michelle put Domino to sleep. "If you're shocked at this point, you've only scratched the surface," Brandon said. "It was a nightmare that wouldn't stop. You can't make that girl go away." Unfortunately, Brandon learned the truth about Michelle. When his own marriage was completely destroyed, everything Michelle did with Brandon Dixon pales in comparison to her adventures with other men. It was later revealed that John Paul Ray, also a student at the high school Michelle attended in Hearst, was the father of her first child. Instead of revealing this information to John, she told Kenneth O'Brien that the child was his, forcing him to marry her. Kenneth for 13 years thought the eldest son was his own. John later told police that Kenneth paid child support from age 5 to 18, and did not know he was not the father. After Brandon and Michelle divorced, she moved in with John, the father of her first child. They lived in a common-law marriage for 8 years. Their relationship came to an abrupt end when John began to suspect his wife of cheating. Michelle didn't deny it. She confirmed the affair on the side. John moved out, leaving most of Michelle's possessions. Michelle's next love was Greg Williams. They were both not so young anymore. Both had a history of past marital failures. The man was married twice and had a daughter. After Greg and Katie divorced in 2003, the couple agreed to share custody of their common daughter, Taylor. However, there was no formal agreement on child support because the former spouses had a good relationship. Rich, successful, and generous Greg was a perfect match for Michelle. In 2007, Greg and Michelle had a common daughter, Michaela. A year later, they got married. Their marriage was like the American dream. Money, children, love, it was all in abundance. Michelle seemed to have made it through the thorns to the stars and got the life she had always dreamed of. Greg Williams held his family in very high esteem. He grew up in a family with fierce principles and achieved everything on his own from an early age. He loved sports and was a martial arts black belt. In addition to his love of exercise, Greg was also a fan of guns. Both he and Michelle had guns that they kept in their home in Keller. Michelle's gun, a silver .40 caliber pistol, was kept in a safe, but Greg kept his gun, a black Luber .45 caliber, always loaded in a case under his bedside table. The couple was determined to make their marriage a success. They threw birthday parties for their children from other marriages at their home in Keller. Michelle's adult children would have barbecues and swim parties. Very often the house was full of friends. But despite the picturesque suburban home and a precocious daughter, Greg and Michelle were not the classic American couple. They met through an online community for bondage, domination, sadism, and masochism, and their wild adult house parties led to numerous complaints from neighbors. The couple decides to move out. The night before Michelle and Greg had been unable to sleep for a long time, they were preparing to buy a new house for $4.5 million. They emotionally discussed the upcoming event. Greg stayed in the bedroom alone. Michelle went out to her crying daughter and fell asleep with her in the room. On October 13, 2011, at 4:40 a.m., an emergency call came in. A crying woman screamed into the phone that she and her husband had been attacked by a robber. She was injured, and her husband had been shot. Within minutes, police arrived at the scene of the tragedy. Inside the home, detectives found a television on full volume and a baby sleeping on the couch. Michelle's daughter was sound asleep and unaffected in any way by the attack that occurred. The woman's behavior alerted police officers. She was behaving rather strangely, and did not look like she had just experienced a burglary. Soon the gated community was filled with police cars, detectives, and forensic experts. The lot was cordoned off, and police searched every inch of the nearly 5,000 square foot home. Michelle was fully dressed, had her hair styled, and was acting very calm. She told police she was asleep, but her clothing and demeanor said otherwise. As the only witness, Michelle was taken to the Keller Township Police Station for questioning. After several hours of talking to police and investigators, Michelle's story began to fall apart like a house of cards. According to the woman, the intruder dressed in all black hit her on the head with a wrench. She fell from the blow but was conscious and heard a gunshot. The stranger then fled through the back door of the house. Michelle Williams' account did not match what police saw at the scene. Greg Williams was shot in the head while lying in bed. A .45 caliber handgun, presumably used by the intruder, was found near the back door next to a wrench. There were no fingerprints on either weapon. Neither was found to show any signs of forced entry. The family's valuables and money were untouched. Examined CCTV footage from a neighbor's camera showed that only one car had entered the gated community in the hours before the crime. Police confirmed that the car belonged to a newspaper delivery man. Michelle came up with a version of the attack. She hit herself with a wrench and made their large house look like the scene of the attack. But detectives did their due diligence and noticed a number of details that didn't add up. Michelle Williams was fully dressed. Her hair was styled and she had fresh makeup on her face. It gave the impression as if she was waiting for someone. The gun used during the crime was found in the house without any fingerprints. And the final detail that proved Michelle's lie was the $20,000 in cash that was not stolen in the robbery. Michelle had no explanation for why a successful businessman and devoted father decided to take his own life, but she was able to explain her behavior. Michelle claimed she wanted to spare their young daughter the bitter truth about her father's self-inflicted death. She admitted to police that she wiped down the gun and washed Greg's hands to cover up fingerprints, before desperately staging a home invasion and calling emergency services. As bizarre as that explanation was, it became obvious to police why no evidence was found in the house. Michelle admitted to wiping the crime scene with bleach and hitting herself in the face with a wrench to present a more realistic picture of the attack. From the beginning, Keller police doubted the credibility of Michelle's testimony, but at the time no physical evidence was presented linking her to the crime, but was soon released home. Around 5 p.m. on the evening of her husband's murder, Michelle went to her sister Laura's home and did not mention the late Greg's name once during the evening. Michelle cried from time to time, but it didn't seem sincere, her sister Laura Cusick said when questioned by police. The morning after the tragedy, Michelle woke up in a great mood. She was beautifully dressed, with her hair styled and makeup on. In high spirits, the recent widow went for breakfast at a famous restaurant that served the best pancakes with syrup. While the police were looking into the theory that Greg had taken his own life, struggling to find a motive and obtain credible evidence of it, Michelle herself presented the investigation with first a motive and then evidence of her guilt. Going through the documents from the first interrogation, the investigators were attracted by Michelle's words that she didn't care about a single penny. But her actions proved otherwise. After Greg's death, Michelle quickly begins liquidating assets from family companies and spending large sums of money. She cashes checks through Greg's IT company. The amount of checks cashed is not disclosed anywhere. In all likelihood, we are talking about a lot of money. After receiving cash from the sale of the Blueberries frozen yogurt store in Keller, Michelle made one of her biggest blunders. She went to the insurance company, hoping to get a payout on Greg's life insurance policy. Michelle was the sole beneficiary on Greg's life insurance policy, which was taken out on August 12, 2011, almost exactly 2 months before he was killed. But one important fact the woman missed: according to the terms of the insurance policy, Greg's death was not an insured event because he left his life voluntarily, and at the last moment, she was denied the money. The desire to get the insured sum of $600,000 was the main motive for the crime. Later, another important fact of financial fraud comes to light that casts suspicion on the widow. Fictitious financial documents for a mortgage loan were used to purchase the house that Greg and Michelle had been preparing for on the eve of his death. The account numbers were intentionally changed, and the lender did not immediately notice the elaborate fraud. Michelle canceled a meeting with the mortgage company, and the fake account was not discussed until it caught the attention of the police. Michelle, confident of her impunity, writes a check for $18,000 to attorney Kenneth Wincorn and takes a week-long vacation to Grapevine with her children. During the 3-month investigation into Greg Williams' death, police were able to unravel his wife's web of deceit. An autopsy was performed on Greg, which proves that the man was shot from a range of 12 to 18 inches. Moreover, the toxicology examination conducted provided a report proving that Greg had a large dose of sleeping pills in his system at the time of his death. Also, the police determined that there was no assault on the house. Mrs. Williams sedated her husband and shot him from a foot away after turning up the volume on the television. Daughter Michelle, who was asleep in her room, did not hear anything. On November 3, 2011, based on the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's report, Greg Williams' death was officially ruled a homicide. Michelle Williams was arrested on January 9th as she was on her way to a fitness center. She was charged with murder, tampering with evidence, and making a false statement to police. Michelle was both the only witness to the crime and the only suspect. But Michelle spent a week in custody and was released on $85,000. Dressed in gym clothes, Michelle walked out of jail with a GPS monitor and under the arm of attorney Kenneth Wincorn, who was now officially representing her. Greg's first wife, Kathy, was furious when she found out that attorney Wincorn was defending Michelle. That money she paid him was part of Greg's estate, and it should never have gone to pay the legal bills of the woman who was accused of killing him. Online court records list Kenneth Wincorn as the attorney for Katie and Greg's divorce in 2003, and Wincorn's name and signature appear on legal documents regarding the custody agreement for their shared daughter Taylor in 2008. However, Kenneth Wincorn's defense of collusion with Michelle Williams will be exonerated by providing evidence. The divorce was handled by his company, and he personally never represented Greg. Said he first learned of Greg's murder from an IT company employee. It was very shocking, Wincorn says, adding that Michelle later sought his help. After her plot to cash in on Greg's death is foiled, Michelle Williams changes her name to Shelley and appears as a fitness guru hoping to start a new life. On Facebook, Shelley publicly announced her relationship with Gene Wallace, a friend of her oldest son, a man nearly 15 years younger than her. Shelley and Gene opened a fitness club in Bedford and heavily promoted it online. Armed with an ankle bracelet with a GPS tracker, Michelle spent the next few months enjoying her new boyfriend, fitness classes, and court hearings. She often appeared in court dressed for a night out on the town, wearing miniskirts, knee-length boots, and deep-cut blouses. She never mourned Greg's death for a second, says Greg's ex-wife, Kathy. Rob Conover was friends with Greg Williams for more than 20 years and attended many of Michelle's hearings. He recalls how she deftly manipulated police officers at the courthouse, making them see her as an innocent woman in need of protection. On October 9, 2013, 45-year-old Michelle Williams took a plea deal with the county and pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence and deadly conduct. She will receive 18 years in prison for tampering with evidence and for deadly dangerous conduct, a third-degree felony that only exists in a few states. Although Michelle admitted that she cleaned the gun in Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene raised doubts about whether the first-degree murder charge would stick. Things can go differently. Play big, win big, or lose big, Michelle said in an interview. I'll be out on parole. But in February 2014, Michelle Williams, in an interview, suddenly changes her testimony and says she is not guilty of the crime. The judge immediately rescinds the plea bargain and sets a date for the first trial. Opening arguments have begun in the trial of a Texas woman, dubbed by the media as Keller's Black Widow, who is accused of intentionally targeting her husband in 2011 for an insurance payoff. Michelle Williams, 45, was charged with the crime. In court, prosecutors described the crime as a clearly planned scheme of acts to profit from Greg's substantial life insurance policy. In their opening statement, prosecutors told jurors that Mrs. Williams shot her husband in the head after drugging him with sleeping pills beforehand in order to collect on his life insurance policy. The motive was money, time-tested money, greed. Assistant District Attorney Jack Strickland said in court. Although Michelle admitted that she cleaned the gun in Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene raised doubts about whether the first-degree murder charge would stick. In response to an interview request, Michelle's attorney released a statement on her behalf. Attorney Kenneth Wincorn described the difficulties in the case caused by the spotlessly clean crime scene. The prosecution struggled to prove a premeditated crime, disregarding the fact that there was no DNA from the suspect. In repeated searches, cleaning products were found, but it stands to reason that Michelle's fingerprints were on them, since the products were in the house where she lived and did the cleaning. If the jury concludes that Michelle tampered with evidence of Greg's death, making it look like the man had spontaneously passed away, and then cleaned up the crime scene by hiding evidence and then lying about it, she will get a life sentence. But if Michelle is sentenced as scheduled on April 21st, no jury will ever get a chance to hear the whole story and decide on the appropriate punishment. Through careful questioning of the Williams couple's friends and acquaintances, information regularly emerged about the unfavorable environment that had prevailed in their family for a long period of time. According to the studied correspondence in social networks and messengers, it was found that the couple quarreled very often, and the reason was finances. At the trial, prosecutors said that in the hours leading up to the violent death, Greg Williams argued with his wife over their finances, and even slapped her for spending a large amount of money that had been set aside as a down payment on a house. But Michelle Williams' defense argued that Greg Williams had taken his own life, and that the successful business owner needed his wife alive, not dead. According to defense attorney Clay Graham, Greg Williams often suffered from depression and regularly used sedatives and steroids. On the eve of the crime, he was allegedly severely depressed due to the loss of his grandmother and best friend, who ironically had taken his own life. Defense counsel told the court that when Michelle Williams found her husband dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound, she panicked and in a fit of fear began to cover up the tragedy without realizing it. She had one goal: to protect her 4-year-old daughter from psychological trauma by hiding the truth from her. Michelle Williams never once changed herself, presenting at court hearings in different images with styled hair and manicure. At one hearing, the defendant, dressed in an off-white blouse and black vest, showed little emotion throughout most of the trial, but did not forget to wipe away tears during a presentation of photographs showing images of the body of murdered Greg Williams. The court also heard testimony from Michelle Williams' adult son, Andrew O'Brien, who said his mother, Michelle Williams, asked him to help frame Greg Williams' ex-wife, Kathy. She planned to blame her for Greg's death, using the motive of unreconciled differences over the custody of their daughter, Taylor. But that plan was a failure from the get-go. After all, there was never any disagreement between the former spouses about the custody of their daughter, and it would have been very difficult to prove otherwise. Asked about his reaction to his mother's unusual request, 26-year-old Andrew O'Brien said he was very shocked by such a proposal and thought she was having a mental breakdown. Michelle confronted her sons at the trial when they testified against her. The jury later found Michelle guilty of felony tampering with physical evidence. According to the show, she provided false information that she was pregnant with twins, hoping to delay her sentencing. But this version was not confirmed and the verdict was announced, which she tried her best to demonstrate during each hearing, did not spare her from a harsh sentence. Sandwiched between a scenario in which she was a cold-blooded criminal and one in which she was portrayed as a deranged wife and mother acting on impulse, Michelle chose the latter. "He did it," she said, wrapping her arms around her head. Michelle even congratulated the detective on solving the case. "I wouldn't have gotten through the day," she said. "You've won." Even before the police admitted to doubting Michelle's story, few believed Greg had lost his life. He had too much to live for, and he knew all too well how much pain and untimely death causes. Kathy Williams believes that Michelle's relationship with Gene Wallace began when Greg was still alive and may be the elusive motive for this crime. If Greg had found out she was sleeping with her little boyfriend, he would have dumped her and she would have gotten nothing, Katie says. But he wasn't willing to put up with cheating. "She's ruined so many lives you can't even imagine," Brandon says. "She's a professional manipulator. If the courts had gone further and interviewed all of us, things could have gone in a different direction." Michelle was sentenced to 60 years in prison. The judge also ruled that she would have to serve a minimum of 30 years before being eligible for parole. Michelle currently remains incarcerated at Mountain View Prison in Gatesville, Texas. Michelle Williams is a felon and fraudster who is currently serving time in prison for all of her willful acts. She has never shown remorse for her actions and still refuses to take full responsibility for her crime. Story 2. Every person searches for love, care, and understanding in a relationship. But some individuals only seek one thing: total control over their partner, often using any means necessary to impose their will. That's why it's essential to recognize early on whether your partner is sincere or a skilled manipulator. The sooner you identify this, the better it is for your mental and physical well-being. It can lead to unforeseen consequences, ranging from anxiety and depression to physical injuries, and in extreme cases, even fatal outcomes. A young nurse named Diana Duva thought she had found the love of her life in the form of a successful banker named Mike Jones. He seemed perfect in every way: intelligent, good-looking, ambitious, and holding a high-ranking position. Mike presented himself as reliable, kind, and caring. But soon, his true colors as a heartless individual began to show. Diana tried to break free, but she didn't fully grasp the dangerous situation she was in. She couldn't believe her partner was truly capable of causing her harm, and she tragically paid the price for her trust. Who was Diana Duva? Diana Duva was born on April 18, 1988, in a small town in Moldova, into a modest family. Before she was 2, her parents separated and her father left, showing no further interest in her life or future. A few years later, her mother, Elena Duva, left Diana in the care of her grandparents and set off to the United States in search of a better life. In America, Elena soon met a kind man and married him in the late 1990s. By 2001, she was finally able to bring her 13-year-old daughter to join her and her new husband in their spacious home in Vero Beach, Indian River County, Florida. The family lived in a picturesque area on the Atlantic coast. Diana quickly bonded with her stepfather, William Andrews, who treated her like his own daughter and in many ways filled the role of the father she had lost. When she first moved to the U.S., Diana didn't know any English. Nevertheless, she was enrolled in a regular middle school and studied alongside other students. Despite the language barrier, Diana was kind, friendly, and outgoing, and she quickly found common ground with her classmates, even forming lasting friendships. Within a few months, she could communicate fairly well in English, and within 2 years, she mastered the language to a near-native level, almost entirely losing her accent. which allowed her to gain admission into a prestigious medical college without any issues. She had dreamed of working in healthcare from a young age, feeling a calling to help people and believing that her true purpose lay in caring for others. After graduating, Diana landed a job as a nurse in the oncology department at one of the largest medical centers in the county. Her colleagues described her as responsible and highly professional, while her patients were grateful for her attentiveness, compassion, and genuine desire to help. The perfect deception. In early 2013, Diana met a charming and charismatic man named Mike Jones at a bar along the Vero Beach coastline. He was 6 years older than her, held a law degree from the University of Miami, and worked in the wealth management department at PNC Bank. Mike quickly won Diana's attention and trust. She found him interesting, pleasant, witty, and friendly. He also seemed eager to impress her with his generosity and sense of humor. After their first meeting, Diana and Mike exchanged phone numbers, and he soon invited her out again. Their romance developed quickly, and within a few months, they decided to move in together. Diana's parents were pleased with her choice. Mike seemed polite and intelligent, and they were open to welcoming him into the family. However, her mother would later claim that while Diana liked him, she never felt any intense love for him. She simply found him likable and sincere. As time went on, Diana's behavior began to change noticeably. She became more withdrawn and secretive, visiting her parents less frequently, even though they lived only about a 20-minute drive away. She also grew distant from her friends. She would try to park her car out of sight and always held her phone close, responding to Mike's calls and messages instantly. If he asked her to return home, she would comply immediately without question. Diana's behavior seemed strange to those around her, creating the impression that her boyfriend had completely dominated her, making her follow his every command. However, she never openly complained about him, though she often appeared upset and tense. She occasionally confided in her best friend that she wanted to end the relationship, but felt uncertain about how to do so. It was clear Diana was afraid of something, though she avoided discussing it. She truly realized she'd made a poor choice just 2 months after moving in with Mike. He tried to control every aspect of her life, forbidding her from seeing friends or visiting family, and demanding a daily rundown of where she'd been, who she'd seen, and what they talked about. He regularly went through her phone, checked her call log, read her messages, and reviewed her social media activity. If Diana broke any of his rules, Mike would start arguments that escalated into aggressive behavior. Yet to outsiders, they still seemed like a happy and harmonious couple. A neighbor's call saves a life. On April 30th, 2014, an anxious man called emergency services, reporting that a couple next door had been arguing loudly for over an hour, and judging by the sounds, the man might have been physically aggressive toward the woman. The caller was Mike's neighbor, who had witnessed similar scenes before, but felt this time the fight was particularly intense. He worried it could end in serious harm. The police arrived quickly, and when they knocked on the door from which the shouting came, Mike answered, visibly surprised to see the officers. Calmly, he explained that the loud noises were simply the result of rough, role-playing games he and his girlfriend engaged in. Naturally, the officers asked to speak to Diana to confirm his story. At that moment, Diana emerged from the bedroom. She was dressed in pajamas, her face was tear-streaked, and there were visible marks on her neck. Though clearly frightened, Diana told the officers that everything was fine. However, she immediately asked if she could gather a few essentials and left with them. Despite this incident, Diana chose not to press charges, saying nothing serious had happened and that they had already resolved the issue. Afterward, she returned to her parents' home, attempting to cut ties with Mike entirely. But he wasn't ready to let her go and began to relentlessly follow her. Jones called his ex-girlfriend dozens of times a day, sent her hundreds of messages, and persistently sought chances to meet her. Sometimes he begged for forgiveness and suggested they start fresh, while at other times he resorted to threats and manipulation, trying to force her back into the relationship. Diana confided in her close friend Emily, saying that her alert neighbor had, without even realizing it, essentially saved her life that night. During their argument, Mike had tried to break her down emotionally, and when he realized it wasn't working, he turned to physical aggression, grabbing her hair and slapping her. When she told him she was leaving, he clutched her neck, and it's possible he would have gone even further if the police hadn't knocked on the door at that very moment. To back up her account, Diana showed Emily the bruised finger marks left on her neck by her ex-boyfriend, which Emily photographed on her phone. When asked why she hadn't filed a police report, Diana said she didn't want to end things on a bitter note or ruin Mike's future. She left with her ex and went missing. Nearly 2 months after their breakup, Jones was still relentlessly trying to rekindle things with Diana. He acted as if nothing serious had happened and treated their separation as a minor argument. Diana planned to end things definitively, but struggled to find the right time and words. The final encounter took place on June 19, 2014, when Diana was out with friends at a local bar. Mike called her, saying he was nearby and begging her to meet and talk. Diana agreed to meet him there, thinking that in a public place he wouldn't try anything harmful. The two moved to a separate table and talked for a long time. Diana's friends couldn't hear the conversation, but they noticed both appeared calm, as though they'd come to an understanding. Close to 11 p.m., when her friends were getting ready to head home, Diana told them she'd stay a little longer with Mike, assuring them everything was fine and encouraging them to leave without her. According to her friend's memory, Diana didn't look frightened or upset, though there was a trace of sadness on her face. Overall, nothing about the situation seemed alarming to her friends, and they parted ways without worry. That night was the last time they saw Diana alive. Around midnight, Diana sent her mother a message saying she wouldn't be coming home that night. Story 3. Taking the life of one's children is not just a heinous criminal offense. Such a desperate step can be pushed by a woman's altered consciousness under strong substances, or by a painful psycho-emotional state when the body cannot cope with stress. The high-profile case of Veronica Youngblood has become a vivid and horrible example of how disturbed psyche, unhealthy relationships, and constant stress can lead to irreversible consequences. Veronica committed a terrible crime, but at the trial the young woman claimed that, despite what she had done, she had always been a good mother and wished her children only good. This story evokes both anger and pity, but to understand what exactly pushed Veronica to such a terrible and inhumane act, you need to look back a few decades and see what she had to go through. But this does not absolve her of responsibility. Veronica Youngblood's abusive childhood. Veronica Youngblood, maiden name Castro, was born in 1986 in the suburbs of Santa Rosa in central Argentina. She was the eldest of 2 daughters in the family and was raised with her sister Myra, who was born in 1988. The girl's childhood was poor and full of hardship, but not even hunger and lack of basic necessities was the worst. Her parents did not work anywhere, abused alcohol, and took their anger out on their eldest daughter, beating her almost daily, sometimes to such an extent that she could not walk. Grandfather also did not harbor any warm feelings for his own granddaughters, considering them extra hungry mouths that need to be fed. From an early age, Veronica got used to the fact that she had nowhere to wait for protection and support. She felt superfluous in her own family, and the only truly close person to her was only her younger sister. When the girl was 14 years old, her parents divorced and separated. Her father was not interested in the fate of his daughters, but her mother, who was actively trying to organize her personal life, did not need children. Veronica was forced to become an escort to support herself and her younger sister without any education because she saw no other way out. At the age of 15, she became pregnant, and at the age of 16, she gave birth to her first child, a daughter Sharon. She never gave her eldest daughter's father's name and probably didn't know it herself, having gotten pregnant by one of her many clients. A follower of a strange cult, as a teenager without support and help, the girl joined a rather strange South American religious cult called Umbanda. It was a combination of heterogeneous beliefs and cult positions, among which were the foundations of Catholicism, spiritualism, and African cults. In Umbanda, it is customary to honor spirit guides who are able to communicate with the souls of dead people. The followers of the cult also believe in reincarnation and spiritual development through various practices. Veronica, being an impressionable and driven girl, was quickly imbued with the peculiarities of this belief, and according to the memories of her younger sister, she herself began to believe that she could make contact with spirits and communicate with the dead. Veronica did talk about hearing voices and seeing dreams, and also believed that after death the soul of each person is reborn for a better life. Most likely, such a specific religious cult was fertile ground for the development of mental illness given Veronica's difficult childhood and her own parents' abuse of her. The other followers of the cult treated her with kindness and love, which is what she lacked the most, so she believed literally every word they told her. Moving to the United States, meeting Ronald Youngblood. When exactly Veronica decided to move to the United States of America, it is not known. but it happened in the late 2000s when she was a little more than 20 years old. Taking her young daughter, she settled in Hampton Roads, in the state of Virginia. There, the attractive young woman took a job with an escort service company. In late 2008, Veronica met a guy whose name was Ronald Youngblood. He was a few years older than her and served as a pilot in the U.S. Navy. He and Veronica first met when Ronald used the services of the company she worked for. Apparently, Ronald was immediately attracted to this young person because he himself expressed a desire to continue to communicate. Soon he insisted that Veronica left the escort, after which they began to live together, and in 2009, in one of the chapels in Las Vegas, the couple officially legalized their relationship, arranging a modest ceremony without guests. After the wedding, Veronica's life became stable for the first time, and she was not afraid to look into the future and confidently made plans. She had her own home, a caring husband with a stable job, who fully provided for her, while Veronica could be engaged in creating home comfort. But most importantly, Ronald took her daughter Sharon as his own, surrounding her with care and love. The couple had their common child, daughter Brooklyn. The couple was over the seventh heaven from happiness, and the eldest heiress was happy that she had a baby sister. Sharon Youngblood. After the wedding, Ronald gave Veronica and her oldest daughter his last name, although officially the child he did not adopt. Nevertheless, the girl called him Daddy and reached out to him. Ronald himself tried not to deny her anything, paid attention, and did not want to be seen and engaged in the upbringing of the child. Sharon grew up quite bright, sociable, and purposeful girl. She studied well in school, had a lot of friends, was active and friendly. From an early age, she was involved in sports, was a member of the school cheerleading team, played tennis, but the girl achieved the greatest success in figure skating. Coach, who worked with Sharon, noted how easy and at ease she felt on the ice, as if in his native element. In childhood and adolescence, she regularly participated in various figure skating competitions, where she repeatedly won prizes. She was prophesied a brilliant sports career, noting the tenacity and diligence of the young figure skater. But alas, it was not destined to come true. Unstable family life. After several years of living together, the relationship between Ronald and Veronica began to deteriorate. Both spouses had difficult characters. They were excessively emotional and unyielding. If at first they managed to find compromises, then now neither of them did not want to make concessions. Moreover, the spouses began to do many things to each other for evil, because of which between them often began to erupt scandals with violent clarification of relations, mutual accusations, and insults. In addition, Ronald was very jealous and overbearing. If before the wedding he promised to forget about what his chosen one used to do, now he reminded her of it every chance he got. He said that he pulled her out of the mud, provided for her, took her child, and now he demands to live by his rules. Family quarrels began to escalate into physical assaults, with the husband and wife taking turns to be the instigators of the fights. The police received complaints of domestic violence from both sides, but in most cases, these reports were soon withdrawn and the spouses continued to live together. To be fair, the children were not involved in their parents' squabbles and were never physically hurt, although their emotional state can only be guessed at. In 2014, Ronald was sent to Central America, to the Republic of Honduras for duty, and his family followed him. During this period, relations between the spouses became very acute. Veronica complained to the local police that her husband was raising his hand against her and forbidding her to use the internet and car. Ronald later said in his defense that he did so because he found out that his spouse was cheating on him. The husband thought that by depriving his wife of money, personal transportation, and the ability to communicate with her lover, he would keep her at home. As a result, Veronica filed a complaint with the U.S. Embassy and had her husband extradited from Honduras and returned to the United States. However, this incident did not affect his career, and he was soon transferred to Washington, D.C., to the main department of the country's Navy. However, relations between the couple finally soured. Breakup and ongoing conflicts. In 2016, the spouses moved to Florida, the place of Ronald's new appointment. By that time, they had already virtually separated, but continued to live together under one roof, and Ron still fully supported Veronica and daughters. By the beginning of 2017, the family moved again, this time to the small town of Oakton, which is in the state of Virginia, where the spouses began the official divorce process. But even during the dissolution of marriage, Ron and Veronica did not separate. They lived in the same house, although apparently they simply could not stand each other anymore. Both later claimed that no matter what, they wanted to raise children together, but in fact they were not. Veronica had no source of income and could not even rent a room for herself. The issue of future custody of the children became especially acute, and Veronica realized that she would not be able to raise the children on her own because they were all completely dependent on Ronald. He also realized this and did not miss the opportunity to remind his wife of this, sometimes descending to outright blackmail, which brought the young woman to hysterics. At some point, driven to despair, Veronica decided to take a loan from the bank to have at least some of their own funds. However, as a guarantor, she specified her still legal husband without informing him. When Ronald received a call from the bank, another scandal broke out. Naturally, he refused to act as guarantor, and the actions of his wife became for him another reason to humiliate her. True, a couple of months later, the couple was finally able to agree, and the scandals between them for a while subsided. According to the court decision, they could continue to live together and together bring up their children, while neither of them will be charged alimony. But that truce didn't last long. In the fall of 2017, Ronald filed a lawsuit against Veronica, accusing her of aggressive and inadequate behavior. He stated that the spouse smashed his smartphone, launching it into the wall, drowned in a basin of water with a working laptop, and also smashed the windshield of his car with a stone. After that, Veronica was obliged to move out and forbade her to go near Ron. At the same time, the youngest daughter Brooklyn was temporarily given full custody of her father until the next court hearing. 3 weeks later, the divorce proceedings were finalized, but having received a certificate of divorce, the former spouses began to live together again, and it seemed even reconciled. Courts and custody battle. About 6 months later, the former spouses appeared in court together again, but this time, they provided a multi-page agreement detailing their plan for custody of their shared daughter. All the matter is that Ronald was transferred to the state of Missouri, and the former wife and children moved with him. But before Veronica wanted to officially settle a number of nuances regarding the custody of their daughter, Brooklyn. The agreement stated that Ronald would provide his ex-wife with housing that would be close to his home, so they could raise their daughter together. The court approved the document in April 2018, and the move itself was scheduled for August of that year. But a month later, Veronica unexpectedly changed her decision and went to court again. The young woman turned for help to a lawyer, who had to competently draw up and make a number of changes to the previously approved agreement. Veronica said she was doing this because of changed circumstances. By then she had finished her nursing school training and had been offered a job in Oakton with a good salary. That way she could more or less support herself and the girls, and there was no need to move after her ex-husband. In addition, the new job promised to help her find and pay for her own place to live. Due to her new circumstances, Veronica now sought full custody of her daughter Brooklyn, which she specified in an amendment to the agreement. A new hearing was held in July 2018, a month before the previously scheduled departure to Missouri. But the court refused to make any changes to the previously approved agreement, and the former spouses were to move to another state to share custody of their shared daughter as previously agreed. Veronica seemed to agree with the court's decision, as she made no further attempt to challenge it. 2 weeks after the last court hearing, Ronald filed a legal notice with his new address where he would live after the move, which was less than a month away. Only a few minor details needed to be finalized, and he was on his way. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, but Sharon and Brooklyn had only days to live. Disturbing call toward evening on August 5, 2018. Emergency services received a disturbing call from 15-year-old. The girl was crying and gasping in pain. She begged to be saved and talked about how much she wanted to live. She said she was badly injured, and when the cameraman asked what had happened, she said she had just been shot with a gun by her own mother. According to Sharon, she and her younger sister were asleep when their mom walked into the room and shot Brooklyn. At the sound of the gunshot, the older sister woke up and was literally numb with fear. She asked her mom. Veronica replied that she was taking her daughters to God. Sharon tried to run away, but Veronica shot her in the back. With her last strength, she made it to the next room, where she locked herself in and called emergency services. The operator assured Sharon that help was on its way and asked her to hold on for a few more minutes. But then he heard the girl screaming in despair, followed by another gunshot. Then there was a frightening silence, and the call was cut off. The police and paramedics arrived on the scene by 10 o'clock in the evening. and a horrifying picture was revealed before them. By this time, Ronald, who was on business in another city, had also called the emergency services, asking them to send someone to his house immediately, because his ex-wife, according to him, might have done something terrible. Veronica had already called him and told him everything, but Ron refused to believe in the truth of her words. Sharon was the first to be found lying on the floor with 2 gunshot wounds, one to the chest and one to the back. Amazingly, despite the massive blood loss, she still had a faint pulse and was desperately clinging to life. Sharon was quickly taken to the intensive care unit of the nearest hospital, but despite the efforts of doctors, the next day she died. Brooklyn's breathless body was discovered in her bedroom, in her own bed. She had been killed by a single gunshot, to the head. The girl's father arrived about an hour later, rushing home as fast as he could. But Veronica's whereabouts remained unknown until the emergency services received another call from one Manuel Bellows, who reported Veronica's whereabouts. Who is Manuel? Manuel was one of the lawyers the young woman consulted with in the spring of 2018 regarding custody of her youngest daughter. Immediately struck him as a rather serious, collected, and responsible young woman, fighting for custody of her beloved daughters. In addition, she was very attractive in appearance, divorced, and not in a relationship at the time. The two soon hit it off, quickly developing into a tumultuous love affair. Only a few months later, Manuel noticed some oddities in her behavior, which alerted him. In particular, it was the religious views of Veronica, and her frightening statements about the upcoming meeting with God. At the end of July, Veronica called Manuel and invited him to her home, saying that they needed to have a serious talk. When he arrived, the young woman was home alone. Her ex-husband and children were staying with Ronald's relatives. The lights were off in the house, but candles were burning everywhere, creating a romantic atmosphere, and there was a dinner for 2 on the table. She confided in him that she had lost the nursing position she had been looking forward to and had refused to move to another state because of it. Veronica also shocked her boyfriend with the news that she was pregnant by him. This information was later unconfirmed. Manuel did not know how to react to this, and Veronica tried to seduce him and incline him to intimacy. According to Manuel, nothing happened between them that night because he felt a strange discomfort and threat coming from Veronica, as if his life was in danger. He asked her for time to think about how to proceed, and then hurriedly left her house. On the evening of August 5th, Manuel heard someone ring the doorbell at his house. He opened the door and saw Veronica on the doorstep. She was frighteningly calm, and there was no emotion on her face at all. Veronica asked to be let into the house, but before Manuel could do so, he saw a gun in her hand, and he was scared shitless. He said he would call the police if she did not leave immediately, but Veronica, with the same stony face, replied that he could do so since she no longer cared. She then added that she had killed her daughters, so the police were already looking for her anyway. After these words, Manuel got really scared. He closed the door and hurried to the phone. While Veronica went back to the rental car, she came in and just waited to be arrested. The arrest and the full picture of the crime. When the police arrived at Manuel's house, Veronica was sitting in the car in the driver's seat, and next to her, in the passenger seat, lay the loaded gun she had used hours earlier to shoot her daughters. The young woman did not resist. There was still no emotion on her face. In addition to the gun, 2 more full magazines were found in the car. Already at the station, Veronica confessed that she had bought the gun 10 days ago at an exhibition in order to kill her daughters and then take her own life. According to her, she decided to take this desperate step to take revenge on her ex-husband and prevent him from taking their common daughter Brooklyn. She also added that her personal life didn't work out and she became depressed. Apparently, the eldest daughter noticed the strange behavior of her mother and suspected something wrong because a few days before the tragedy, she directly asked her if she was going to kill them. But what the mother answered her remains a mystery. In the afternoon on August 5th, Veronica gave her daughters sweets, in which she had previously mixed sleeping pills so that the girls would not resist. When they went to their room and fell asleep, the mother took out a prepared gun, loaded it, and went to her daughters. First she went to Brooklyn's crib, put the gun to her head, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot woke up Sharon, who didn't immediately realize what was happening, and asked her mother about it. Veronica replied that she would take her and her sister to God, then pointed the gun at her eldest daughter. But Sharon jumped out of bed, rushing to the door, and was immediately shot in the back. She managed to run to the next room and call for help while her mother tried to open the door. When Veronica did enter the room, Sharon screamed and took a second bullet to the chest. Veronica then called her ex-husband and told him what she had done and was now going to take her own life as well. She blamed Ronald for everything, saying that she hated him and that he had ruined her life. However, the young woman then changed her mind about leaving her life for some reason and went to her boyfriend's house, where she was arrested. Young blood fully admitted her guilt, and when she was asked what punishment she would give herself, the woman said that it should be the death penalty. It is noteworthy that in the state of Virginia such a measure has not been practiced for a long time, and Veronica knew about it. Trial and sentencing. Initially, the defendant refused the services of a lawyer and fully admitted her guilt. But then she abruptly changed her testimony and decided to use the help of a public defender. She later claimed that she heard voices ordering her to do this to her daughters, and she complied. Veronica also said that she had a harsh childhood from which she remembered only beatings and hunger, and that her ex-husband had finally killed her belief that there was anything good waiting for her in life. She added that she did not want the same fate to befall her daughters. The trial took a long time because Veronica refused to leave her cell to attend the sessions. In addition, she attempted to commit suicide several times, but did so in such a way that she was saved each time and did not cause any serious harm to herself. The defense lawyer tried to convince the court that his client suffers from a mental disorder developed against the background of childhood traumas, the influence of a religious cult, and the abuse of her ex-husband. The defense lawyer also argued that Veronica was in an insane state at the time of the crime and did not realize her actions. But despite all the efforts of the lawyer, the court saw in the actions of the woman cold calculation because she had purchased weapons in advance, fed the children sweets with sleeping pills, and then proceeded to implement her terrible plan. Her actions were not spontaneous. They could not be written off as a state of effect or a sharp aggravation of mental disorder. The final verdict in the case was handed down in March 2023. Veronica was found guilty and sentenced to 78 years in prison. In fact, this term will be a life sentence for her. It is worth noting that many people found Ronald's behavior in court strange. He did not look like a grief-stricken father, and when his former wife sobbing testified, he smirked. After the verdict, he only remarked that he was quite happy with the outcome. Story 4. The case of Anna Walsh, a horrific event in the basement of a family home. For over a year now, an investigation has been ongoing into the mysterious disappearance of a young woman and mother of 3 children, Anna Walsh. In January of the previous year, the case was reclassified as a brutal crime, although has yet to be found to this day. Her husband, Brian Walsh, who had previously encountered legal issues for fraud, was arrested on charges related to her disappearance. No one could have imagined that this individual could be responsible for ending the life of the mother of his son. It's noteworthy that the Walsh family appeared to be quite prosperous, successful, and happy on the surface. Moreover, the couple was not in want, living in a luxurious home, and could afford anything they desired. However, few were aware of what happened behind the closed doors of this large and beautiful house. Even the person closest to Anna, her mother, did not realize the deadly danger her daughter was in. Interestingly, Brian managed to woo Anna away from her previous husband years ago in a rather unique manner. So unique in fact that the woman and her first husband even sought police protection from harassment and threats. Nevertheless, she eventually left with Walsh, to whom she was married for over 7 years. But what happened that led the family head to decide to rid himself of his wife? And what did he do to her? Who was Anna Walsh? Anna Lubitschek, who later became known as Anna O'Neill following her first marriage, was born on April 18, 1983, in the Serbian capital of Belgrade. Here, she spent her formative years, growing up with her younger sister in a cultured family. Her academic journey led her to the 5th Belgrade Gymnasium, where she excelled as one of its standout students. Pursuing higher education, Anna attended the esteemed Belgrade Research University, the most historic and expansive university in Serbia. Her academic pursuits included a deep dive into foreign languages, culminating in a master's degree in French language and literature. At 22, with her diploma in hand, Anna sought broader horizons and career prospects in the United States, a move fully supported by her family. In 2005, she embarked on her American dream. Settling in the U.S., Anna aimed to further her education in hospitality management. She took on administrative roles at prestigious hotels, notably the Inn at Little Washington in Virginia, a part of the elite Relais and Chateau Hotel Circle. Anna's warmth, approachability, and sense of duty saw her swiftly ascend the professional ladder, garnering respect from her peers and supervisors alike. Multilingual and adept at resolving conflict, her innate charm and charisma allowed her to form connections with ease. Anna seized every chance to shine. She became a U.S. citizen, retaining her Serbian nationality, enjoyed a high income, and invested in her own property and car. Her travels broadened her horizons further, and her career flourished, leading to a promotion to senior manager. Anna's intelligence, beauty, slender frame, and radiant smile attracted many admirers. During her tenure at the Wheatley Hotel in Lenox, Massachusetts, she found love with Marcus O'Neill, the establishment's head chef. Their romance led to marriage in 2009, and Anna adopted her husband's last name. Who is Brian Walsh? Brian Paul Walsh was born in July 1975 in Boston, Massachusetts, into a well-known, affluent, and respected family. His father, Thomas Walsh, was a distinguished neurologist who worked at one of the state's leading hospitals, where he headed a department and also taught at a prestigious medical university. From a young age, Brian was the quintessential spoiled child, luxuriating in wealth and never knowing the word no. He attended one of the best private schools, wore expensive branded clothing, and lived a life of ease. Despite his parents' efforts to provide him with the best education after finishing school, he failed to stay enrolled in any of the 3 prestigious colleges his father had arranged for him to attend. Nevertheless, Brian was far from foolish. His peers remembered him as cunning, calculating, and quite aggressive. He always found a way to get what he wanted one way or another. Brian was known for his extraordinary, even obsessive, desire for money and a luxurious lifestyle, and he was extremely reluctant to part with his funds. In his youth, he often borrowed money from friends, only to never return it. During his college years, he would invite friends to the most luxurious restaurants, then, through various schemes and manipulations, ensure that others always paid his share of the bill. For many years, Brian was estranged from his father, up until the elder Walsh's death in 2018. The rift in their relationship began after the ungrateful son fraudulently withdrew nearly $1 million from Dr. Thomas Walsh's personal account and simply disappeared with the money. The father did not report his son to the police, and even tried to persuade him to return the money voluntarily. When Brian refused, Thomas ceased all communication with him. By the time of this egregious theft incident, Brian's parents had long been divorced, and his father had another family, and decided to permanently erase his eldest heir from his life and his will. However, when Thomas passed away, Brian immediately made his presence known and even filed a lawsuit, claiming that the will left behind was forged by the doctor's widow and younger children to cheat him out of his rightful inheritance. Moreover, those who knew Brian described him as greedy, malevolent, and quite cruel, with a tendency towards violence and an inability to control his emotions. He achieved everything by force, and during bouts of anger became dangerous. According to some reports, in the late 2000s Walsh underwent treatment in a psychiatric clinic where he attempted to curb his bursts of rage. And it was then that he was officially diagnosed with sociopathy. A truly peculiar love story. The future spouses met in 2014, a time when Anna was working as a senior reservation manager at the Wheatley Hotel in Massachusetts. At that moment, she was married to Marcus O'Neill, who was employed there as well. Brian was among the hotel's guests, and he was immediately taken by the attractive young woman. The fact that Anna was already married did not deter Walsh in the slightest. He began to show her attention that grew increasingly insistent. Accustomed to getting his way from a young age and not one to accept refusal, he began to pursue Anna relentlessly. He managed to obtain her phone number and even her home address, where she lived with her husband, turning their lives into an absolute nightmare. In 2015, the O'Neills found themselves compelled to ask the police for protection against Brian's incessant harassment, which persisted day and night. He constantly sought out Anna, called her at work, sent messages to her personal phone, and demanded she divorce her husband to be with him. The situation escalated when Walsh threatened to harm Anna and her husband if she did not leave with him. What happened next remains unclear, including why Anna eventually changed her mind. However, a year after seeking police protection from Walsh, she unexpectedly divorced her husband. Moreover, a few months later, Brian became her second officially wedded husband. The newlyweds settled in a luxurious home in Cohasset, Massachusetts, located about 20 miles southeast of Boston, in an upscale and well-appointed neighborhood. In this marriage, they welcomed 3 sons in quick succession. The boys were born a couple of years apart, and at the time of their mother's disappearance, they were 6, 4, and 2 years old. Anna did not consider taking maternity leave and successfully juggled work with motherhood, continuing her upward career trajectory. She assumed the position of regional general manager at Tishman Speyer, a real estate company, where she earned a high salary and effectively became the primary breadwinner for the family. As her job frequently took her to Washington, D.C., she also purchased another home there, registered in her name, where she stayed during business trips. During these times, she relied on visiting nannies to help care for her children. The fraud case against Brian Walsh, what was the head of this large family, doing while his wife was both expanding their family and building her career. Brian was unemployed. The $1 million he had once taken from his father was dwindling, and everything his wife acquired was wisely registered in her name. Brian was actively seeking effortless income sources. Before marrying Anna, Brian had spent some time in South Korea, where he befriended a very wealthy individual whose family owned an impressive art collection. Upon returning to the United States, Walsh maintained this connection, and his friend unexpectedly asked for his help in selling several paintings by the iconic artist Andy Warhol. Brian eagerly agreed, but decided not just to sell the artworks for a commission, but to truly profit from the transaction. He had access to a series of abstract paintings by the great artist, collectively titled Shadows. He appraised each painting, obtained the necessary documentation, including authenticity certificates, and then decided to create copies of both the images and the accompanying documents. Walsh approached artists who made precise replicas of the paintings. He convinced the artists that he needed these copies as a backup, since each of the original works was worth about $250,000. For several years, the fraudster successfully copied and sold fake paintings as originals to collectors from various countries, until one of his buyers, an art expert specializing in Andy Warhol's work, quickly identified a forgery and sued the fraudster. The FBI took on the investigation, and in April 2021, the suspect pleaded guilty to selling counterfeit art. He was placed under house arrest after his lawyer negotiated a deal requiring him to return the proceeds from the sale of the paintings to the buyers to avoid actual prison time. Brian's movements were significantly restricted, but he was allowed to leave his house. Twice a day, he could drive his children to and from their educational institutions. Additionally, he had 2.5 hours in the morning to visit stores, pharmacies, dry cleaners, and a few other places in his area to purchase necessities. The list of these places was limited and approved in an official document. The mysterious disappearance of Mrs. Walsh. On December 31st, 2022, the Walsh family was preparing to ring in the new year together in the comfort of their home. Present were just the spouses and their 3 sons. Due to their young ages, the boys went to bed early, leaving Anna and Brian at the dinner table. That day, Anna made her last post on social media, extending her greetings and noting ambiguously that the year had been challenging. But she and her husband remained united. Anna was scheduled to fly to Washington, D.C. for work on January 3rd, but on January 4th, her employer, Tishman Speyer, reported her missing to the police. She had failed to show up for work, missed closing a crucial deal, and her phone had been unreachable for several days. Independently of Speyer's actions, her husband also reported her missing, expressing his concern that he had been unable to contact her for several days. According to Brian, he last saw Anna on January 1st. He claimed she woke him up early in the morning, saying that there were some issues at work, and her boss had requested her to come in earlier than planned. After that, Mr. Walsh believed his wife headed to the airport with just a few belongings. However, inconsistencies in the case soon emerged. Nor had she canceled her flight scheduled for January 3rd. Secondly, she didn't appear at the airport on either January 1st or 3rd. Thirdly, how did she leave the house? Her personal car was still in the garage, and she hadn't called for a taxi. Brian suggested she might have hitchhiked, but this theory sounded far from convincing. Brian's statements and behavior raised many questions. His accounts were inconsistent, and he didn't seem particularly troubled by the unfolding events. Unable to contact the mother of his children for more than 3 days, he only reported her missing on the 4th day, and only after her workplace called. Investigation and arrest of the suspect. From the outset, Mr. Walsh was considered a primary suspect, yet law enforcement lacked sufficient grounds for his arrest or a warrant to search their family home. They conducted only a cursory inspection with the homeowner's permission, which yielded nothing. Brian claimed he had been living a normal life during those 3 days, visiting usual stores and tending to household chores. However, verifying his claims proved difficult. Whenever he left the house, he forgot his phone, which according to him, was often taken without permission by his older children to play games. On January 5th, the police made a public appeal through television, displaying a photo of Anna and requesting anyone with information about her whereabouts or fate to immediately contact law enforcement. Yet no witnesses came forward. The last time Anna was known to have made calls was to her mother and sister on December 31st, making her husband the last known person to have seen her. Surveillance camera footage from the neighborhood provided no leads. Anna was not captured on any cameras on the morning of January 1st, as if she had never left her home. On the contrary, her husband was recorded leaving and returning several times, but it was impossible to determine his destination. Walsh's claim of a supermarket visit was debunked. His vehicle wasn't seen on any footage en route, nor was he spotted in the store. It wasn't until January 8th that Brian was arrested for providing false statements and taken in for questioning at the station, while his home was finally searched. It was discovered that on January 1st, he had gone to a hardware store in a different area, not on the list of approved locations he could visit under house arrest conditions. There, he spent nearly $500 on a significant quantity of cleaning supplies, plastic sheeting, duct tape, a mop with a bucket, and utility rags. He paid in cash, presumably hoping his visit would go unnoticed. Horrifying discoveries in the family home during the search. At first glance, nothing out of the ordinary or suspicious was found in the home. Everything was in its place, with no signs of struggle or blood stains detected. However, when law enforcement descended into the basement, there was no longer any doubt. This was the scene of a gruesome crime. There, smeared blood stains were visible everywhere, and among the old clutter, a bloodied knife and saw wrapped in towels were hidden. Previously, Walsh had admitted that on January 3rd, he visited his mother's home, located on the other side of town. He claimed he had violated his house arrest conditions because his mother needed help with household tasks due to her deteriorating health. But after the grim discoveries in the basement, police suspected that on his way, the man could have disposed of evidence or parts of his deceased wife's body. All the trash bins in the area where the spouses lived, as well as along the route to his mother's house, were inspected. These searches yielded results, and in one of them, a kitchen hatchet with traces of dried blood and several blood-stained towels, similar to those found in the Walsh's basement, were discovered. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood in the basement on the towels, knife, hatchet, and saw belonged to the missing Anna, dispelling any remaining doubts about her demise. Search history reveals chilling intent. Police seized a laptop belonging to Mr. Walsh, as well as a tablet owned by the couple's eldest son from the Walsh residence. The search history on these devices left investigators in disbelief. Weeks before his wife's disappearance, Brian was actively searching online for information about the most favorable states for divorce in terms of property division. He also sought information on whether he could lay claim to the second home in Washington, D.C., owned by Anna and registered solely in her name, thereby uncovering a possible motive for the crime. Regarding the tablet, the first query made around in the morning on January 1st was, how long does it take for a body to start decomposing? This was followed by nearly 24 searches on how to dispose of a body, how to clean up blood traces, how to dismember a body, whether a body could be identified if the teeth were removed, how long DNA traces last, and whether a person could be charged with a crime if the body was never found. All this information was searched on his young child's tablet, the child of the woman he mercilessly dealt with. By January 3rd, Brian was already searching how and when can someone inherit the property of a person who has disappeared. Clearly, he was confident he would evade punishment and was preparing to claim the inheritance. Charges and trial. On January 18th, Brian was formally charged with the murder of his wife, despite the fact that her body or any remains had not been found. Prosecutors believe that on the night of January 1st, Brian intentionally or accidentally took his wife's life, and then decided to dispose of her body by dismembering it in the basement of their home. He then packaged the body parts in plastic and over the following days, discarded them in trash bins across different parts of the city. The area around the Walsh residence, as well as within a couple of kilometers, was thoroughly examined for evidence. Nearby wastelands, wooded areas, and bodies of water were also searched, but these efforts yielded no results. The defendant himself pleaded not guilty and refused to disclose what he had done with the body. Additionally, it was revealed that Anna had been feeling unhappy lately and had even considered divorcing her husband. She mentioned this several times during phone conversations with her mother and sister. The day before she disappeared, she called her mother, asking her to fly from Serbia for a few days. However, her mother apparently did not take her daughter's words seriously and decided to postpone her visit. The trial of Brian Walsh is ongoing. The accused is currently being held at the Norfolk Correctional Facility, awaiting his next court date. Anna's mother has been following the investigation from her home, as she has not traveled to the United States. The Serbian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has contacted the consulate in New York, which in turn has been in touch with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office to ensure that Anna's mother is timely informed about the investigation and hearing. As for the Walsh's 3 sons, they are now under state custody. None of Brian's family members wish to take care of them, citing Anna's mother's age and poor health, and her sister, who currently lives in Canada, also declined to take in her nephews. Only Anna's close friend, Pamela Barden, has expressed willingness to take the boys in, preferring that over them being separated and placed in different foster homes. Story 5. In one of the brightest and most bustling cities, a tragedy took place that shocked everyone. Aya Yadalova, a young and ambitious woman with dreams of a bright future, became the victim of a horrific crime. This incident not only took her life, but also exposed serious societal issues like violence and negligence. Within law enforcement, Ayajan's family and loved ones were devastated, and their pain was deepened by the fact that the police ignored their desperate pleas for help. During this challenging time, they felt like they were losing not just a daughter and sister, but also their hope for justice. Friends who remembered her kindness and warm personality were stunned by the criminal's cruelty, who continued to post provocative updates on social media, even while behind bars. But let's start from the beginning. Ayajan's story soon became a symbol of the fight for justice, reminding everyone of the value of life and the importance of protecting women. This tragedy touched many hearts and made people think about how to prevent such cases in the future. In Almaty, a city where life usually moved along peacefully, March 19, 2021 became a day of unease. The remains found scattered in different parts of the city shocked residents and left a deep scar in many hearts. Shortly after these horrifying discoveries, the family of 19-year-old Ayajan Yadalova faced a brutal reality. They had to go through a difficult DNA test process to confirm that the remains belonged to their missing relative. Behind every smile was a lurking shadow ready to break free, and now the entire city found itself in the grip of an invisible manipulator. Before the world knew of Ayajan's tragic fate, she was full of hope and excitement. That day she uploaded a new video on TikTok, dancing and laughing, radiating positivity and joy. On screen she looked genuinely happy, and her followers could feel her energy. Ayajan was always eager to share moments from her life and creativity with her audience. And at that time, her dreams of a future filled with design and success seemed entirely within reach. However, there was another less visible side to Ayajan's life. Secret conversations and promising talks brought a stranger into her world, whose true nature remained hidden. His intentions had nothing in common with her dreams, and while she eagerly awaited the chance to launch her brand, shadows were closing in around her. That evening, as her joyful plans began to crumble, Ayajan had no idea that fate had a dark turn in store for her. Ayajan was in her 4th year at the Academy of Design and Fashion, where every day brought new knowledge and inspiration. She was one of the most dedicated students, never missing a class without a good reason. Even on a day when many of her classmates might have taken a break, she remained committed to her studies. That morning, full of enthusiasm, she went to class, dreaming of her future in the world of fashion. After her classes, Ayajan worked at a nail salon as a manicurist. This job not only provided her with an income, but also gave her a chance to connect with different people, helping her develop both personal and professional skills. Her love for sewing started back in her childhood, when she first made a dress for her doll or crafted a small souvenir for her mom. Over time, this passion only grew stronger, and now Ayajan was determined to pursue a future in fashion. However, just days before she disappeared, a quiet wave of changes swept through the city, leaving a sense of unease in every corner. One question lingered: who would be the next victim in the dark game started by this invisible manipulator? On the night of March 20th, 2021, Almaty was gripped by fear as the search for 19-year-old Ayajan Yadalova began. Friends and family, noticing her sudden disappearance, immediately raised the alarm. Ayajan, known for her hard work and sense of responsibility, never neglected her commitments. On the morning of March 19th, as she headed home from her job at the nail salon, she felt satisfied. Her day had gone well, and she'd made new connections. But something went terribly wrong that evening. The dormitory where Ayajan lived, not far from the Academy of Design and Fashion, was usually filled with friendly chatter and laughter. But on that night, as the doors locked at 11 p.m., Ayajan wasn't there. Moral Bakarov, the dorm supervisor, later admitted that he'd never seen Ayajan stay out late or miss a night. When her friends began to worry, they approached Moral, and together they decided to contact the police. However, the response they received was cold. "Wait it out. She'll come back when she's done having fun." As the hours passed with no sign of her, Ayajan's relatives from Taldakorgan began losing hope. Even her boyfriend had no idea where she might be. This pushed her family to reach out to the police once again, urging them to start a search. Ayajan's older sister, who lived in Almaty, tried to file a missing persons report, but was met with indifference. The police told her they were all busy with protests and advised her to wait. Frustrated but determined, the family decided to try again, but still the authorities showed little interest. Realizing they wouldn't get much help, they turned to local volunteers for assistance. Flyers with Ayajan's picture were posted all over Almaty. Volunteers, full of determination, organized search efforts, hoping to find Ayajan safe and sound. Looking back at the events leading up to her disappearance, it's important to note that Ayajan eagerly enrolled in the Academy of Design and Fashion, leaving her hometown of Taldakorgan, filled with hope and ambition. Alongside her studies, she actively sewed custom-made clothing and developed her online store where she launched her brand, Ayalan. This business brought her financial independence and a sense of fulfillment from the creative process. Recently, her shop had been doing exceptionally well with a growing number of orders that filled her with joy and inspiration. To fulfill her dream of expanding into the Turkish market, Ayalan signed up for Turkish language courses. She showed persistence, and her teachers noted her dedication and eagerness to learn. Their belief in her potential only fueled her determination. There was a light of resolve in her eyes, and every step she took brought her closer to her goals. Her shifts at the nail salon, where she worked part-time, usually ended around 9 p.m. Ayajan always made sure to leave her workstation spotless, believing it added a welcoming touch for clients. She felt hopeful, confident that her hard work was paying off. But fate had an unexpected twist in store for her. By March 21st, the search for Ayajan Yadalova had intensified, and the police finally got involved, forming a special investigation team to handle this complex case. On that day, the tireless efforts of the volunteers who had been working around the clock finally paid off. They obtained a crucial lead. They found the taxi driver who had picked up Ayajan and a young man on March 19th in the Nurkit neighborhood. The volunteers immediately passed this information to the police, who quickly obtained footage from security cameras. The video clearly showed Ayajan entering the elevator of a high-rise building with an unidentified man. This discovery marked a turning point in the investigation, sparking hope that there was still a chance to save her. It took investigators only a few minutes to identify the young man and locate his address. On the evening of March 21st, at around 10 p.m., police officers arrived at the residence of 28-year-old Rakman Berdid Terabekov. According to reports, he was at home but refused to open the door, further raising the officers' suspicion. After a brief discussion, they decided to break in. When they forced their way inside, they were met with a horrifying scene, blood stains everywhere and a dismembered body lying on the floor. Even the most seasoned detectives, accustomed to such grim discoveries, were shaken by what they found. The apartment's owner wasn't found right away. He had hidden himself carefully, hoping to avoid law enforcement. However, once they finally tracked him down, he attempted to take his own life. Fortunately, first responders arrived in time to administer first aid before the paramedics got there. He was rushed into emergency surgery, and while doctors worked to save his life, police began collecting evidence and piecing together the full story of what happened. The criminal would finally have to face justice for his horrific actions. After spending several days in the hospital, and once his condition had stabilized, Terbikov was transferred to a detention center. This move was crucial not only for his safety, but also to ensure that the investigation could proceed without delay. Public interest in the case was growing rapidly, and it was clear it would attract widespread attention. While the suspect was still in the hospital, His rented apartment was sealed off, and a thorough forensic investigation took place, involving the city's top crime scene investigators and experts. What they uncovered inside shocked even the most hardened detectives to their core. At first glance, it was hard to believe that someone who appeared so ordinary could have committed such unspeakable acts. The apartment contained a human scalp, skin, extracted teeth, and nails, all meticulously placed in separate plastic bags, almost as if they were harmless trinkets. It felt like something straight out of a horror movie, and even the most experienced officers understood that this was not just a crime, but a chilling display of pure madness. Additionally, investigators found dismembered body parts and a skull in the apartment. As the medical examiners later confirmed, the victim's head had been boiled in water for an extended period, leaving nothing but the skull behind. The entire scene was profoundly disturbing, and even the most seasoned law enforcement officers struggled to keep their composure in the face of such horror. As they gathered evidence and searched for more answers in Iogene's case, law enforcement found themselves confronted with a true nightmare. In the days following her disappearance, other parts of her body were discovered scattered around the city, tossed in dumpsters and abandoned basements. These horrifying discoveries painted a grim and sinister picture that investigators tried desperately to piece together. The family's last hope of identifying the remains through DNA testing was shattered when they began to understand the sheer magnitude of the tragedy. The remains found across the city did in fact belong to their daughter. During questioning, the suspect, who was found guilty, recounted the events of the night between March 19th and 20th, when he and Iogen had an argument. According to him, at around 11 p.m., he lost control and killed her. Realizing he could be caught, he decided to dispose of her body by dismembering it. That same night, he took several parts out of his apartment and left them scattered across the city, as if trying to completely erase any trace of his crime. When investigators asked about any possible connection between him and the victim, he firmly denied having any. But this claim still needed to be verified, and Iogen's family was left bewildered. Why would he go to the extent of pulling out her teeth, removing her skin, and cutting her nails if he was simply trying to cover up his crime? Iogen's family began to suspect that she might not have been his first victim. As the investigation progressed, it was discovered that Terabekov had previously studied at a medical academy to become a pharmacist, but was expelled for poor performance. This information only deepened investigators' suspicions that the body parts might have been used for some sort of medical or commercial purpose. Forensic experts began digging into his social media conversations and checking all the women he had interacted with. Fortunately, none of them were harmed, but the investigation continued to delve deeper into his life. During the investigation, a chat between Terabekov and Iogen on a dating site was uncovered. When this information leaked online, many started speculating about the possibility that Iogen might have entered into a relationship with him for financial reasons. These rumors sparked a wave of discussions, with countless people sharing their theories about what might have happened. Attention was also drawn to the footage showing Iogen entering the elevator with the young man. However, her friends and acquaintances were quick to defend her, insisting that she was modest and always respected boundaries in her interactions with men. Iogen's family knew how much effort she had put into building her online store and clothing brand. They were convinced that Terabekov had lured her to his apartment under the pretense of business, possibly to take measurements or place an order. They simply couldn't believe that such a ruthless person could have set such a trap. Iogen's roommate in the dorm, who was someone she confided in about her deepest thoughts, recalled some unsettling events before her disappearance. Iogen had recently mentioned that a man had shown interest in her brand and wanted to buy her entire collection. While this news initially excited her, it also made her a bit wary since Iogen was always cautious around strangers. Investigators concluded that Terabekov might have orchestrated this meeting to lure her into a trap under the guise of a business opportunity. At the center of it all was a man named Rakhman Berdid Terabekov, who, according to the investigation, had connected with Iogen Yadalova through a popular social media platform. Using the excuse that he needed clothing from her brand, he convinced her to come to his place, where the terrible incident seemingly took place. Iogen's family went through unimaginable pain as they waited for her body to be released for burial. Those days were filled with unbearable uncertainty and fear. Her loved ones desperately sought any information about what had happened to their daughter, experiencing an overwhelming sense of grief. It wasn't until April 16, 2021, almost a month later, that her body was finally handed over for the funeral. Iogen was laid to rest in her hometown of Talda Korgan, where friends, family and acquaintances gathered to pay their final respects and say goodbye. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow and loss, as people shared memories of her kindness and vibrant spirit. The investigation faced numerous rumors and gossip that tarnished Yadalova's reputation. Messages exchanged between her and Terbikov, obtained by investigators, proved that accusations were completely baseless. This only fueled the heated discussions in the community, where her friends and acquaintances refused to believe that Terebekov was capable of such brutality. Teachers and classmates of Terebekov described him as a quiet and modest young man who would never commit a crime, claiming he was either framed or caught up in some misunderstanding. Meanwhile, law enforcement conducted countless forensic examinations to uncover the truth and gather all the evidence. The family's attorney, Katarajanalam Janulai, mentioned in one of his interviews that the case consisted of around 30 volumes with over 30 forensic examinations conducted. This extensive investigation demanded tremendous effort and time from the authorities. Despite this, psychiatric evaluations confirmed that Terbikov was sane and fully aware of his actions when he committed the crime. At the trial, which marked the final chapter of this horrific case, Ayazin's family demanded the harshest possible punishment for the criminal, along with compensation for emotional damages totaling 26 billion tenge. After carefully reviewing all the details, the court handed down the maximum sentence of 25 years in prison, but they found no grounds for imposing a life sentence. However, the court did partially grant the civil lawsuit, awarding 20 million tenge in compensation, which, though only a small measure, could at least offer some relief to the family during their painful ordeal. Ayajan Yadalova's relatives recalled with horror and anger the fateful day when they first went to the local police station, desperately hoping for help. Their anxiety was genuine and urgent, but to their immense disappointment, law enforcement ignored their repeated pleas to launch an immediate search for the missing young woman. This refusal not only shocked the family, but became an unbearable burden that they couldn't leave behind, amplifying their sense of helplessness and fear. Every hour that Ayajan was in danger turned into a torturous wait for her family, intensifying their worst fears. In one of his emotional interviews, Ayajan's brother, overcome with grief, spoke about the police's inaction, which led to the loss of critical days in the search for his sister. They felt time slipping away, and with every passing minute, a sense of hopelessness grew stronger. The perpetrator, realizing that no one was taking any active steps, continued his gruesome acts without fear or hesitation. He mercilessly disposed of Ayazin's body, unaware that with every minute, her family was losing hope of ever seeing her alive again. A month after the tragedy, the family laid Ayajan to rest with heavy hearts, knowing they would never have a proper goodbye. The closed zinc coffin became a haunting symbol of their fear and loss, and each of them wished they could see her one last time, feel her kindness, and experience the warmth she so generously shared with everyone around her. Their hearts were filled with bitterness and regret, as they now understood they had lost her bright eyes and genuine smile forever. The police, on their part, refused to admit any mistakes, insisting that all necessary measures had been taken promptly and on time. However, the facts told a different story. The delay at the start of the investigation only deepened the family's suffering, raising even more questions and frustration. Ayajan's loved ones couldn't understand how their pain and fear could be so easily dismissed, knowing that time was working against them. This sense of helplessness and despair wasn't felt by the family alone. Ayajan's friends also found themselves overwhelmed with anger and resentment toward a system that was supposed to protect them. When investigators finally began collecting evidence and conducting interviews, they encountered a barrage of rumors tarnishing Ayajan's reputation. These accusations, spread by ill-wishers, turned out to be baseless, adding even more bitterness to her family's suffering. They knew their Ayazin as a kind, compassionate, and bright individual, and couldn't believe that anyone could be capable of such cruelty toward her. Each new fact revealed only intensified their emotional pain, making them feel even more isolated and alone in their grief. The crime against Ayazin Yadalova left an indelible mark, not just on her family and friends, but on the entire community, becoming a tragedy that stirred the hearts of many. Ayajan was a young, ambitious, and talented woman who aspired to develop her own brand and build a bright future full of hopes and dreams. She had plans that extended beyond her career, envisioning a personal life filled with happiness and achievement. But her life was cut short in the most tragic way, exposing deep-rooted systemic issues such as the negligence of law enforcement and the pervasive violence in society, demanding urgent attention and change. Ayajan's family, in the midst of unbearable loss, painfully recognized that the police's inaction had cost them precious time. Her friends, remembering her with sorrow, couldn't help but notice how disturbingly cynical Terbikov's social media page appeared. Even while in custody, he continued posting provocative messages. One of his statuses, "Smile at life and it will surely smile back at you," was especially how could someone speak about the joy of life after taking it away from another person? These words only deepened the bitterness and sense of helplessness felt by everyone who knew Ayazan and remembered her kindness, joyfulness, and sincerity. Ayazan's brother, with deep sorrow in his heart, expressed his hope for justice in one of his emotional interviews. Confident that sooner or later, everyone who commits evil will have to face the consequences of their actions, his words carried powerful emotion as he declared that, despite all the suffering, justice would eventually prevail. Even in the darkest moments of their lives, a spark of hope still burned, despite the darkness surrounding them. The criminal's motive remained unknown, but it was clear that what he did brought him some kind of twisted satisfaction. The trial of Terabekov became a symbol of the fight for justice, drawing public attention and sparking widespread outrage. But for Ayajan's family, it didn't change the fact that their beloved daughter and sister had been brutally taken from them. The case raised many questions about moral responsibility and the importance of being vigilant and aware of those around us, as such a tragedy could happen to anyone. The crime against Ayajan was a grim reminder that every life is precious, and that we must do everything we can to prevent similar cases in the future. Let her story be a call to action, prompting stronger efforts to prevent violence and protect women's rights in society, urging all of us to reflect on how we can make the world a safer and more just place to live. Story 6. In 2012 at the Summer Olympics in London, the star of a young Puerto Rican boxer, Felix Verdejo Sanchez, shone brightly. He was called a diamond, one of the most promising athletes of his country. He was predicted to win titles and gold medals. Then it seemed to everyone that this talented and motivated young man will reach fantastic heights in sports. In 2021, the name of the boxer again traveled all the world's media, but this time fell into the section of criminal chronicles. This story is about a teenage attachment that grew into a kind of addiction and led to a terrible tragedy, and also about how the author of the main knockout of 2014, who was praised and promoted by two-time Olympic champion Vasil Lomachenko, almost received a death sentence, but eventually went to prison for life. It is noteworthy that despite the presence of irrefutable evidence and confessions of the boxer's accomplice, he himself to this day refuses to plead guilty. The future star of world boxing was born in the Puerto Rican city of San Juan in 1993 on May 19th. He grew up in a rather modest large family and from an early age was fond of port. True, in childhood he planned to connect his life with baseball, but his further fate was determined by a funny incident. When the boy was 9 years old, a family friend came to visit them with his son of the same age. The boys were playing in the yard, but suddenly quarreled and a fight broke out. Parents separated the children, and the father of the future athlete noted that if he wants to fight with someone in the future, let him wear boxing gloves. After that fight, Felix, at his request, was taken to a local gym, where the boy, as he later admitted himself, from the first training session fell in love with boxing. At the age of 16, he won the Pan American Junior Championships. A year later, he won his country's championship. And a year later, he went to the Olympic Games in London, where he reached the quarterfinals. In the same year began his brilliant career in the professional ring. In total, Verdejo had 29 fights, gaining 27 confident victories. And in 2014, he was recognized as the author of the best knockout in the fight against Sergio Villanueva. A year later, Felix won his first championship belt with the WBO Latino title, which he subsequently defended 6 more times in 2 years. Everyone who saw him in the fight had no doubt. This young man will write his name in the history of world boxing. And now, let's get to know Keisla Rodriguez. The girl was born in November 1993 in San Juan. The full name given to her at birth is Keisla Marlene Rodriguez Ortiz. Her parents, Jose and Kayla Rodriguez, had another common daughter, Barilais Nicole, and also the couple raised Kayla's son, Jonathan, from a previous marriage of a woman. Keisla grew up an open and sociable girl. She did well in school and adored animals, dreaming of becoming a veterinarian in the future. Her best friend was her sister Bareilles, to whom she confided all her secrets and worries. Kaishla studied in the same school with Felix Verdejo, who was her age. Young people were acquainted since childhood, and in adolescence between them began a romantic relationship. In 2011, Rodriguez's parents divorced and separated. Kayla moved to relatives in Florida, and her daughters, who were by then already adults, decided to stay in San Juan. Despite the fact that each of the sisters had long since lived their own lives, they continued to stay in close contact and told each other about everything that was happening to them. At the age of 18, a promising boxer, who has already managed to take part in the Olympic Games, had an affair with a young schoolgirl and aspiring model, Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra. At that time, the girl was only 14 years old, and she was still in school. But even then she made big plans for the future with a promising and world-famous athlete. In addition, Eliza's parents were not at all against this relationship. Attractive and talented Felix, who has always had a lot of fans, becoming a boxing star, literally bathed in the rays of fame and was surrounded by female attention. He did not miss the opportunity to spin a novel or a passing affair on the side, and also, despite the serious relationship with Eliza, continued to meet with his school friend Kaishla. Kaishla's sister, Bareilles, and her mother, Kayla Rodriguez, knew about the affair and did not approve of the relationship. In addition, the situation was very ambiguous. On the one hand, Eliza considered herself the only woman and great love of the athlete, was preparing for the wedding, and made far-reaching plans for their joint future. On the other hand, Kaishla knew that the lover has a fiancé, but at the same time, Felix did not let her go. On top of that, he was her first great love, and deep down, the naive girl herself still hoped to be the one. In 2016, the boxer did marry the young Eliza, who at that time was barely 19 years old. Eliza, by that time, was already quite a famous model, had tens of thousands of followers in social networks, and also opened her own beauty studio for eyelash extension. In August of the same year, just a few months after the wedding, the athlete got into a serious car accident when he was rushing on his motorcycle. He was taken to the hospital in serious condition with head injuries, bruises, and lacerations. His trainer Ricky Marquez seriously feared that his talented charge would go off the rails at the height of his career. But Felix, contrary to the disappointing prognosis, made a rapid recovery and soon returned to the ring. In September 2019, the boxer published in his profile in the social network a picture with Elise, who was in a large term of pregnancy. In the comment to the photo, he wrote, "Soon I will meet my daddy's princess." And a month later, he announced the birth of a daughter who was given the name Miranda Verdejo Santiago. The young man in public looked like a loving husband, caring father, and an exemplary family man. But secretly from his wife, he continued to meet with Kaishla, who could not let go. As Eliza later admitted, she guessed that her husband was cheating on her. But every time, he tearfully vowed to leave his mistress. Kaishla repeatedly tried to break off this painful relationship, but Felix would not let her go. She had no other men, because the boxer threatened that if he found out about the fact that Kaishla had someone not good for her and her chosen one, Kaishla herself, who had fallen in love with Verdejo since high school, continued to love him despite everything. Rodriguez, as planned, connected her life with the care of animals and got a job at the Center of Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetics. Colleagues described her as conscientious, hardworking, and very responsible. She lived with 2 dogs and a cat, which she simply adored. In 2020, Eliza discovered the correspondence of her husband with several mistresses, including Kaishla. The wife gave her husband a scandal and threw him out of the house, threatening that she would file for divorce and forbid him to see his daughter. Eliza's threats had an effect, in addition, in the career of the athlete at that time. There was a serious decline and unnecessary problems where he did not need. For a while he really stopped seeing Rodriguez, but Felix still did not let her go, trying to control almost every step Kaishla. After a few months of secret visits resumed, and in April 2021, Kaishla discovered that she was pregnant. She bought a rapid test at the drugstore, which only confirmed her fears. She first called her sister, who was aware of her complicated relationship with the athlete, and told her everything. It was out of the question to have an abortion because Kaishla was already 27 years old, and she was ready to have a child even if she had to raise it on her own. A few days later, Kaishla broke the news to the father of her child, hoping in her heart that he would accept it. But Felix was not happy, to put it mildly. He got angry, and told his mistress that she should go to the doctor. If the pregnancy is confirmed, it will be necessary to have an abortion. Naturally, Rodriguez answered him with a firm refusal, but the boxer began to threaten her and insist. Felix said that an illegitimate child will finally destroy his reputation, and this he cannot allow. After Quichula's visit to the hospital, her pregnancy was confirmed, and she now had a certificate to prove it. She called Felix and told him everything, which made him furious. Felix shouted and demanded that Quichula immediately get rid of the child, but she again responded with a categorical refusal. Then the athlete decided to go on the sly, saying that he did not believe her and wanted to personally look at the issued medical certificate. He appointed Quichula a meeting in the evening in a crowded place, which did not surprise her because they always tried not to draw attention to themselves and do not get in front of anyone. The boxer stopped by his old friend Luis Antonio Cadiz, who worked in a local machine shop and also had ties with the criminal world, selling illegal drugs. Felix briefly outlined the situation and asked him to help him get rid of his pregnant mistress. Luis had previously been in the field of vision of the police, and the prospect of being in prison scared him. But the athlete was persistent, assured that everything would go smoothly and the police will never come out on them. Felix promised him an impressive cash reward, and Luis agreed. With the support of an accomplice, Felix called Quichula and told her that he wanted to meet her on the evening of April 29th to confirm her pregnancy and decide what to do next. Immediately after talking to her lover, Quichula called her sister back and told her everything. She still had hope that Felix would accept her child and would not insist on an abortion. But Bereliz, all this situation is quite alarmed, knew that the boyfriend had threatened her sister, and she was worried that he wouldn't do anything to her. Bereliz called her mother and shared her concerns, but even together they could not dissuade Quichula from that fateful meeting. At the appointed time, Rodriguez, taking a doctor's note, arrived at the meeting in her own Kia Forte automobile. Verdejo drove there in his pickup truck, in the back of which Luis was hiding. Quichula immediately got into the athlete's car and showed him the results of the tests. He once again talked about terminating the pregnancy, but Quichula, crying, again responded with a refusal. Against this background, the couple began to quarrel violently, turning to shouting. Then Felix suddenly hit Quichula in the head with his fist, from which she immediately lost consciousness. Until Quichula regained consciousness, Felix took a syringe with a large dose of illegal substances hidden in the glove compartment of the car, which Luis had obtained at his, and injected Quichula. Then, together with his accomplice, they carried her to the back of the car, where there were already prepared pieces of wire and a concrete block. The men tied Rodriguez up, attached the load, and then covered her with a tarp so that no one would accidentally see anything. Felix then returned to the pickup truck while his accomplice got behind the wheel of Quichula's vehicle. Together they drove to the bridge over the San Jose Lagoon. It was virtually deserted at night, and the men, making sure no one could see them, threw Quichula, still alive, into the water. Afterward, however, they decided to fire a few test shots in pursuit, using the firearms they had brought with them, so as not to leave the victim any chance. Having finished the massacre, each of the perpetrators went home. Quichula's co-workers were the first to worry when she didn't show up at the veterinary. Quichula has always been very responsible and couldn't just not show up for work without notifying anyone. Since she didn't answer the phone, it was decided to contact her sister to find out what happened. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister, she went to her house. No one answered the door, but Bereliz had a spare key, so she got in without difficulty. However, she was met only by hungry animals who had not eaten anything for almost 24 hours. Now Bereliz was already in a panic because she realized that something terrible or irreparable had happened to Quichula. She immediately called her mother and told her everything, and then reported to the police about her suspicions and threats to her sister. She also called Felix, but he claimed that he had spent the previous evening and night at home with his family and had not gone to any meeting. The missing girl's mother took the first flight from Florida to San Juan. She thought that her lover might have taken her daughter to a private clinic and paid for her to have an abortion without her consent. Kayla didn't even want to think about the fact that Quichula was no longer alive. The first thing to do was to question the missing girl's neighbors and co-workers, but they didn't notice anything suspicious and couldn't provide the investigation with any useful information. In parallel, messages about the disappearance of Rodriguez were posted on popular social networks with requests to respond to those who know anything about her fate or current whereabouts. The case quickly received wide publicity, And when it became known that the missing girl was in a long-term relationship with a famous athlete and was expecting a child from him, reporters literally lined up to interview any of Rodriguez's family members. The relatives did not hold anything back and spoke out about their suspicions, among other things, blaming Felix for the incident. On April 30th, Keishla's car was found abandoned on the east side of the city, with her documents and personal belongings inside. No signs of struggle were found in the interior, giving a faint hope of finding its owner alive. On May 1st, a passerby strolling on the bridge over the lagoon saw a strange shape resembling a human body in the shallow water. He reported his discovery to the police, who soon recovered from the water the body of a young woman, presumably the same one the whole city had been looking for several days. Who arrived to identify the body, hoped to the last that it was not Keishla, but their hopes were not realized. The body had been in the water for several days and changed a lot, but the girl was immediately identified by a remarkable tattoo on her arm. When news of the gruesome discovery hit the press, the residents of the city revolted and began to go out to spontaneous rallies, demanding punishment for those responsible. The same day, Verdejo was detained and taken to the police station for questioning. The athlete categorically denied his involvement and claimed that on the night of Keisla's disappearance, he was at home with his family. As there was nothing to charge him, Felix was released on his own recognizance. One of the key witnesses was the athlete's legal wife, who at the first interrogation admitted that she was aware of his affair with Keisla, but that she had heard about her rival's pregnancy for the first time. On top of that, she did not confirm her husband's alibi, saying that he was not at home on the night of the murder. The first thing investigators did was check traffic surveillance footage on the way to the bridge from which Keishla was thrown. That's how they found Felix's pickup truck and the victim's car traveling behind each other. But the Kia Forte was clearly not driven by its owner. On the same day, the boxer's car was seized for examination, and in its body they found some hair of the deceased. Luis was the first to promising to tell the whole truth in exchange for a reduced sentence. Felix was also taken into custody, but he refused to cooperate with the investigation, did not answer questions, and continued to deny his guilt, despite the presence of irrefutable evidence. A firearm was seized from Felix, which he used to shoot the victim from the bridge, and for which he had an official permit. Also, a cell phone check confirmed the fact that Felix, Luis, and Keishla were in the same location on that fateful night. Keishla's final farewell was on May 8th, and the funeral ceremony was all over the national news. It was a kind of action, calling for the perpetrators of the tragedy to be punished to the full extent of the law, as well as an action to draw public attention to the problem of gender violence. The coffin with Rodriguez's body was brought to the cemetery, not in a traditional hearse, but in a white carriage, over which white flower petals were thrown from the air. Many famous Puerto Rican natives, including show business stars, athletes, politicians, and public figures, have spoken out about the high-profile incident. Verdejo was charged with carjacking, kidnapping, premeditated murder, and the murder of an unborn child. All of these crimes together carried the death penalty, but the relatives of the deceased from the very beginning asked the court to elect a sentence of life imprisonment for the killer, so that he would suffer in captivity for the rest of his life. The hearing was repeatedly postponed due to the worldwide coronavirus pandemic, but in the spring of 2021, the trial was held in virtual mode. The court found that the crime was committed by a group of persons by prior conspiracy, and with particular cruelty against a pregnant woman. It was possible to reconstruct the chain of events of that night and the details of the crime, mainly thanks to the testimony of Luis, who did not deny his guilt. He admitted that it was he who, at the request of a friend, got the drug for injection, and also brought a wire and a concrete block to get rid of the body. But Felix continued to insist on his non-involvement in the case, although his words could not seriously affect the situation. By the way, the wife of the boxer, who acted in court as a witness, almost immediately after the arrest of her husband filed for divorce, and tried to abstract from what was and raising a young daughter. According to some reports, not so long ago, Elisa Santiago remarried. Elisa herself admitted in an interview that she repeatedly received anonymous calls and messages with death threats, as well as death wishes to her and even Miranda. Many considered it was the spouse of the athlete as the organizer of the crime, but no evidence was found. In the summer of 2023, it became known that the jury, having familiarized itself with and heard the testimony of all the witnesses, was finally ready to announce the final verdict. Felix Verdejo and his accomplice Luis Cadiz were found guilty on each of the charges against them. But despite this, the killers have not yet been sentenced. The next court hearing is scheduled for mid-November 2023. Most likely both men involved in the deaths of Kaysla Rodriguez and her unborn child will likely go to prison for life, with no right to ever leave prison. Story 7. We're going to visit Indianapolis. It is a blend of modernity and original origins, ancient traditions, and advanced technology. Indianapolis boasts art museums that showcase examples of cultural achievements from past centuries and modern times. Indianapolis hosts many festivals and events each year, with the Indy 500 automobile race being the most popular. But in our story, the tranquil Indianapolis that was to become for the Blackburn family a center of peace and God's home on earth became the site of a violent tragedy. On the morning of November 10, 2015, a car parked outside a home on Sunnyfield Court. Davy Blackburn had returned from his daily workout at the gym. He was about to get out of the car, but a phone call kept him in the vehicle for a few minutes. After finishing the call, he leisurely got out of the car and went into the house. When he opened the door, he froze and the gym bag fell out of his hand. His wife was lying on the living room floor in a pool of blood. Davy was confused and badly shocked. He rushed to his beloved, gave her a cursory examination, felt for a pulse, and urgently dialed the emergency phone number. The young woman was alive. In the living room where the tragedy occurred was a complete mess. Things were scattered. The purse of the unfortunate was emptied. On the second floor of the house, a small child was crying. Emergency services arrived at the house after 8 minutes. The area was cordoned off. The house was filled with police officers and investigators. The victim was rushed to the hospital. She turned out to be 28-year-old Amanda Blackburn. But let's start in order not to miss any important details of this tragic story. Amanda Grace Byers was born on July 31st, 1987 in Muskegon, Michigan. She attended school in Indianapolis, Indiana, but the family moved to Elkhart in 1995. There, Amanda graduated from Elkhart Christian Academy in 2006. And as early as 2008, she graduated from Pensacola Christian College in Pensacola, Florida with an associate's degree. Amanda grew up in a deeply religious family where Christianity and the power of God's Word were paramount. Amanda's father was the lead pastor of First Baptist Church in Elkhart, Indiana. The religious traditions of the church, sermons, and Psalter the girl knew from childhood by heart and honored them unconditionally. When other children were in a hurry to grow up to know the taste of adult life, to go to parties and fall in love, Amanda loved Jesus and dreamed of serving him. But God already loved his Amanda. After all, he had created her in the likeness of an angel, a blonde-haired slender girl with an open, kind smile and sincere intention. But not only the girl's appearance was perfect, her thoughts and heart were also virgin. In every act of Amanda was love for her neighbor. As a teenager, Amanda took a vow of chastity and agreed not to even kiss a man until she was married, and she was always true to her word. But the girl's heart beat harder when she met her true and only love. It turned out to be Davy Blackburn. He was a native of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. The guy studied religion at Southern Wesleyan University and was also from a Christian and believing family. Davy and Amanda met on a blind date at a Hawk Nelson Christian Band concert, organized by her sister and Davy's best friend. At that time, they were studying in different colleges, but every vacation the lovers spent together. It was pure platonic love, devoid of earthly lusts. They took walks together, shared their innermost thoughts and favorite excerpts from church books. They were never bored, for they knew how to rejoice in small things and sincerely joked with each other. Once, before returning to school, Davy and Amanda had a mock milkshake drinking contest, which Amanda lost. Davy then jokingly called Amanda a milk girl. Looking at her, he realized he had met the girl he wanted to marry. The couple dated long distance for a long time. They were constantly messaging each other on messengers, called each other and chatted for hours. Every vacation they spent together. They were so reverent and tender about a serious relationship between a man and a woman that they visited a psychologist for a long time to learn how to communicate properly. On August 1st, 2008, the marriage ceremony of Amanda and Davy Blackburn took place. After the wedding, Davy told friends that from the moment he kissed Amanda, he knew that because of God's plan, there would be a special bond between them. For the first 4 years after the wedding, the Blackburns lived in South Carolina. Davy was an associate pastor at New Spring Church under Pastor Perry Noble. But the young man wanted more, and he suggested to Amanda that she move to Indianapolis to organize a new church for youth. Davy worked as a youth pastor, production director, and assistant campus pastor. Amanda was reluctant to leave her family and part with her loved ones, and for a while struggled with the need to leave South Carolina. But she finally relented after her husband told her that God must have big things in store for them. In 2012, the Blackburns moved from South Carolina to Indianapolis to plant an independent, high-profile church in the North Side. The religious organization started by the young family was geared toward young people, as is made clear in the weekly videos the couple posted on their website about relationship advice, conflict resolution, and what the Bible says about intimate relationships. In 2014, the family had their firstborn child, Weston Blackburn. The family was perfectly happy. They had a comfortable home on a quiet street, a favorite job in the church, which was regularly attended by a large number of young people. Their sermons were listened to and believed in. They lived in perfect harmony and understanding. But the day of November 10, 2015, changed the family's life once and for all. Ambulance crews arrived at the Blackburn residence in the 2800 block of Sunnyfield Court around 8:30 a.m. The ambulance crews arrived at the Blackburn residence. The pregnant young woman was rushed to the hospital, where she was hooked up to a ventilator and underwent a series of resuscitative measures. But sadly, Amanda died the next day, along with her unborn baby. As it turned out, the family was expecting a baby girl, who was named Evie Grace at her burial. Her death sparked a lot of sympathy and prayers on social media for an extended period of time as friends, family members, and strangers mourned Amanda with public posts. On November 11th, the day Amanda was officially declared dead, Davy released an official statement saying that Amanda made it her life's calling to love and serve everyone she knew. She made it her life's mission to know Jesus as her personal savior to multitudes. Through her death and legacy, more people will come to a saving faith in Christ. I know without a shadow of a doubt that she wants me to continue what we started here in Indy. I firmly believe that God is still good, that He is taking our tragedy and turning it into triumph, and that the best is indeed yet to come. Dave wrote, "The murder of the pregnant woman was a blow not only to the entire Orthodox family, but also a shock to the entire state. People demanded that the perpetrator of Amanda and her unborn child be found and punished." In his first interview under oath, Davy Blackburn said he found his wife Amanda injured and unconscious on the living room floor. She was partially naked with her underwear lying nearby, herself lying on the floor in a pool of blood face down. The pastor told investigators that he left the house around 6 a.m. to go to the fitness center to work out. When he left the door unlocked. "You always do that too, don't you? You leave and don't lock the door," he told investigators. It's hard to say whether the criminals would have stopped if Davy had still used the key, but it's pretty obvious that they wouldn't have entered the house so easily, and Amanda had precious time to contact emergency services. But that didn't happen, and the attack left Amanda with 3 gunshot wounds, one of which was to the head. No arrests were made in the case. Just days after the crime, police quickly determined that her husband, Davy Blackburn, was not involved in the horrific incident. However, in the trial transcripts, Davy Blackburn's testimony is supplemented by the testimony of the first emergency medical paramedic from the Indianapolis Fire Department, Scott Floyd, who arrived at the home after Davy's 911 call. He said Davy Blackburn was outside at the end of the driveway with bloody hands when they arrived at the house. Scott stated that Davy was very calm at the time. According to Scott, Davy did not understand what had happened to his wife, Amanda. He maintained that she was lying on the floor and he could not wake her up. Davy claimed that he came home from the gym at about 7:30 a.m. and continued his phone call with his friend Kenneth Wagner in the driveway, occasionally getting out, strolling down the driveway, and peeking through the front door window to see if baby Weston was awake. He said he finished his call, entered his home at 8:10 a.m., and found Amanda lying face down on the floor. He thought she was sick or unconscious. He called emergency services at 8:22 a.m. It took him 12 minutes to make the call. In an emergency situation, 12 minutes is a long time. He repeatedly said he just thought something had gone wrong with the pregnancy, that maybe his wife had gotten dizzy and fell. Did he not notice after 12 minutes that there was brain matter about 5 feet away from her body? Emergency room Dr. Scott Floyd testified that the blood on her head was coagulated, leading him to believe that the gunshot to her head had occurred about a couple hours earlier, but those transcripts were not made public. Davy was asked if he had called anyone else. He said that after he called 911, he called his father. Defense attorneys did not cross-examine Davy Blackburn. Authorities corroborated his story with surveillance footage from the gym, and he was not among the suspects. An autopsy conducted November 12th showed the woman suffered a gunshot wound to the back of her head. She also had a gunshot wound to the lower left arm that went to her biceps, and a through-and-through gunshot wound that went in and out of her upper back. There were also multiple scratches on the left cheek, a split lip, and a knocked-out lower tooth. The above injuries indicated a possible struggle between Amanda and her attacker. A thorough investigation was launched. CCTV footage from nearby streets was examined, and neighbors and family acquaintances were interviewed. For example, a neighbor reported hearing gunshots about 35 minutes after Davy left the house. Another neighbor, Reginald Townsall, said their street was not the type of neighborhood where a shooting could occur and that the Blackburns didn't deserve this. The neighbors were shocked as everyone thought the Blackburn family were wonderful and truly loving people. Based on Amanda's injuries and the missing bank cards and MacBook bag, the initial theory was robbery. During the investigation, police determined that on the morning of November 10, 2015, several emergency calls were made reporting a home invasion at separate homes near Blackburn's home. Around 5:20 a.m., one woman reported waking up to find her cell phone, laptop, purse, and keys missing from her apartment. Her car was also gone from the parking lot. The sliding glass door to her apartment was open, she said. Another woman reported a burglary at a home on Sunnyfield Court. Someone broke through the patio screen and got inside. According to police, for televisions, a MacBook Pro, a Tiffany pearl necklace, a pink women's sweater, a remote control, a bag of oranges, and bedding were missing from the home. 5 minutes after that, someone else from Sunnyfield Court called the emergency services. It was Davy Blackburn. Lieutenant Richard Riedel of the Indianapolis Police Department said police are looking for a connection between the homicide and other burglaries that occurred in the same neighborhood in the morning. Police have not released details about the investigation, honoring the secrecy of the investigation, but after getting hold of images of possible suspects from one of the burglarized homes, they released them asking the public to identify and help the investigation. Davy Blackburn was confident that the police department was doing everything they could to catch his wife's perpetrator. Investigators assured that they had never seen such carte blanche given to them to continue the investigation, so they were confident that very soon some of these promising leads would help find the person or persons responsible. The key clues used to track down the three suspects were a stolen pink sweater, cell phone records, and an ATM receipt. The receipt and sweater were found in a stolen Chrysler Sebring, which was used during the robberies. Authorities recovered the vehicle November 11th near the Blackburns' home. The debit card listed on the receipt matched the stolen card of Amanda Blackburn. Investigators obtained a warrant to examine the ATM camera and found video showing the driver covering his face with a stolen pink sweater. Police relied on DNA testing, surveillance footage, and witnesses to identify the suspects. DNA testing from the sweater confirmed that Jalen Watson was one of the suspects. Watson's identification was the first major breakthrough in the case. The affidavit said cell phone records were obtained because Watson's number was in the database because of his parole for another burglary. Diana Gordon's cell phone records were also obtained. These records showed that Watson's and Gordon's cell phones were in the area when the crime was committed. The phone records also indicated that Gordon and Watson were near the Chase Bank where Amanda's debit card was used on the day of the murder. Larry Taylor was the final piece of the puzzle. By examining surveillance footage in the area, police were able to identify Taylor's phone number and trace his address. In the days that followed, reports also surfaced that a gun had been found near the Blackburn home. Police said a man delivered the gun to the Broad Ripple Fire Department, claiming to have found it outside the couple's home. The gun was analyzed by crime lab technicians. After 2 weeks of investigation and detective work, police charged 18-year-old Larry Taylor and 21-year-old Jalen Watson with the murder of Amanda Blackburn. A third burglary suspect, 24-year-old Diana Gordon, was arrested for a parole violation, but was not charged with a felony because he did not enter the Blackburn home. After receiving crime lab results, a gun found near the victim's home was proven to be the weapon of the crime. All three assailants were apprehended. When questioned, Larry Taylor said that he shot the woman twice somewhere because she jumped on him and he didn't want her to scratch him. Then when she fell, he leaned over her body and shot her in the back of the head. and bent over her watching her bleed to death. A criminal trio came to rob the Blackburn house. They just wanted some money. So they headed to the Blackburn home, where the husband had left the front door unlocked when he left for the gym. Inside they confronted Amanda to keep her out of the way. Taylor hit her with a gun. Watson and Gordon saw the woman and wanted to leave. They already had the bank cards they had stolen earlier, so they went looking for an ATM. They tried unsuccessfully to get $500 from one ATM, but got $1.400 from another. This is where they got caught on CCTV. They then drove back to the Blackburn house to pick up Taylor. In their absence, a struggle ensued in the house. Amanda came to her senses after being hit and lunged at the perpetrator, at which point he tackled the woman, who had gone to an ATM at the time of the crime, and when they returned, he admitted to shooting Amanda. According to court documents, the Blackburn home was the third target of the November 10th attack by Taylor, Watson, and Gordon. In the first break-in, the thieves stole a laptop, wallet, and car while the resident was asleep. While inside the home, they discovered they were being recorded by a video camera, but simply moved on. The group drove up to another home, broke in through a patio window and stole 4 televisions, a laptop, jewelry, a bag of oranges, and a pink sweater that eventually helped police identify them, the affidavit said. Court documents outline the evidence police collected against the suspect. The most important piece of evidence, Watson's DNA, was found on a pink sweater taken during the second burglary, which was then used to cover his face from a surveillance camera as he tried to withdraw cash using Amanda Blackburn's bank card. Watson and Gordon cooperated with the investigation in return for a reduced sentence. Larry Taylor waived his right to remain silent and admitted to being near the scene of the burglary. He said he may have stopped in the Blackburn neighborhood, but claimed he was so confused he couldn't remember. Formal charges were filed by the county prosecutor. Larry Taylor faces 13 charges, including the very same felony, after knowingly and willfully killing Amanda Blackburn. Jalen Watson is charged with a felony. Both he and Taylor face multiple charges of burglary, robbery, and theft. Diana Gordon, who was in custody due to a parole violation, also faces burglary charges. There was a fourth person who knew about the robberies, burglaries, and other crimes but did not participate in them. He was questioned and released. The Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department's Violent Crimes Unit worked with the gang unit and federal marshals to arrest Taylor. Police Chief Rick Height praised the cooperation that led to the arrest. The detectives worked tirelessly, all day long without sleep, to solve the murders in the city. With the assistance of Assistant U.S. Attorney Josh Minkler and Prosecutor Terry Curry, justice was served. Because the victim was pregnant, prosecutors said they would consider filing additional charges related to the fetus. Even though the woman's underwear was removed and her shirt was pulled up, they said there was no evidence to support the rape charges. Larry Taylor's first trial took place in December 2021, but the trial was over in seconds when it was discovered that one of the jurors had shared information about the case with other jurors. The disclosure interrupted the trial. A mistrial was declared. The final trial was held in October 2022. Subsequent jury selection was more thorough. The county drew more than 100 people as possible jurors. Each had to fill out a 16-page questionnaire so attorneys could assess whether they could reach a fair verdict. Larry Joe Taylor was sentenced to 86 years in the Indiana State Correctional Institution for the murder of Amanda Blackburn and for additional charges related to a burglary from a home. Diana Gordon and Jalen Watson agreed to plea agreements and testified against Larry Taylor at trial. Both received sentences ranging from 20 to 35 years in prison. Jalen Watson and Larry Taylor are currently incarcerated in the Marion County Jail. A murder conviction in Indiana can send a person to prison for 45 to 60 years, and some are punishable by life in prison or the death penalty. Prosecutors filed a motion to enhance Larry Taylor's sentence, which means he could face an additional 20 years in prison because Amanda Blackburn was pregnant when he allegedly massacred her. Davy Blackburn, the church's pastor, said he is relieved that those responsible for killing his wife have been caught and will not be able to harm anyone else. Amanda Blackburn's death has resonated with thousands of people, including the state's chief executive. Her funeral at a Christian church was attended by more than 2,000 people. Among them was Governor Mike Pence. Resident Church has set up a donation page to help pay for Amanda Blackburn's funeral and medical expenses. Davy Blackburn said he is hopeful for a judicial system that will certainly show wisdom to the people who have caused his family so much pain. Incredibly, He has repeatedly reported that he has decided to forgive Amanda's killers. I was very relieved to learn of the arrest, he told reporters. Although everything inside me wants to hate, be angry and despair, I choose the path of forgiveness, grace and hope. Amanda Blackburn's case has generated significant interest across the country, with coverage appearing in national and international media. Davy Blackburn changed his role from that of an unhappy husband to that of a popular. He began to capitalize on his tragedy and record multiple podcasts and videos, which he called Nothing Wasted. He began appearing on TV stations and speaking out about his wife's death, repeating over and over the pain he had experienced and recounting the tragedy. But he didn't seem unhappy. Amanda's death made Davy not only famous, but rich. The fact that he received an insurance payout after his wife's death does suggest that he didn't accidentally forget to lock the door that day on November 10, 2015. Didn't he? What do you guys think? On March 2nd, 2016, Davy Blackburn bought a new 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom home with a pool. He then sold the very house where Amanda was murdered. For an unhappy husband who lost his beloved, Davy was pretty happy. In July 2016, he posted a photo of his new home on his blog and captioned it, "How happy I am to have pool parties in my new home." Now Davy Blackburn is happy in his new marriage. Nothing is wasted serendipity. Turn your eyes to Jesus. Gaze upon his marvelous countenance, and earthly things become strangely dim in the light of his glory and grace. Story 8. The Kaler family case. Can this crime be justified by a nervous disorder? In 1995, Kansas passed a law stating that an offender who committed a premeditated crime could not blame his actions on a mental disorder that made him unable to distinguish right from wrong. This law was passed because almost every criminal, when brought to trial, tried to avoid punishment by claiming that he was not in control of his actions or did not realize the consequences because of a mental disorder. The head of the once happy and large Kaler family tried to use insanity as a defense to avoid responsibility for the atrocities he committed. However, he was found sane. Psychologists believe that his actions were motivated by jealousy, rage, and a desire for revenge against the ex-wife who left him and the daughters who supported their mother. Unfortunately, such crimes motivated by jealousy and a pathological desire for revenge are a common worldwide phenomenon. According to statistics, these motives account for 1 in 8 crimes committed. Excessive suspicion, insecurity, and obsessive need to control a partner can turn a person into a real beast who does not spare even his own children. The story of the Kaler family. James Craig Kaler was born in 1963 in Weatherford, Texas. His future wife, Karen Kaler, nee White, was born in the same city in 1965. They met in the early 1980s as students at a Texas university. Craig was graduating in engineering, and Karen was a freshman in the humanities department. They quickly found common ground and soon began a romantic relationship. They were young in love and seemed like the perfect couple. Craig was a top student known for his determination and talent in engineering. In the late 1980s, after graduation, they had a modest wedding attended only by close friends and family. Their first child, Emily, was born in 1991, followed by Lauren in 1993. They lived in a cozy house in Weatherford and were quite well off by local standards. In 1999, when Karen was pregnant with her third child, Craig received a lucrative job offer at a large utility company in Weatherford. His promotion coincided with the birth of their son, Sean, whom he adored. With a higher income, Craig bought a spacious house in the city's most prestigious neighborhood and a reliable family car. Karen stayed at home, and Craig became the primary breadwinner. Outwardly, the family seemed perfect. The daughters, Emily and Lauren, were talented in sports and music, often participating in vocal competitions and local events. Emily excelled in school and went to a prestigious pharmacy college, while Lauren, an excellent student, dreamed of attending a conservatory to pursue a career in music. Sean was an outgoing, kind and inquisitive boy, interested in numismatics and aspiring to become an archaeologist. He was very close to his parents and sisters. Craig provided for his family. Karen made the home comfortable, raised the children and baked tasty treats. They were active in the community, striving to improve their neighborhood. They also raised 3 wonderful and talented children. However, behind the facade of perfection, there were many problems that family members kept hidden. In 2007, Karen admitted to her younger sister Linda that she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. She complained that Craig had been controlling and monitoring her for years, and that this control was increasing. Craig demanded a full accounting of all expenditures, not just major purchases, but everyday household expenses as well. Karen provided him with supermarket receipts, bank transaction data, and reported her whereabouts every day while he was at work. The entire Kaler family lived on a strict schedule set by Craig. When he returned from work, his wife and children had to be home to meet him. They went to bed, woke up, and ate at certain times, and even intimacy between the couple was scheduled. Over time, Craig's obsession with control intensified. He became increasingly demanding and selfish, and Karen's actions were scheduled down to the hour. Karen felt enslaved. She had no free time, only duties and responsibilities. She tried to fulfill all of her husband's demands, hoping that he would loosen his control and they could get back to their old life. But Craig seemed to enjoy his control and was unwilling to change. Linda was deeply disturbed by her sister's revelation. She, like everyone else, had seen Craig as the perfect husband, father, and family man, and it turned out he was a domestic tyrant. However, Karen did not want to destroy her family. Besides, she and her children were financially dependent on Craig. Therefore, she decided to find a job that would provide her with a stable income. Karen's new hobby. Karen, despite her advanced age and 3 children, was in great physical shape. She always adhered to the principles of good nutrition, periodically followed diets, took care of herself, and went jogging every day. Secretly from her husband, she enrolled in a local fitness club where she started working out for several hours every day. It was her way of blowing off steam, distracting herself, and getting her thoughts in order. She attended the gym while Craig was at work and didn't notice her working out. Soon the management of the sports club noticed the attractive, fit, and diligent woman. Karen was offered to try herself as a fitness instructor with a probationary period and the possibility of an official labor contract. The former housewife could not have dreamed of such an opportunity, because now she will be able to continue doing what she loves and even receive a decent remuneration for it. Eventually, Craig found out that his wife was going to the gym. Karen expected a scandal, and that her husband would forbid her to go, but surprisingly, he reacted calmly. He even seemed pleased that his wife had found something to do and was now earning her own money. His only conditions were that she had to be home when he arrived, cook meals, and not disrupt their planned intimate life. Karen found these conditions acceptable because now she had the freedom of action and the ability to provide for her own needs without having to justify to her husband every dime she spent. Unexpected romance and a love triangle. Soon there was a new instructor at the fitness club named Sunny Rice. Karen and Sunny quickly hit it off and became friends. For Karen, who had been a stay-at-home mom for many years and was unable to socialize with people outside the family, Sunny became a trusted confidant. The women spent time together at work every day, sometimes going for walks, drinking coffee, and having heart-to-heart talks. It didn't take long for their friendship to grow into something more. They hid their feelings and relationship from everyone, but in time, Karen decided that she had to confess everything to her husband. She spent months preparing for this conversation, trying to find the right words, not knowing how to start and what the consequences might be. Eventually, she opened up to Craig. Although Craig was quite puzzled by his wife's revelation, he reacted rather calmly and did not make a scene. However, the next day, Craig stated that he agreed to his wife's relationship with Sunny, but on the condition that he could join them. Karen was shocked by her husband's proposal and didn't know how to react to it. Nevertheless, Craig took the initiative and began courting Sunny, sending her flowers and small gifts. He seemed to see this as an opportunity to brighten his intimate life and add passion and new sensations to his marriage to Karen. At first, the women agreed to his proposal, but soon realized that for Craig it was a game of dominance. Their peculiar love triangle didn't last long, and Craig was made to realize that he was not welcome in their relationship. Feeling insulted, Craig demanded that Karen end the affair immediately, but she continued to date Sunny, genuinely in love. After nearly 2 decades of marriage, it seemed that Karen was ready to leave her husband for a new relationship, move to another state in secret meetings. After months of scandals, confrontations, and agonizing deliberation, Craig decided that the best solution to save his family would be to move to another state. He began looking for a new job, sending out resumes, and soon landed a position as a water director for a large company in Columbia, Missouri, a city neighboring Kansas. Craig believed that his wife's move to another state would end her affair with Sunny, and their family life would return to normal. The move in the summer of 2008 proved difficult for the family, as the children had to change schools, make new friends, and adjust to life in a new city. Although the family was already well off, Craig's salary in his new position was nearly double what he earned in Weatherford. However, with more responsibilities and more hours on the job, Craig naively thought he had cut Sonny out of his wife's life for good. But he was wrong. Karen and Sonny continued to communicate regularly, exchanging calls and texts and meeting in secret. They would drive to meet halfway and spend a couple hours in a roadside hotel before returning home. By then, Karen knew her marriage was doomed. She no longer loved her husband, and divorce was only a matter of time. These secret trysts continued until December 2008. On that New Year's Eve, the Kaler family returned to their hometown to visit family and friends. Sonny was also present at this party. Karen and Sonny behaved low-key at first, simply exchanging greetings. However, as the party progressed and under the influence of alcohol, they seemed to forget about social norms. The lovers were inseparable, holding hands, exchanging longing glances, and some guests even caught them kissing. Craig wasn't just angry, he was furious. Karen had insulted and humiliated him in front of dozens of former roommates, friends, and co-workers, making her affair public. Craig made a scene at the party, verbally attacking his wife and Sonny. An enraged Craig forcibly dragged Karen away from the party. On the way home, he lost control of himself. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her with such force that her dress ripped. He then slapped her, causing her to stumble and fall, hitting her head hard. Divorce and painful harassment. After returning home, the conflict did not subside, and a few days later, Karen told Craig that she was leaving him. She initiated divorce proceedings and demanded custody of the children. At first, Craig tried to apologize, begging to keep the family for the sake of the children and offering to give their marriage another chance. However, Karen was adamant and obtained a divorce, asking them to talk to Karen and convince her not to break up the family and stay with him. Despite his best efforts, she firmly told him that she was leaving for Sonny and was never truly happy in their marriage. In the early spring of 2009, while they were still living under the same roof, another argument broke out, and Craig resorted to physical violence for the first time since that New Year's Eve party. Karen reported him to the police, and he was arrested. However, he claimed that his wife was hysterical, and he only held her tightly to calm her down, which caused the bruises on her arms. After this incident, Karen, without waiting for an official divorce, took the children and moved out. For Craig, it was a serious blow, but even more he was angry when he learned that his daughters sided with their mother, saying that for the first time in a long time saw her happy. He saw this as a betrayal and refused to communicate with Emily and Lauren, only calling Sean and taking him with him on weekends, while blatantly ignoring his daughters. Meanwhile, despite the ongoing divorce proceedings, Craig still hoped that his wife would change her mind. He was jealous, tried to control her, and followed her everywhere. He watched her house, followed her around town in a rental car, trying to remain undetected, and even tried to set up a hidden camera in her house when no one was there. Naturally, all of this took time and effort, so Craig had to sacrifice work. First he took a vacation, then he claimed that he was sick, and in the end he just started skipping work without explanation. This reckless behavior led to his termination. After losing his job and source of income, Craig was forced to move into his parents' house because he couldn't afford his own. Now, with plenty of free time, he was able to stalk his ex-wife all day long, leading her to take his ex-husband to court to stop him from approaching her. Horrible Thanksgiving in November 2009. Just before Thanksgiving, Karen took her children to visit her 89-year-old grandmother Dorothy White in the small town of Burlingame, Kansas, to spend the vacation. On the evening of November 29th, the Burlingame Police Department received an alarm call about a suspicious van and the sound of gunshots. Dorothy's neighbors reported seeing a small truck pull up to the elderly woman's home, a man get out of it and enter the house. They then allegedly heard screams and gunshots, but are not sure. The man then left the house, got back into the truck, and drove away quickly. Neighbors did not attempt to apprehend him, fearing he was armed. When police pulled up to the house, they were met by a terrified 10-year-old boy calling for help. It was Sean Kaler, who couldn't explain what had happened, but it was clear that a terrifying scene awaited the police inside. Near the front door, they found the 89-year-old homeowner lying in a pool of blood and surprisingly alive despite 2 gunshot wounds. In the kitchen, police found the lifeless body of 44-year-old Karen. She had been shot in the chest and then killed by a close-range gunshot to the head. Her ex-husband had left her with no chance of survival. The body of her oldest daughter, 18-year-old Emily, lay between a wall and a couch. She had apparently tried to hide from her enraged father, but he caught up with her and took her life with 2 point-blank shots. Her younger sister Lauren lay in a pool of blood in a second-floor bedroom. She was still alive, begging faintly to save her life and repeatedly stating that her father had done it. The elderly woman and Lauren were immediately rushed to the intensive care unit of a nearby hospital. Despite the doctor's best efforts, their lives could not be saved. Lauren died on the morning of December 1st from massive blood loss and damage to her internal organs, and her great-grandmother died a few hours later that day, the only surviving witness. Sean was in a state of shock. Psychologists worked with him, but he needed a thorough interrogation as the only living witness to the tragic events at his great-grandmother's house. He said that evening his mother was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and he approached her to ask for his favorite pie. Suddenly the back door of the house swung open, and their father entered the house with a shotgun in his hand. Without saying a word, the man pointed the barrel at his ex-wife and shot her, then moved closer and fired again. For the first few seconds, Sean froze in horror. Then his father turned to him, but didn't aim, just silently and intently stared at him. Sean realized he had to run, so he jumped out the open back door. The boy ran toward the main entrance, hoping to alert his grandmother and sisters and call for help. However, as he reached the threshold, he heard several more gunshots. Fearing to enter the house, he hid in a small outbuilding. He heard several more shots and waited in terror for his father to come after him. "Where is Mr. Kaler?" Craig was immediately put on the wanted list, warning that he was armed and extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, police received several reports of a speeding truck, which helped them quickly determine the direction the gunman was traveling. At one point, the man abandoned his vehicle in a wooded area and began walking down a deserted road. Law enforcement quickly caught up with him and apprehended him the next morning. He had left the rifle and ammunition in the back seat, with prescription medication for depression and anxiety disorders lying next to the driver's seat. Mr. Kaler did not resist arrest. He did not seem to care anymore. He looked confused and even frightened, and honestly admitted that he was armed with a gun and a hunting knife, but did not intend to use them. He also admitted that he had done something terrible that he believed the police already knew about. At first, when he was taken to the police station, Craig fully admitted his guilt and poured his heart out to the investigating officer. He told how his wife had cheated on him with Sonny, how they had humiliated him in front of his friends at a New Year's Eve party, how his attempts to save his marriage had cost him his job and what was left of his self-respect. The man cried, said he did not know how he had decided to take such a step, and complained that everyone, including his daughters, had betrayed him. Trial and fair sentence. Craig's trial began in December 2010. The defendant, who was advised by his lawyer, Thomas Heaney, recanted his initial confession, blaming his actions on mental illness and insanity. It was his only option to avoid the death penalty for the murder of 4 people. Heaney tried to convince the court that his client was in a difficult psycho-emotional state after his wife left him for a lover. His children sided with their mother. He lost his job and was forced to move back into his parents' home. All of these factors contributed to the breakdown, the lawyer said, and Mr. Kaler committed the crime while insane, not realizing what he was doing. Prior to 1995, there was indeed a law that allowed criminals to get leniency by pleading insanity. However, in Kansas, where the crime was committed and the trial took place, that law was repealed. Furthermore, the prosecution found no evidence of insanity or affective state in Craig's actions, only cold calculation. He purchased guns and ammunition in advance, went to Dorothy White's house, knowing that his entire family was there. He shot each victim twice, leaving no chance of survival. However, he deliberately spared his son, Sean, allowing him to escape. In August 2011, the man was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to death. Who was 12 years old at the time, testified at the final hearing. He said that he did not wish his father dead, as he was the only close relative left. Despite numerous appeals by Craig and his attorneys, the verdict remained unchanged. As of today, Mr. Kaler is still in prison and continues to fight to have the case reviewed and the death sentence overturned. As for Sean, after the death of his mother and sisters, he was officially taken into custody by his maternal grandmother. He is now an adult, has finished school, received an education, and has decided to stay and work in his home state. Story 9. In the spring of 2000, a shocking and violent crime unfolded in the heart of the United States that would soon capture national attention. On the evening of March 19, 2000, a well-known and respected businessman named Michael Anderson, age 42, was found brutally murdered inside his upscale suburban home in suburban Ohio. The case was peculiar from the start due to the circumstances of the crime. There were no signs of forced entry, and the house appeared undisturbed. Anderson's body was discovered by his wife, Catherine, who had just returned from an evening out with friends. The police were called immediately, and within minutes, they arrived to investigate the scene. Anderson had been shot twice at close range in the chest. The weapon, a small caliber handgun, was not found in the vicinity, and there was no indication of a struggle. Despite his prominent position in the community, Michael Anderson had no known enemy. His business, an industrial supply company, was thriving, and his personal life seemed equally unremarkable. However, the quiet, seemingly perfect suburban neighborhood would soon be rocked by a series of revelations that would turn the investigation on its head. Within hours of the initial police report, investigators discovered an alarming detail. Michael Anderson's financial records revealed significant discrepancies. The company that he had built from the ground up had become entangled in a series of questionable financial dealings. Creditors were beginning to question the company's solvency, and rumors of impending bankruptcy had started to surface. At first glance, it seemed as though Michael Anderson's murder might be linked to his business dealings. Perhaps a disgruntled investor or a competitor in the same industry had resorted to violence. However, as detectives continued to delve deeper into the investigation, they began to realize that the case might be more complex than anyone initially thought. The wife of the victim, Catherine Anderson, was devastated by her husband's untimely death. She had been married to Michael for nearly 15 years, and while they had experienced the occasional marital hiccup, they had seemed to lead a happy life. Catherine spoke with police, providing details about her husband's day and his recent interactions. She reported that there had been nothing unusual in Michael's behavior leading up to the day of his death. She mentioned that Michael had seemed somewhat stressed recently, but she chalked it up to the financial pressure mounting on his business. As the hours passed, investigators interviewed more of Michael's colleagues, friends, and family members. They learned that Michael had been increasingly secretive in the weeks leading up to his murder, especially about the finances of his company. Several of his employees described him as having frequent late-night meetings and phone calls with an unidentified individual, though no one could provide a clear description of this person. One of the most puzzling pieces of evidence that emerged during the investigation was a set of cryptic phone calls made by Michael Anderson on the night of his death. According to Catherine, she had received a phone call earlier in the evening, but Michael had insisted that he was just going to bed early and would not be available to speak with anyone else. However, later that evening, Catherine received another phone call from Michael's cell phone number, but when she answered, there was no one on the other end. As more interviews were conducted and more evidence was gathered, the police began to piece together a chilling narrative. Michael Anderson's life was far from perfect, and the pressure he had been under, both professionally and personally, was far more intense than anyone could have imagined. His murder, they soon concluded, was the result of something deeper and more complex than a simple business dispute. The investigation into Michael Anderson's death would become one of the most talked about cases in Ohio that year. And as the case continued to unfold, detectives were left wondering, was this a case of murder motivated by greed and desperation, or was something more sinister at play in the life of Michael Anderson? As the investigation into Michael Anderson's murder progressed, detectives began to focus on the financial troubles that seemed to have enveloped his once thriving business. A deep dive into the company's records revealed shocking irregularities. Despite outward appearances of success, the company had accumulated a significant amount of debt. Additionally, key transactions had been made without the usual documentation, including transfers of large sums of money to offshore accounts. The more investigators uncovered, the clearer it became that Michael Anderson had been hiding something far darker than a simple business setback. In an effort to understand the nature of these transactions, detectives interviewed several key employees who had worked closely with Michael. One of them, a senior accountant named Sarah Thompson, had recently resigned from the company under somewhat suspicious circumstances. Sarah explained that she had noticed some unusual financial activity in the months leading up to Michael's death, but when she brought it up, she was quickly dismissed. She told investigators that Michael had been under extreme stress in the weeks prior to his death, and she suspected that he was hiding something, though she couldn't say exactly what. Sarah's testimony would soon reveal that Michael had been involved in a scheme to embezzle company funds, and that he had been attempting to cover it up. Despite this bombshell, detectives were careful not to jump to conclusions. They understood that financial motives alone might not explain the violent nature of the murder. They continued to investigate Michael's personal life, hoping to find any clues that might point to a different motive. As part of this, they focused on the details of Michael's relationships, both at home and at work. Catherine Anderson, Michael's widow, had become increasingly emotional as the investigation wore on. She had initially been a helpful and willing participant in the interviews, but as the days passed, she became more withdrawn and appeared to be hiding something. Investigators were not sure what to make of it at first, but they noted that her responses were becoming less detailed, and she seemed reluctant to provide more information about her husband's activities in the days leading up to his death. It wasn't until the police conducted a thorough search of the Anderson household that a new lead surfaced. Hidden behind a false panel in the wall of the master bedroom, investigators found a small safe. Inside the safe were several items that would set the course for the investigation in an entirely new direction. A series of incriminating documents, along with a small stack of photographs that would later prove to be key evidence. The photographs depicted Michael Anderson in a series of intimate and compromising situations with various individuals, some of whom were unfamiliar to the investigators at first. Among these individuals was a woman named Laura Henderson, who was soon identified as an old college acquaintance of Michael's. The photographs appeared to be taken in secret, and it was clear that Michael had been leading a double life, one that was hidden from his wife and business associates. As detectives dug deeper into Laura Henderson's background, they learned that she had become romantically involved with Michael several months before his death. She was in her mid-30s and worked as a financial consultant for a rival company in the same industry. The nature of their relationship remained unclear at first. Was it simply an affair, or was it something more? And most importantly, what did Laura know about the circumstances surrounding Michael's death? Detectives wasted no time in tracking down Laura Henderson. When they located her, she was reluctant to speak at first, but after hours of questioning, she eventually admitted to having an affair with Michael. She explained that she had been in a tumultuous relationship with him, characterized by secrecy and intense emotional highs and lows. She also confirmed that Michael had been increasingly erratic in the weeks leading up to his death, though she insisted that she had no knowledge of any financial wrongdoing. However, when pressed further, Laura made a startling admission. She revealed that Michael had confided in her about a large sum of money he had recently secured from an undisclosed source. Laura claimed that Michael had promised her a future together, and she believed that he was planning to leave Catherine and start a new life with her. But as the investigation continued, it became clear that Laura's motives were not entirely pure. Detectives discovered that she had been in significant debt herself, owing money to creditors from her own failed business ventures. Was it possible that Laura had played a role in Michael's murder, either in the heat of an argument or as part of a larger financial scheme? At the same time, detectives were also working to trace the phone calls that had been made from Michael's phone on the night of his murder. They found that one of these calls had been made to an unknown number that belonged to a man named Stephen Cross, a former business partner of Michael's, who had been involved in a bitter legal dispute with him over a failed joint venture several years earlier. Stephen had been out of contact with Michael for years, and the two had parted ways under tense circumstances. Cross had been a key figure in Michael's life at one point, but after their falling out, the relationship had soured. Cross had made several public threats to destroy Michael's reputation if he ever tried to leave the business arrangement they had shared. Could Stephen Cross have been seeking revenge, or was he simply a victim of circumstance, having been dragged into a much larger conspiracy? The investigators soon found that Stephen Cross had an alibi for the night of the murder. Surveillance footage and witness statements confirmed that he had been at a bar across town with a group of friends, making it unlikely that he had been directly involved. However, the nature of the phone call remained a point of contention. It was clear that someone had been in contact with Michael that night, and the investigators remained unsure of whether that call had been made out of necessity or as part of a larger plan. As the investigation drew on, detectives realized that they were beginning to piece together a larger puzzle, one that involved not just Michael Anderson's business dealings, but also his personal relationships, his debts, and his desperate attempts to cover up his own wrongdoing. The story was becoming more complex by the day, and with each new piece of evidence, it became clearer that Michael Anderson's death was the result of a tangled web of deceit, betrayal, and hidden motives. As the investigation continued, more connections emerged, further complicating the already intricate web of lies surrounding Michael Anderson's death. Investigators were now certain that his murder wasn't a simple act of robbery gone wrong or a random act of violence. It was deliberate, and the motives behind it seemed to involve not just business and financial issues, but also deeply personal betrayals that had been brewing for months, if not years. While the investigators had gathered substantial evidence linking Laura Henderson to Michael's financial troubles, they still struggled to understand the full scope of her involvement. The phone call between Michael and Stephen Cross, along with the discovery of hidden photographs, made it clear that there were far more people involved in this web of deceit than anyone had initially suspected. The breakthrough came when forensic experts examined Michael Anderson's computer and personal devices. Among the files on his laptop, they found a series of encrypted emails exchanged between Michael and a mysterious individual identified only by the pseudonym X. The emails were dated in the months leading up to his death and contained detailed plans for the embezzlement scheme that had taken place within his company. But the emails also revealed something else, something far darker. Michael had been communicating with X about a plan to stage his own disappearance. It was a startling revelation. Michael Anderson had been planning to fake his own death to escape from his financial and personal troubles. He had hoped to disappear, start a new life with Laura Henderson, and leave behind the mounting debts and legal complications that were closing in on him. But something had gone wrong, something he hadn't anticipated. The identity of X was unknown, and detectives immediately suspected that this was the person Michael had been in secret contact with for months. As they analyzed the encrypted emails further, they realized that the plan involved setting up a fake crime scene that would point to a robbery gone awry. Michael had intended for the scene to look as though a random burglar had killed him, allowing him to disappear without suspicion. But in the days leading up to March 19th, Michael had become paranoid. He feared that his plan might not succeed, and that people close to him might uncover the truth. Michael had grown increasingly desperate, possibly confiding in the wrong person, or perhaps someone had taken advantage of his fragile state. And that's when things escalated into murder. Detectives believed that Michael's plans had been derailed by someone who had been aware of his secret. They suspected that someone had realized that Michael was planning to disappear, and that this person wanted to ensure that Michael's departure wouldn't be so easy. The investigation now turned its attention to the people closest to Michael, those who might have had both the motive and opportunity to stop him from going through with his plan. Laura Henderson became the key suspect. As detectives continued to examine her background in connection to Michael, they found that her financial situation had worsened dramatically in the months before Michael's death. Despite Michael's promises of a future together, she had grown anxious about their future and her own financial instability. It was now clear that Laura had known about Michael's plan to disappear, but the question remained: did she play a role in his murder to ensure that he didn't leave her behind with nothing, or did someone else have a more sinister plan? In a final round of interviews, detectives focused on Catherine Anderson, Michael's widow. Her behavior had been notably more distant in recent days, and her reluctance to fully cooperate with the investigation had raised suspicions. While she had initially expressed grief over her husband's death, her reactions seemed to grow more detached as the case progressed. Catherine's statements were increasingly inconsistent, and investigators soon began to suspect that she might know more than she had let on. Finally, after much probing, Catherine broke down and confessed something that no one had expected. She had discovered Michael's plan to fake his own death shortly before he was killed. According to Catherine, Michael had made an offhand comment one evening about disappearing and starting fresh, but she had never taken it seriously. However, as she went through Michael's things and found evidence of his affair with Laura Henderson, she realized that the situation was more complicated than she had thought. Catherine explained that on the night of Michael's death, she had confronted him about the affair, about the financial problems, and about the plans she had uncovered. The confrontation had turned heated, with Catherine demanding answers. Michael had tried to calm her down, but when she accused him of abandoning their family and lying to her for months, something in him snapped. In the midst of their argument, Michael revealed that he had already made arrangements to leave her, that he had been planning to disappear for good. Enraged and overwhelmed by the betrayal, Catherine confessed that she had lashed out, striking him during the argument in a fit of rage. But it wasn't enough to stop Michael from continuing with his plan. In her own words, Catherine admitted that she had acted in a moment of fury. She didn't want to kill him, but she couldn't bear the thought of losing everything, of losing the life she had built with him, even though it had been built on deceit. Catherine had grabbed the handgun that Michael had kept for protection, and in a moment of panic, she shot him twice in the chest, ensuring that his disappearance would not happen. The motive was clear. Catherine's actions were driven by betrayal, anger, and desperation. She couldn't accept that Michael had chosen to leave her and their family for another woman, and in that moment, she saw only one way to ensure her life wouldn't fall apart. With Catherine's confession, the case was closed. She was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. As for Laura Henderson, she was never directly implicated in the murder, but her involvement in the larger financial scheme, along with her affair with Michael, painted her as a co-conspirator in his overall plan. In the end, Michael Anderson's carefully crafted scheme to escape his debts and start a new life had backfired catastrophically. His plan had set off a series of events that led to his own death, not by the hands of a criminal mastermind or an external force, but by the hands of the person closest to him, the one person who should have trusted him the most. The case left the community in shock, as many had believed that Michael Anderson had been a respectable businessman with a perfect life, but the truth was far more tragic and complex. Thanks for watching, guys. Subscribe to the channel, and also don't forget to click the bell. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life, because there is only one life. To be fair, it should be noted that this high-profile and very cruel case of the disappearance of a young mother, Marlene Oakes, could have been solved back in the distant 80s because the victim herself, who had a premonition of her imminent death, left many clues to the police, to which the law enforcers for some reason did not pay due attention. Marlene Oakes, the early years. The girl named Helen Marlene Oakes was born in 1954, the 7th of December, in the small town of Martinsville, in the state of Virginia, and was the middle of 3 children of the spouses Lorraine and William Oakes. She was raised with an older brother and a younger sister. Their family lived quite modestly, but the parents always tried to provide their children with everything they needed and bring them up worthy people. By the way, our today's heroine from childhood preferred to use her middle name Marlene, which she liked much more than Helen. She was petite and very cute blonde, with brown eyes and a charming smile, so it was not surprising that she had a lot of admirers from an early age. At the age of 16, barely out of school, the girl, wanting to soon start an independent life and escape from parental care, hurried to tie herself to the bonds of marriage. Her chosen one was a man named William Major, who was 10 years older than her. But the couple in love the difference in age did not confuse. The chosen one worked as an auto mechanic and seemed to the girl a serious and reliable man. Unhappy family life. Soon after the couple officially legalized their relationship, they settled in a trailer park on the outskirts of a small country town of Verona, located in Boone County, Kentucky. In 1972, the couple had their first common heir, a son, to whom they decided to give the name Donald. At that time, Marlene was barely 17 years old, and her husband was already 27 years old. 4 years later, the couple had a younger daughter, Lorna. The couple still lived in a small trailer on the grounds of the trailer park. Marlene was a homemaker, raising their children and making their modest home comfortable, while Bill worked at a service station fixing cars. He was good at what he did and was, so to speak, a jack of all trades. He had every chance to build a brilliant career, to open his own business, but the man did not particularly strive for anything. Money spouses barely enough for the essentials, but the head of the family. Every time he managed to earn a little more as a rule, spent it all on drink. Later, his addictions were joined by the use of illegal substances. At the same time, Bill was a sociable person, sociable and seemed very friendly and friendly to others. All these qualities helped him a lot in his work. People who turned to his workshop for help often came back again, and also recommended Majors as a good specialist to their friends. However, at home, Bill became a completely different person, rude, selfish, and cruel. Former feelings that had once linked their lives together with Marlene seemed to have evaporated without a trace, left only misunderstanding, resentment, and irritation. The couple often quarreled, and sometimes their heated arguments escalated into violence. Bill was not a caring husband and loving father, and over time he became more and more like a domestic tyrant, a new neighbor and a secret lover. In 1978, a young Canadian named Glenn St. Hiller was passing through the town of Verona, and his truck suddenly broke down. On the advice of the locals, he went to the workshop of Bill Major, who willingly undertook to repair the vehicle. The stranger was traveling from Ohio to Texas. He didn't know anyone in the area, and the only hotel in the suburbs was closed, and he simply didn't know where to stay. When Glenn complained to the auto mechanic about the situation he found himself in, Bill promised to help and quickly found him a place to stay in a trailer park and invited him over for dinner. The guest was literally enchanted by Marlene's beauty, her kindness, and friendliness. The young woman cooked a delicious meal, willingly and with interest kept the conversation, seemed very nice and open. 2 weeks later, Glenn visited Verona again to thank Bill for his help, and after another month, he decided to move here for a while. The man settled in the same suburban trailer park and took a job in Bill's shop, becoming Bill's subordinate. Also, the new neighbor began to show interest in Marlene, and in every possible way sought meetings with her. The situation in the family Major has long been very tense. The spouses only quarreled, shouted at each other, exchanged insults, and sometimes even fought. For Marlene, communication with kind and courteous Glenn became a real outlet. They quickly became close and soon became lovers. The couple spent all their free time together, trying to hide from prying eyes. But in a quiet suburb where everyone knows each other, gossip spreads quickly. Soon the rumors reached Bill, but the cheating husband didn't seem particularly upset about it. Moreover, he even strangely encouraged their relationship, and he seemed to have lost interest in his young wife. The explanation for this behavior was soon found, and it turned out to be truly monstrous. Major, as it turned out, had an unhealthy interest in his own children, and soon he began to realize his secret fantasies, the ugly truth, and the beginning of the divorce proceedings. Soon Marlene noticed some oddities and changes in the behavior of 8-year-old Donald. The boy became withdrawn, nervous, did not sleep well, and was afraid to be alone with his father. When his mother decided to have a frank talk with him, the child told her the terrible things his father did to him and asked her to protect him. Marlene was horrified by her son's confession and realized that it was simply impossible to continue living like this. She had long planned to divorce Bill, get sole custody of the children, and move with Glenn and the kids to her native Virginia, closer to her parents. Her lover also suggested that she do this, and now there was a real reason to hurry up with the divorce and move. Marlene told her husband everything she had learned from her son about his unacceptable behavior, declared her intention to divorce, and also threatened to report him to the police. The scandal quickly escalated into manhandling, and Bill hit his wife hard in the face several times. From that moment, the spouses were literally in a state of war. Marlene initiated the beginning of the divorce process, but separated from her husband. She could not yet because of the children because she wanted to achieve officially sole custody of them. Her husband beat her almost daily, insulted her, and threatened to kill her. He promised to kill her and said that he would make sure that no one would ever find the body and that he would stay with the children. The unhappy young woman simply did not know what to do. She secretly kept a personal diary in which she wrote down everything Bill said to her, how he threatened to kill her and cover his tracks. Moreover, several times, being in a state of alcoholic intoxication, Bill described in detail how he would get rid of his wife, dismembered her, and hid the remains in different places. The most important role in hiding the crime he assigned to the removal of all the teeth, so that the body would not be identified by dental records. It is noteworthy that all these terrible things, meager in colors, described not only his wife but also some of his friends, who, however, did not take his words seriously. Meanwhile, the situation was escalating, and the neighbors who lived in the trailer park became daily witnesses of the stormy marital strife. Marlene runs away with no kids and no lover. Everyone knew that Marlene had filed for divorce and was planning to move to another state with Glenn and the children. No one judged Marlene. Everyone knew how difficult and unhealthy the situation was in her family. But relatives and neighbors expected that everything would be resolved in a peaceful and civilized way. On October 11, 1980, around noon, the spouses once again loudly scandalized, but soon all quieted down. Toward nightfall, an agitated and angry Bill led the children to one of the neighboring trailers and knocked. He said that his wife had run off with her lover, leaving his son and daughter behind, and asked him to watch the kids until tomorrow while he tried to find Marlene and bring her home. The neighbors agreed to shelter the children for the night, and immediately thought that the young woman had run away with Glenn, but wondered how a loving and caring mother could abandon her adored offspring. What was everyone's bewilderment when Glenn came out of his trailer in the morning? To all the questions about the escape, he only stared at those around him incomprehensibly. It turned out that he had not seen his beloved since yesterday, and in general was not aware that she disappeared somewhere. Then Glenn himself went to Bill to clarify the situation, but the furious husband only shouted that his wife found another lover and lost her head. However, Glenn did not believe his words, because he knew for sure that no other man at Marlene was not, and she under no circumstances would not abandon the children. A day later, Major himself went to the police, where he reported the disappearance of his wife, outlining his version of events. He added that their family car had also disappeared, which he believed supported the runaway version. But the police also found the whole story very strange. They had the impression that Bill was making it up as he went along, sometimes contradicting himself, and confusing himself in elementary clarifying questions. Search for the missing woman, interrogation of witnesses. The police decided to begin the investigation of this case with a survey of neighbors and relatives of the couple, as well as studying the circumstances of the disappearance of the young woman. All unanimously spoke about the difficult relationship between the spouses, but claimed that Marlene would never have left Donald and Luana because she loved them more than life. There were also those who heard about Bill's creepy stories about how he would kill his wife and dispose of the body. This prompted the man's arrest and interrogation, but he himself claimed that it was just drunken chatter, and he didn't really intend to harm his spouse. The next oddity was that a search of the house revealed the missing woman's passport, wallet with cash and driver's license, as well as all of her personal belongings. It seemed as if she had just gotten into a car and left without her belongings, money, or documents, but where to? Marlene's relatives could not answer this question, but her sister mentioned about their last disturbing phone conversation that Oakes was afraid for her life and kept a diary in which she wrote down everything that happened to her. The information about the diary was of great interest to the detectives, but nothing similar was found when they searched the trailer. A few days later, Glenn showed up at the police station with the diary. He explained that Marlene had left her notes for him to keep, in case something happened to her, or she disappeared somewhere without a trace. When the woman did go missing, he waited a few days and then, realizing she wasn't coming back, took the notebook to the station. The pages contained some truly gruesome entries, including beatings, humiliation, and threats. There was also a detailed description of how Bill had promised to kill his wife. In addition, Marlene wrote about the fact that the husband showed a sick interest in children. In this regard, it was decided to talk to Marlene's son, but he did not provide any valuable information, practically did not answer questions, and only constantly asked to let him go home. For some reason, the detectives did not pay attention to the fact that the boy was scared and simply could not truthfully answer questions. His father had interviewed him beforehand, and Donald was afraid to say anything unnecessary for fear of his parents' anger. They decided not to traumatize 4-year-old Lalana and did not interrogate her. For the next few weeks, police officers scoured the neighborhood looking for any leads or clues. Marlene and her car were wanted statewide, but the young woman and the vehicle seemed to have vanished into thin air. There was no reason to believe she was dead or murdered. The investigation has reached a dead end. Move looks like an escape, despite the fact that relatives and neighbors testified against Bill, and the man himself was repeatedly called in for questioning. No grounds for his arrest were ever found. Neither a body nor any conclusive evidence that Marlene might have been seriously injured was found, and she was still missing. Major began to quickly sell off his property, explaining that he was going to move closer to his parents, because it is very difficult for him to manage 2 children after the escape of his wife. He sold his weapons, namely a rifle, a shotgun, and a couple of pistols. His strange behavior resembled not a preparation for moving, but an ordinary escape. To the children, Bill kept telling them that their mother never loved them, so she abandoned them. He said that Marlene was an alcoholic, that she had tons of lovers who were more important to her than her family. Bill diligently turned his son and daughter against their own mother, trying to make them hate the most dear person. It should be noted that he succeeded quite well, because Donald and Lalana were still small and blindly believed their father. Soon Bill and his children moved to the state of Rhode Island, where his parents lived. There they purchased a trailer and settled down for many years. But after the disappearance of Marlene, in the life of Donald and Lalana began a real black streak. Their father brutally beat them, abused them, humiliated them, and did even more terrible things. At first it was mostly Donald who was subjected to these tortures, but as Lalana grew older, the bitter fate did not spare her. About a year later the man had a new lover named Pauline with whom they began to live together, but could not legalize their relationship because Major was still married to the missing Marlene. Nevertheless, the couple had a child together, and for some time the family lived a quiet life. Until one day Pauline herself did not witness what Bill is doing with his own son. She immediately went to the police, telling them everything, took her child and left. Bill was eventually arrested, and his children went to live with their maternal grandparents in Virginia. A gruesome find in the woods. About a year and a half after Marlene's mysterious disappearance, a hunter came across a frightening sight in a wooded area near a Verona trailer park. He saw that his dog had started digging in the ground, and something resembling a fragment of a human skull emerged. The man immediately reported it to the police, and the arriving experts confirmed his hunch. It was indeed a badly damaged skull. The found remains were immediately sent to forensic experts for a detailed study, and the conclusions of experts were really frightening. The skull had a missing lower jaw and not a single tooth. There were 2 bullet holes in it, and the shots were made at point-blank range, and also the experts revealed on the bones chopped marks from a large knife or axe, which probably separated the head from the body. It was impossible to determine unequivocally to whom this skull belonged, but judging from the size and condition of the bones, it was assumed that it was a young woman, under 30 years of age. Naturally, the story of Marlene's disappearance immediately came to mind. The entire area within a radius of several kilometers was thoroughly combed, but no other remains or belongings were found, and so the discovery was dubbed Jane Doe, which means unknown, and the search was suspended. A new investigation 20 years later. When Donald and Lalana moved into their grandparents' house, their lives gradually got better. Most of all, they were afraid of the day when their father would be released. But Bill, after his release, was not interested in his grown-up offspring at all, and did not even try to get in touch with them. For a long time, Lalana did not talk about her mother at all because she was angry at her for leaving them with a tyrant father. But one day, during a frank conversation with her grandmother, Lalana asked her why her mother had fallen out of love with her and her brother and left the family. To what the old woman replied that she did not believe in the story of the escape and believes that it was her spouse has dealt with her. At this point, the girl's world turned upside down. She looked at the situation in a completely different way and realized that the grandmother was right. The girl decided to conduct her own investigation and uncover the mystery of her mother's disappearance. The first thing Lalana did was to keep a notebook in which she wrote down everything she could remember from her childhood, as well as everything her older brother knew and remembered. In 1998, when the girl was already 22 years old, she decided to go to her native Verona in order to talk to former neighbors and find out if any of them have valuable information that will help her. As it turned out, in those places still lived Glenn, who did not lose hope that one day the mystery of the disappearance of his beloved will be solved. His personal life has not developed. The man was lonely, worked at a local factory, and was constantly interested in the investigation of the case of Marlene Oakes. It was from Glenn Lalana, learned about the diary that her mother kept, which she gave him for safekeeping before her disappearance. This diary was later added to the case file, and lost somewhere on the shelves of the police archives. Lalana was able to get permission to see her mother's writings, and was literally shocked by the contents of the diary. Not only did her mother know she was about to die, but she also gave the name of her killer, the method of death, and the process of hiding the evidence. After reading the notes, the girl immediately rushed to her father, whom she had not seen for more than 10 years, in order to find out the truth. After his release from prison, remarried, but in 1995 he had a stroke, and since then, he has been confined to a wheelchair. When he learned the reason for his daughter's visit, he only laughed in her face. Lalana begged him to tell her where he had hidden Marlene's remains so that she could give her mother a decent burial. The girl promised that she would not go to the police, and everything Bill said would remain just between them. But the father only insulted his daughter, called her crazy, and said that she would never know what happened to her mother. From her mother's diary, Lalana learned about the perfect crime her father was preparing, which included dismembering her, removing all of her teeth, and burying the remains in different places. Also, Lalana, who along with her brother was bullied by Bill as a child, found out some horrific details from her father's biography. It turned out that even before meeting their mother, Bill served time for harassment. But for some reason, this circumstance police officers passed over when entrusted major custody of the children after the disappearance of their mother. In 2000, 2 decades after Marlene's disappearance, her daughter initiated a new investigation into the case, providing all the materials she had managed to collect on her own. Lalana and her brother were re-interviewed, and this time they recounted everything their father had done to them, the beatings being the least of their troubles. At the same time, Lalana learned about an unidentified skull fragment with no teeth or lower jaw that had been found in the local woods a year and a half after her mother's disappearance. She began to insist on the need for DNA testing, but at the time the procedure was extremely expensive and government agencies refused to cover the cost. However, Lalana did not even think of giving up and organized a fund to raise money for the procedure. And just concerned people joined in, and eventually, by the beginning of 2001, Lalana already had the necessary amount of money to carry out the identification procedure. The analysis established the degree of the girl's kinship with the previously unidentified remains and determined that the skull fragment found did indeed belong to the missing Marlene Oakes. Then Lalana, already having the results of the examination, went to her paternal grandfather to talk to him and find out if he knows anything. The elderly man was shocked by the news and agreed to testify to the police against his own son. Bill's father said that back in 1980, his son, being in a state of alcoholic intoxication, told him that he killed his wife with 2 shots in the head, dismembered her body with a hunting knife, and buried the remains in different places at an impressive distance from each other. At the same time, he got rid of the lower jaw and teeth especially carefully. He threw it off a cliff into the river, but the police eventually failed to find the car or its fragments. Most likely, for more than 2 decades, the turbulent mountain river either carried the vehicle far downstream or completely destroyed it, literally grinding it against sharp rocks. Trial and a just verdict. Despite the new circumstances and the evidence found, there was still no probable cause to arrest Bill. Then the police decided to go for a trick and asked Bill's father to bring his son to a frank phone conversation so that he confessed to everything. The trick succeeded, and Major, learning that his daughter seeks to resume the investigation, said that she will not succeed because he has safely hidden all to her car and got rid of the instrument of crime. It was these words of Bill that became the reason for his arrest, because he actually confessed to everything himself. In July 2001, the man was taken into custody. After listening to the recording of the telephone conversation, as well as learning about the identification of the skull, he confessed to what he had done. However, he blamed everything on his late wife, saying that she simply drove him to scandals, cheating, as well as threats to take his children and forbid him to see them. At the trial, Bill told his version of the story, saying that he and his wife had a fight in the car and she started threatening him with a gun, but he grabbed the gun from her and allegedly accidentally shot her twice in the head, except that the shots were fired into the back of her head at point-blank range, which looked like a premeditated crime, but not self-defense. Bill's trial did not begin until the summer of 2003, 23 years after his crime. At the hearing, the 59-year-old defendant was brought in a wheelchair. He himself behaved calmly and was confident that he would be able to avoid punishment. The lawyer hired by him insisted that this crime was the result of self-defense, and the stories of Lalana and Donald about harassment are not true. But despite the defense's best efforts, the court found Major guilty of the brutal premeditated murder of Marlene Oates. The man was sentenced to life in prison, which came as a complete surprise to him. In December 2016, Bill tried to apply for parole but was denied. A year later, he died in prison after suffering a second stroke. Thanks for watching, guys. Subscribe to the channel, and also don't forget to click the bell. There are many shocking stories ahead. Story 2. The case of Nancy Paula Reyes Gorses. What led to the crime against the pregnant woman, and what became of the child. The quest for personal happiness and a better life can be long, fraught with difficulties, and doesn't always yield the desired outcome. Many people are drawn to other countries or even the other side of the world in these pursuits. But sometimes, instead of finding the expected happiness, they encounter only pain, deep disillusionment, or even death. In the pursuit of dreams and overarching goals, it is crucial to remain aware of the people around us. The story of a young Guatemalan woman named Nancy Paula Reyes Gorses has become one of the most resonant cases in Spain in recent years. The mother of two left Central America to cross the ocean in search of employment, and that could provide her daughters with a decent life and assist her elderly parents. However, the woman never returned home. Fragments of her disfigured and unrecognizable body were found with difficulty in desolate and nearly impassable areas. At the time of her crime, she was 4 months pregnant, and the perpetrator was someone challenging life in Guatemala. Little is known about the early years of the woman named Nancy Paula Reyes Gorses. She was born on April 13, 1991, in a small village named Granados in the Republic of Guatemala. Nancy was the second of 5 children in a very poor family. Her parents, Jorge and Prudencia Gorses, struggled to make ends meet. Despite this, they did everything possible to ensure their children received a good education and could live better than they did. After finishing school, Nancy was able to enroll at the university in the city of Villanueva, where she studied business administration and document management. She was a diligent student and graduated with honors. However, despite her academic achievements, significant career prospects did not follow. She worked as a cashier in a large supermarket during her studies and later was promoted to administrator. But her career progression stalled there. During her university years, Nancy lived in an unregistered marriage with a young man whose name is not mentioned in public records, with whom she had 2 daughters. Unfortunately, this relationship did not lead to a long-term commitment and the couple separated. The father of the girls subsequently lost interest in the fate of his children and did not provide any financial support. Decision to relocate. Nancy continued to live in her parents' house now with her own daughters, working at the supermarket and seeing no future prospects. The family barely had enough money for essentials, and something had to change. In 2013, Nancy's older sister emigrated to the United States, where she soon found a good job, married successfully, and settled well. Nancy decided to radically change her life too, but she chose to relocate to Europe, settling on sunny Spain. At that time, she didn't even have enough money to buy a one-way plane ticket, let alone funds needed for initial expenses. For several years, Gorses worked diligently, saving enough money to finally make her dream come true in the summer of 2018. In July, she bought a ticket to Madrid and promised her parents that she would keep in constant contact so they wouldn't worry about her. She planned to find housing and a job upon arrival. She carried a few €1,000, enough to rent a room, cover food, and the most necessary items until she could secure a steady income. At the time of her departure, Nancy was 27 years old, and her daughters, who stayed with their grandparents in Guatemala, were 7 and 5 years old. Nancy didn't stay long in Madrid. After living in Barcelona for some time, she moved to the city of Ciudad Real, the center of the Spanish province of the same name. She called home almost daily, asking about her family's well-being, and she regularly sent money home, which increasingly helped her parents not only fully support themselves and her daughters, but also to renovate their old house. Nancy mentioned she didn't have an official stable job, and was making ends meet through odd jobs, like cleaning in affluent homes or caring for the elderly and sick. Nancy never complained about the hardships. On the contrary, she told her family that Europe offered more opportunities, and she could never have earned as much back home, even working around the clock with no days off. It seemed she was completely satisfied with how her life was unfolding, and even spoke of eventually bringing her daughters to Spain. Once she saved enough to rent a spacious and comfortable home for the whole family. A fateful romance. For a while, Nancy didn't share much about her personal life, claiming she simply had no time due to work. But in the spring of 2020, she admitted to her parents that she had met a man with whom she had started a romantic relationship. His name was Carlos Andres Bustamante, and they had met by chance while Garcés was looking for new rental housing. As they resolved this issue, the couple grew closer and eventually started living together. Carlos was a year older than his beloved and, at the start of their relationship, did not have a steady income, surviving on random small jobs. In fact, Nancy was the main breadwinner in their relationship. She paid for housing and bills, and often gave Carlos money for his personal needs and expenses. However, she never complained to her family about this. Her parents were confident that everything was fine, and their daughter had met a good man with whom she lived in love, harmony, and abundance. By that time, Nancy's two younger brothers had also moved to Spain, with whom she kept in touch. She was particularly close to Dennis, the youngest brother, who had even met Carlos personally and found him likable. At the end of June 2020, Nancy and Carlos decided to move to the resort city of Santander, located on the Atlantic coast. In a phone conversation with her family, Nancy mentioned that the climate was warmer and better there, and she saw more job prospects. However, at that time, certain difficulties began to appear in her relationship with Carlos, which she tried not to discuss with anyone. Bustamante turned out to be jealous, temperamental, and quite cruel. Moreover, he lacked any career ambitions and was completely satisfied being most alarmingly. He abused alcohol and occasionally indulged in forbidden substances, although he constantly tearfully promised to quit and find a stable job. Garcés was openly doubting whether to continue her life with this man when she discovered she was pregnant. Carlos was thrilled by this news and swore that from now on, their life would change for the better, but in reality, things only got worse. He continued to drink and use drugs, taking money from his civil wife or asking his mother for it. Moreover, he began to physically abuse Nancy, something she tried to keep from everyone. Alarming signals on the evening of August 12th. While Nancy was video chatting with her parents, they suddenly heard Carlos loudly shouting and berating their daughter, demanding to know who she was talking to. He didn't believe her when she said she was speaking with her mother and snatched the phone from her hand. After verifying the truth by looking at the screen, he simply threw the device onto a chair and walked away. The situation repeated itself. Carlos again grabbed the phone from Nancy's hands while she was talking to her parents and daughters. He demanded to see who she was speaking with, insulted her, and even threatened harm. A frightened Nancy later explained to her relatives that her partner was just overly jealous and tried to reassure them that everything was fine. Her parents, however, tried to persuade her to contact the police, but she insisted that she could handle the situation herself. However, on August 17th, during a candid phone conversation with her sister, Garcés ominously stated that if anything happened to her or if she suddenly died, Carlos would be solely to blame. Her words were chilling, but she did not elaborate further, only asking her sister to take care of her children if needed. This was the last time her sister heard Nancy's voice. On August 20th, around 2 in the afternoon, Nancy sent a text message to her father promising to call later that evening, but she never did, nor the next day, which was unusual for her. She also did not respond to calls from her family, prompting them to try contacting Carlos, but he did not answer his phone either. Since the couple had recently moved to Santander and had no friends there, and Nancy's brothers were on the other side of the country and couldn't quickly arrive to check on her, the situation was alarming. A few days later, a strange message came from Carlos' phone stating that he and Nancy had argued and decided to split up. Allegedly, she had packed her things and left in search of a separate apartment, was ignoring his calls, and he had no idea where she might be. Her brothers then suggested that Carlos should immediately come to see Dad Real, so they could go to the police together and file a missing person report. But as expected, he never showed up, did not file the report, and on top of everything else, he too stopped communicating with the Garcés family. Mother knew everything. The relatives of the missing woman themselves contacted the police to report her disappearance. Meanwhile, through Nancy's friends, her brothers found the address of Sandra Bustamante, Carlos's mother. When they visited her, introduced themselves, and explained the situation, she unexpectedly broke down in tears, confessing that she had suspected her son to do something terrible to his partner, but she did not elaborate on the details. Sandra also had no idea where her son and future daughter-in-law were. Carlos wasn't answering her calls, but only sent brief messages, asking her not to ask questions and to give him some time. She liked Nancy, but knew her son too well and understood what he was capable of. The next day, Sandra was called in for questioning at the police station. Law enforcement wanted to discuss the disappearance of her would-be daughter-in-law and to find out the possible whereabouts of Carlos. She shared with the officers what she had already told the girls' brothers the day before and showed them a lengthy text message that Nancy had sent her a couple of days before she vanished. In the message, Nancy pleaded with Sandra never to give her son money, regardless of the tearful stories he might concoct. According to Garces, he would spend it all on alcohol and banned substances, under the influence of which he became very aggressive and cruel. He had no desire to find a job or battle his addictions, and his behavior became increasingly threatening, prompting the pregnant woman to consider leaving him. She ended her message by saying it was better to end things now before anyone got hurt. Another disturbing detail also came to light. It turned out that Carlos had several prior convictions for causing bodily harm, and one of his first victims had been his own mother, whom he had brutally beaten when he was just a 17-year-old teenager. At that time, he had gotten off with probation, but later, after leaving his family home, he had served short terms for assaulting women with whom he lived and tried to form relationships. The investigation was just beginning, but in the first few days, many curious details emerged that indicated this union was doomed from the start. In addition to Carlos being an aggressive, unemployed drug addict with a criminal record and suffering from uncontrollable bouts of rage, friends of Nancy revealed something interesting about her as well. It turned out that the woman was not merely a housekeeper or caregiver, as she had told her parents, because cleaning houses and caring for the elderly would never have brought in as much money as she was sending home every month. The slender, dark-haired Guatemalan with a striking appearance provided escort services to wealthy Spaniards and visitors alike. Indeed, her work was connected to the odd and sudden move to the resort port city of Santander, where she had more opportunities to earn. He was fine with it since she fully supported them both, eliminating the need for him to find work himself. However, when she became pregnant, he began to lose his mind. Firstly, he was tormented by doubts about whether he was the father of the child, suspecting it might be one of Nancy's clients. Secondly, she continued to work even in her condition, and Bustamante was insanely jealous. He alternated between forbidding her to meet and talk with other men, and forcing her to work when they ran out of money to live on. The money that the man took from his mother, he spent exclusively on himself and his vices. Horrific discoveries in a rented apartment. For nearly a week, there had been no known whereabouts of Nancy and Carlos. Carlos had been in touch, but only responded with messages and never disclosed his location. Surprisingly, it wasn't until August 26th that police finally obtained a warrant to search the couple's vacant rental apartment in Santander. What they found there was truly shocking, and left no doubt that Nancy was no longer alive. Blood traces were found virtually everywhere in the apartment. Some attempts had been made to clean them up, but for the most part, they were visible even to the naked eye. Fragments of bones, hair, as well as pieces of skin and internal organs were discovered. Forensic analysis confirmed that all belonged to the missing woman, although her remains were not found in the apartment. The crime scene suggested that Nancy had been brutally ended, dismembered in the bathroom, and her remains disposed of elsewhere. Carlos immediately became the prime suspect in the case. He remained unreachable, and his whereabouts were unknown. Also found in the apartment was a package from a small hatchet purchased at a local hardware store. The tool itself was not found, but Carlos Bustamante's clear fingerprints were on the package. Security footage from that store showed that on August 20th, Carlos bought the hatchet, a pair of sturdy rubber gloves, and large trash bags. At a market near their home, he purchased a small cart from an elderly vendor, who immediately recognized the suspect from a photo shown to him. Arrest and search for the body. The day after the grim discoveries in the apartment, an unsuspecting Carlos unexpectedly turned himself in at a police station in Madrid. Trying to deflect suspicion from himself, he went to report Nancy missing, but was immediately arrested as the main suspect in the gruesome crime. Carlos claimed he had nothing to do with what happened, stating they had argued and parted ways on August 20th. He said he left town in a fit of emotion and was unaware of any subsequent events involving Nancy. He suggested that someone might have attacked her when she returned to the apartment to gather her belongings. Carlos's version sounded far-fetched, especially after police found his fingerprints on the hatchet's packaging. In the following days, nearby wastelands, sewer systems, and the coastline were thoroughly searched with the help of divers, but no trace of Nancy was found. The police then decided to track all of Carlos' movements from August 20th to the 26th, using his mobile phone signal. It turned out he had spent 3 days traveling along the coast, and had also visited the cities of Bilbao and Burgos before heading to Madrid. It was clear that Carlos was trying to cover his tracks, but it seemed unlikely that he would travel around the country with a dismembered body, leading authorities to continue their search in Santander. Street surveillance footage showed that on the evening of August 20th, he walked toward a large natural forest park. He returned to the apartment late at night and then went out again, this time with a cart filled with oddly shaped bags. There were few cameras in the park itself, so once Carlos entered the wooded area, he disappeared and later reappeared with the same cart, which was now much lighter. He then headed toward the railway tracks, beyond which was a steep cliff overgrown with bushes. From there, he returned much lighter, giving law enforcement a clear indication of where to look for the body. Where is the child? It wasn't until September 16th that bags containing highly decomposed human remains were found in thick underbrush on a hillside. These remains were identified as those of the missing Nancy Gorses, divided into 20 parts with a hatchet. According to security camera footage, everything Carlos transported in the cart was recovered, but something was still missing. Nancy, as we recall, was 4 months pregnant, yet her fetus was not found in any of the bags. The condition of the victim's genitals and lower abdomen showed merciless mutilation with a knife and hatchet, indicating that the perpetrator likely extracted the fetus and disposed of it separately from the mother's body. Carlos consistently denied his involvement, gave conflicting statements, and continued to try to shift the blame onto an unknown assailant. However, traces of the victim's blood were found on his clothing and shoes, which he attempted but failed to completely wash off. Despite Bustamante's refusal to admit guilt, investigators were able to piece together the chain of tragic events and the full scenario of the crime. Forensic experts believe that on the afternoon of August 20th, following an argument, the man brutally beat and strangled his pregnant partner in the kitchen where traces of blood were found on the floor and walls. Carlos then moved Nancy's body to the bathroom and went shopping at a hardware store and the market. In the bathroom, he divided Nancy's body into 20 parts using a hatchet and a large kitchen knife, placed the pieces into bags, and loaded everything into a cart. He then went to the park, looking for secluded places to dispose of the body. Late at night, he left the apartment with the cart and followed a pre-planned route deep into the park, scattering the bags in various locations, hoping they would never be found. Trial and sentence: the whereabouts of the fetus Carlos removed from Nancy's body remain unknown. He denied his guilt and claimed he loved her. From the time of the gruesome crime until his arrest in Madrid, Bustamante lived off the money he stole from Gorses, which he spent daily in bars across various cities. The investigation. The search for evidence and witnesses took law enforcement nearly 2 years, and the trial of the murderer did not begin until July 2022. In November of the same year, Carlos was found guilty of the premeditated brutal murder of Nancy and her unborn child, as well as the dismemberment and desecration of her body. However, many considered the sentence handed down to the murderer to be too lenient, and he was also ordered to pay financial compensation of 150,000 euros to the parents and daughters of the deceased woman. Story 3. The story of young Costa Rican Mariam Vallejo shook the entire nation, leaving even the most composed individuals in disbelief. What seemed like an ordinary argument escalated into an irreversible tragedy. Those who believed they knew her story soon uncovered hidden layers, a world of endless manipulation, toxic relationships, and love games that frequently crossed the line. Mariam had dreamed of keeping her family together, but her love ultimately cost her life. What really happened on that ill-fated day, and who is responsible for her death? Unhealthy relationships are not worth fighting for or trying to save. At their core, they resemble living on a powder keg, primed to ignite with constant arguments, manipulations, resentment, and attempts at control. A destructive partner may not only resort to physical aggression, but can also inflict emotional harm. This often takes the form of breaking down their partner's confidence, instilling feelings of worthlessness, inadequacy, and the belief that they cannot survive without them. Through persistent criticism and belittlement, they invalidate their partner's accomplishments and crush their sense of self. Such a relationship only leads to pain, disappointment, and an absence of any hope for a future together. Who is Miriam Vallejo? Miriam Andrea Fernandez. Vallejo was born on February 19, 1998, in Heredia, the capital of the province of the same name in Costa Rica. She was the oldest of 3 children in the family of Douglas Fernandez Aguilaro and his wife, Ivania Marietta Vallejo. Her parents worked hard to ensure their children had everything they needed, received a good education, and grew up to be respectable individuals. From a young age, Miriam was known for her striking beauty, which only became more apparent as she grew older. By her teenage years, she had a model-like appearance. Long black hair, large expressive eyes, a symmetrical face, and a flawless figure. Unsurprisingly, she had many admirers vying for her attention. Those who knew Miriam personally described her as intelligent, cheerful, outgoing, and friendly. She was always ready to help others. She excelled academically and dreamed of pursuing a career in journalism and social communication. At the age of 18, she became a student at a prestigious university in San Jose, where she studied editorial work and broadcast journalism. Her parents were proud of their eldest daughter, confident that she would achieve success in her chosen field. However, not long after she began studying in the capital, she entered into a relationship that, sadly, would bring her nothing but trouble. Miriam's family sensed this from the start, but blinded by love, the young woman refused to listen to anyone. Who was Marvin Bernays? Marvin Alonso Bernays was born in 1992 in San Jose and was the oldest of 2 children in a wealthy and well-known family. His parents owned a large chain of pharmacies and several department stores in the capital. Marvin grew up alongside his younger sister with whom he was very close, and the two always supported each other. As a child, Marvin was spoiled and demanding, never experiencing denial of anything he wanted. His parents always excused his behavior and protected him from the consequences of his actions, no matter how severe. This lack of boundaries led Marvin to develop harmful habits at a young age. As a teenager, he became involved with alcohol and prohibited substances. He frequently attended parties at popular venues, had numerous short-lived relationships, and lived without any plans for the future, fully reliant on his parents' wealth. On his 18th birthday, his parents gifted him an expensive car, which he often drove recklessly and under the influence, frequently getting into trouble. When his parents realized they had lost control over their son, they threatened to take back the car and cut him off from the family account. But Marvin knew all too well that his parents would never follow through on their threats, so he continued to ignore their warnings. By the time Marvin turned 20, the once skinny young man had started taking his appearance seriously. He became a regular at the gym, focusing on building muscle. This newfound interest in fitness led him to stop using prohibited substances and significantly cut back on alcohol consumption. Soon, another passion emerged. Marvin began covering his body with bold and colorful tattoos. However, a few years later, his enthusiasm for fitness faded. Believing his physique was already ideal, he stopped working out and returned to his old lifestyle of loud parties, heavy drinking, and substance use. With his expensive car, designer wardrobe, and in carefree spending of his parents' money, Marvin had no trouble meeting women. In fact, many approached him first, drawn to his flashy lifestyle. There's no clear information about how Marvin first met the reserved beauty Miriam. Some sources suggest they were introduced by mutual friends who invited Miriam to a party, while others claim Marvin stumbled across Vallejo's social media profile, was instantly captivated by her looks, showered her with compliments, and quickly asked her out. Their relationship, which began in the spring of 2016, was tumultuous from the very start. Marvin treated Miriam as though she were his property, and even his affectionate gestures often carried an undertone of aggression and control. For instance, he would pinch her hard enough to leave bruises or roughly grab her chin during conversations to force her to look at him. Their private moments were no exception to this unsettling dynamic. Miriam once confided in a close friend that Marvin had a habit of choking her, claiming it was playful. However, there were times when his actions went too far, leaving her genuinely afraid for her life. Despite this, Miriam, being inexperienced in relationships, saw Marvin as her first serious boyfriend, her first great love, and the first man in her life. She convinced herself that Marvin would never truly harm her. She rationalized his behavior as a strange way of showing his affection and was willing to forgive him. When Miriam introduced Marvin to her parents for the first time, they immediately sensed something was wrong. They were alarmed by the way Marvin treated their daughter. His behavior was rough and disrespectful, even in their presence. They couldn't help but wonder what might happen when the couple was alone. Douglas and Ivania tried to reason with Miriam, urging her to end the relationship. They believed nothing good would come from it. Marvin struck them as immature, lacking ambition, and without any clear goals or plans for the future. However, Miriam passionately defended him, insisting that he was a good person who loved her deeply, even if his way of expressing it was unconventional. She argued that he was simply searching for his path in life. Her parents reluctantly accepted their daughter's decision and hoped for the best. Miriam's friends grew increasingly concerned after she began dating Marvin. The once cheerful and outgoing young woman became a shadow of her former self. It seemed her entire world now revolved around her boyfriend, and she wouldn't go anywhere or talk to anyone without his approval. Friends also noticed bruises on her body, but Miriam always brushed them off as accidents or her own clumsiness. In October 2016, news broke that Miriam was pregnant. The revelation shocked her parents, her boyfriend, and even Miriam herself. At just 18 years old, the university student and her boyfriend were completely unprepared for such a life-changing event. However, Miriam quickly decided she would keep the baby. Ivania and Douglas, her parents, supported her decision and promised to help her raise their grandchild. They urged Miriam not to drop out of university and insisted that she avoid marrying the baby's father. Marvin initially pressured Miriam to terminate the pregnancy, but when he realized she wouldn't go through with it, his behavior grew more controlling. He began telling her she would never be free of him. After learning about the pregnancy, Marvin's treatment of Miriam worsened. He openly cheated on her, spent nights at parties where he indulged in alcohol and prohibited substances, yet continued to monitor her every move. He insulted her at every opportunity, making cruel comments about how she would soon become clumsy and lose her attractiveness. Marvin repeatedly told Miriam that no one else would want her and that if she left him, she would end up alone forever. Despite the constant insults and emotional abuse, Marvin desperately tried to convince Miriam that they needed to get married. He framed his proposal as a noble act, claiming he wanted to save her from the stigma of being a single mother. However, his actions showed no real care or compassion for her. When Miriam felt unwell, he told her to stay away from him and not bother him with her problems. In mid-December 2016, despite all the warnings from her loved ones, Miriam agreed to marry Marvin. However, Marvin's parents were also against the union. They refused to provide any financial support to the young couple, believing that Miriam had deliberately gotten pregnant to take advantage of their family's wealth. They even threatened to disown their grandchild. The couple had no choice but to accept the offer from Miriam's parents. Douglas and Ivania allowed them to move into their home temporarily, either until the baby was born or until Marvin found a job to afford their own place. Miriam's parents covered all expenses, effectively supporting their pregnant daughter and her unemployed husband, a domestic tyrant. Marvin was an irresponsible, lazy, and disrespectful young man with a host of bad habits he had no intention of giving up. He readily took advantage of the kindness of Miriam's parents, eating at their table, borrowing money, and continuing his carefree bachelor lifestyle. Worse, Marvin would insult and humiliate his wife in front of her family. And when her parents tried to stand up to him, Miriam would always defend her husband. One day, during another heated argument, Marvin grabbed Miriam by the neck and began choking her. Her father, Douglas, witnessed the incident and struck Marvin several times. Marvin responded by hurling obscenities at the entire family and declared he would never set foot in their home again. He packed his belongings and, despite the tears and pleas of his pregnant wife, walked out. From that day forward, Miriam cried constantly and rarely left her room. She blamed her father for what had happened and accused her parents of interfering in her marriage. Even after everything, Miriam still didn't recognize the danger of Marvin's actions. His physical aggression, even during her pregnancy, and clung to the belief that they could build a happy future together. About a week before her due date, Marvin, who hadn't contacted Miriam in nearly 4 months, suddenly appeared at the Vallejo family's doorstep. He claimed to have reflected on his actions and was now ready to take responsibility for their child and support the family. Marvin apologized to Miriam and her parents, but made it clear he had no intention of moving back into their home. In July 2017, Miriam gave birth to a baby girl whom she named Luciana. The child's father visited them at the hospital only once, and then disappeared for another month. When he finally showed up at Miriam's parents' home, it was clear nothing about his behavior had changed. Sometimes Marvin would arrive drunk or under the influence of prohibited substances. He acted belligerently, insulted everyone, and refused to leave when asked. He often asserted his parental rights, even threatening to take Luciano away through legal action, hinting at his family's wealth and connections. Shockingly, he also demanded that Miriam fulfill her marital obligations. Most troubling of all, Marvin continued to monitor Miriam's every move. He insisted on knowing where she went, who she met, and what she did, maintaining control over her life, and treating her as if she were his property. Despite all of this, the topic of divorce was never even considered. The first attempt at a crime on the evening of December 23, 2017, Marvin showed up at the Vallejo family home, ostensibly to visit his daughter. However, from the moment he arrived, he seemed agitated and ready to provoke an argument. When he approached the crib and saw that the baby was asleep, his frustration boiled over. He began shouting, accusing Miriam of deliberately putting their 5-month-old daughter to bed to prevent him from spending time with her. Marvin's anger escalated, and he violently shook the crib, waking and frightening the baby. Miriam rushed to comfort Luciana and pleaded with Marvin to leave. Instead, he threatened to take their daughter away and prevent Miriam from ever seeing her again. Their argument grew more heated, and suddenly, Marvin grabbed Miriam by the neck, forcing her to the floor as he began choking her. At the time, they were in an upstairs bedroom while the rest of the family was downstairs, unaware of the commotion. Miriam couldn't move, couldn't breathe, and couldn't call for help. She felt herself slipping into unconsciousness and believed she wouldn't survive. Just as she was preparing for the worst, her father, Douglas, walked into the room to check on them. For a brief moment, Douglas froze at the sight of Marvin attacking his daughter. Then, without hesitation, he charged at his son-in-law, pushing him off Miriam and saving her life. Marvin yelled insults and threats as he stormed out of the house. It took Miriam nearly half an hour to calm down and catch her breath after the ordeal. The next day, Miriam finally found the courage to go to the police and report the assault and attempted crime. She provided evidence showing bruises, defensive wounds on her arms, and the distinct marks of fingers and palms on her neck. The injuries made it clear she had been attacked and strangled. The authorities took her statement seriously and immediately went to arrest Marvin. However, shortly after Marvin's arrest, his parents and sister came to Miriam's home to plead with her to drop the charges. They accused her of trying to ruin the life of her child's father and used every emotional tactic to sway her. Under pressure, Miriam gave in and withdrew her statement the following day. As a result, Marvin faced no consequences for his actions, a fatal reconciliation, and a mysterious death. About a month and a half after the incident, Marvin began pleading with Miriam to reconcile and live together as a family for the sake of their daughter. Despite her parents' strong objections, Miriam eventually decided to give him another chance. She was still deeply in love with him and held on to the hope that Marvin would change and finally take responsibility for his actions. This time, the couple moved into a cozy country house owned by Marvin's family. He insisted he would no longer live under the same roof as Miriam's parents, claiming they interfered too much in their relationship. They relocated to their new home on March 18, 2018, but just 11 days later, a horrifying tragedy cut short the life of the young mother. On that fateful day, the couple reportedly had another heated argument. According to Marvin, Miriam locked herself in the bathroom and turned the music up loudly. After about 15 minutes, Marvin knocked on the door and called her name, but received no response. He forced the door open with his shoulder and found Miriam lying unconscious on the floor. Marvin attempted to revive her, but for reasons unclear, he didn't immediately call emergency services. Instead, his first call was to his mother. As a result, Marvin's mother and sister were the first to arrive at the scene. It was only after their arrival that someone finally called for an ambulance, but precious time had already been lost. When paramedics arrived, they found Miriam's body lying naked on the bathroom floor. She had multiple bruises on her body. Her head was bleeding from a visible wound, and blood pooled beneath her. Initially, it appeared she may have slipped and fallen. However, Defensive wounds on her arms and bruising around her neck suggested a more sinister explanation. While paramedics worked desperately to stabilize Miriam, Marvin's mother and sister began cleaning the bathroom as though nothing unusual had occurred. One of the paramedics found their behavior highly suspicious and reported it to law enforcement. By the time police arrived, the bathroom had been thoroughly cleaned with detergents, likely erasing any potential evidence. Meanwhile, Miriam was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors managed to restart her heart twice, but after a third cardiac arrest, they could do no more. Miriam's parents, Ivania and Douglas, arrived at the hospital just in time to witness the final moments of their daughter's life. Later, Ivania recounted how her son-in-law had called her earlier that day in an eerily indifferent tone, informing her that Miriam was in critical condition in the ICU. Instinctively, Ivania knew something terrible had happened. She screamed for her husband, and they rushed to the hospital. Upon their arrival, they were told Miriam had likely been the victim of a severe beating, but only an autopsy could confirm the exact cause of death. To everyone's shock and frustration, the autopsy results failed to definitively establish the cause of the 20-year-old's death. The official report given to her family stated that she had likely died from a traumatic brain injury caused by a fall. The tragedy was dismissed as an accident, with no mention of the bruises on her body or the marks on her neck that suggested strangulation. Ivania and Douglas, who were now raising their 9-month-old granddaughter, knew that the Bernays family was using their wealth and connections to shield the man responsible for their daughter's death and keep him out of prison. However, the Vallejo family refused to accept this injustice and began their own investigation. 4 months after Miriam's tragic death, they finally obtained an official report stating that the cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation. She had been strangled with bare hands. Marvin was arrested on charges of killing his wife only in late July 2018. Until then, he had remained free, continuing to live a carefree bachelor's lifestyle, attending parties, and relying on his parents' money. He was reportedly shocked when the police arrived at his home, convinced he had successfully evaded any consequences. At that point, the investigation into Miriam's death began in earnest. However, reconstructing the events of the crime proved extremely challenging due to the months that had passed. The scene of the incident had been thoroughly cleaned, and the house had since been rented out. Searching for evidence that was futile, so the investigation took another approach, gathering evidence and witness testimony. Formal charges against Marvin were brought in November 2019. He was accused of committing the crime under aggravating circumstances. Numerous witnesses, including friends and relatives of the victim, testified that Marvin had repeatedly mistreated Miriam, physically attacking her, belittling her, and maintaining obsessive control over her life. Miriam's father recounted how, months before her death, Marvin had already tried to strangle her. Douglas had intervened just in time, preventing what could have been another tragedy. The story of Miriam's earlier report to the police also resurfaced, how she had filed a complaint about an assault, only to withdraw it the next day under pressure from the Bernays family. Ivania shared additional accounts of Marvin's abusive behavior. On several occasions, she said, Marvin pushed Miriam with such force that she was injured in the fall. A paramedic who responded to the emergency on the day of Miriam's death recalled an inconsistency in Marvin's account. Marvin claimed that Miriam had locked herself in the bathroom, forcing him to break the door down with his shoulder. However, the paramedic noted that the bathroom door lock was intact and no signs of forced entry were visible. If Marvin had truly broken down the door, there would have been noticeable damage consistent with such an action. Another suspicious detail was the thorough cleaning of the bathroom immediately after Miriam was taken to the hospital. Although Marvin's mother and sister denied having done this, the timing and nature of their actions raised significant questions. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Miriam's body reported numerous bruises, abrasions, and other injuries consistent with prolonged and severe physical aggression. When Marvin was confronted with this information, he admitted that their marital argument that day had escalated into physical conflict. However, he insisted that Miriam had initiated the altercation, claiming she insulted him and struck him in the face first. According to Marvin, he only hit her a few times in self-defense and didn't cause any serious harm. The trial, custody battle, and final verdict. The trial of Marvin Bernays began in January 2017. The defendant adamantly denied responsibility for Miriam's death and presented his version of the events. He claimed that he and Miriam were both overwhelmed when they learned they were expecting a child. but he was determined to take responsibility, which is why he married her. However, he alleged that their relationship began to deteriorate after they moved in with Miriam's parents. Marvin argued that his in-laws constantly interfered in their marriage, creating tension and conflict between him and his wife. According to him, the situation worsened after the birth of their daughter. He claimed Miriam suffered from postpartum depression, which allegedly made her behavior unpredictable. She was sometimes aggressive and dangerous, and at other times, close to harming herself. Marvin said the only solution was to move to a separate home. But shortly after the move, the tragic incident occurred. In Marvin's version of events, after their final argument, Miriam went to take a bath, but she slipped, fell, and hit her head, which led to her death. To support his defense, Marvin's attorney hired an independent medical expert to challenge the official findings and argue that the cause of death was a head injury from an accidental fall. However, the court ultimately rejected this argument. Marvin's sister testified as a witness in court, attempting to portray Miriam as mentally unstable, aggressive, and obsessed with her brother for financial reasons. Marvin's mother echoed this narrative, claiming that Miriam had ongoing mental health issues and supporting the theory that her death was an accident. She insisted that she had repeatedly warned Miriam about the slippery bathroom floor and suggested using an anti-slip mat, which Miriam allegedly ignored, leading to the fatal incident. The Bernays family also announced their intent to seek custody of Luciana, arguing that as the child's paternal relatives, they had more rights than the Vallejo family. They were confident that Marvin's innocence would soon be proven, and it was clear they believed in their ability to avoid accountability. However, on January 27, 2020, the court found Marvin guilty of premeditated homicide with aggravating circumstances and sentenced him to 50 years in prison. Despite numerous attempts to frame the incident as an accident, it was conclusively proven that Miriam's death was caused by mechanical asphyxiation. Marvin was ordered to pay nearly $700,000 to Miriam's family as compensation for emotional distress. Marvin showed no reaction to the severe sentence, maintaining a detached demeanor. He refused to admit guilt or show any remorse. In his final statement, he claimed that his inability to prove his innocence was due to the case's media coverage. According to him, the portrayal of him as a monster had biased everyone in favor of the Vallejo family. All attempts to appeal the verdict have been denied. However, thanks to the Bernays family's wealth and connections, Marvin is serving his sentence under relatively lenient conditions. His cell reportedly resembles a hotel room, offering amenities such as access to a gym and quality meals. Meanwhile, Marvin's relatives continue to fight for custody of Luciana. The convicted man, with the help of his lawyer, is also preparing to file another appeal. Story 4. He was a successful and well-respected man with a life that always followed a clear plan until she came along. Mysterious and half his age with a dangerous past. What started out as a romance quickly turned into a series of unexplained events that led to inevitable tragedy. No one could have imagined that their innocent dates and lavish gifts would end in bloodshed, leaving behind countless unanswered questions. It all began when Mike New, a successful businessman from Pennsylvania, truly believed he was entering a new chapter in his life. At 60, he was convinced he'd found happiness when he met Jennifer Morris, a young and energetic single mom. Their relationship moved fast, and just a few months after they met, Mike invited Jennifer on a trip to the Caribbean. The romance was intense. Jet ski rides, dinners at fancy restaurants, and lots of gifts. To his friends and family, he seemed like a completely different person. Jennifer had changed him that much. Back in 2015, 3 years into their relationship, Mike even got a tattoo in her honor. It was the first time he'd ever done something like that. That same year, he asked Jennifer to move in with him, and she agreed. They even set up a room just for her child. Everything seemed perfect. Mike took care of her every need and created a comfortable life for her and her kid. But long before Mike met Jennifer, his life was much quieter and more predictable. He was born in Pennsylvania in 1953 and grew up in a well-respected family. After high school and college, he married his high school sweetheart, and they lived in a nice house by the beach. Together, they raised their kids and lived the typical middle-class life. But after a few years, the spark faded, and the couple decided to divorce. Despite the split, Mike and his ex-wife remained on good terms, and their kids spent a lot of time with both parents. After the divorce, Mike moved to a small town in Bucks County, starting a new chapter on his own. He threw himself into his work and became a successful pharmaceutical sales rep. His business thrived, and the house he bought by the river became his pride and joy. He spent his days riding jet skis, collecting art, and enjoying life. But all that calm came to an end in 2012 when Jennifer entered his life. Their relationship seemed passionate from the outside, but many suspected her interest in Mike was more about his money. Mike, however, seemed completely blinded by his feelings, and nothing could stop him. The real tragedy happened on the evening of August 8, 2017. Mike's co-workers became worried when he hadn't checked in all day, which was totally unlike him. They decided to go by his house to see if everything was okay. When they got there, they found Mike's car parked in the garage, but the house was quiet and locked up. The women knocked on the door, but no one answered. Their sense of unease grew when they noticed the front door was actually unlocked. They stepped inside. The house felt empty, almost abandoned. No one answered their calls, so they kept moving further into the house. What they found in the living room was horrifying. Mike was sitting in a chair facing away from them, and at first, it looked like he had just fallen asleep. But as they got closer, they realized that wasn't the case. His face and chest were covered in blood, and his head was lifelessly tilted back. It was clear he was dead. The women immediately called the police. One of them was so shaken, she couldn't even describe what had happened. So the other one took the phone and told them they had found Mike's body. When the crime scene investigators arrived, they quickly ruled out a heart attack. Mike had a bullet wound right between his eyes, indicating he'd been shot at close range. But there was no gun nearby, so the idea that Mike had taken his own life was out of the question. The house wasn't trashed, and there were no signs of a struggle, which suggested that Mike hadn't seen the attack coming. But the strangest part was that, while his pockets had been emptied and his watch was missing, more valuable items, like his art collection, were untouched. This led the police to believe the robbery had been staged, as they began piecing together the timeline of events. It became clear that Mike's relationship with Jennifer played a key role in his tragic fate. The investigation then dug deeper into Mike's life. He owned 2 guns, but one of them was missing. It turned out Mike had been shot with his own gun, which he kept for self-defense. The killer clearly knew where the gun was kept and how to get in and out of the house without being seen. This led the police to suspect that the perpetrator was someone close to Mike. Then Jennifer Morris came into the picture. Her past had its fair share of dark moments. She grew up in a tough family, left home at an early age, and had to support herself by working as a mechanic. Her love for speed and thrill shaped her life. Late-night street races, risky stunts, it was all part of her image. Her body was covered in tattoos, showing off her bold, free-spirited nature. Even though she became a mom at 20, her life didn't slow down. The biological father of her child left them early on, and Jennifer had to fight for her future on her own. Mike met Jennifer in 2012 when she was 28. Their romance kicked off with a bang. Lavish gifts, trips, and lots of attention drew her in, while Mike seemed completely head over heels in love. But as their relationship deepened, tension started to build. Neighbors recalled hearing arguments between the two in the months leading up to the tragedy. Still, they continued living together even as things got worse. When Mike was found dead, Jennifer had vanished. The neighbors hadn't seen her for a few days, which raised suspicions. As the police gathered information, they learned that Jennifer had a troubled past, especially with her mother. She often talked about her rough childhood, blaming men who had abused her and a mother who didn't believe her. As the investigation unfolded, more and more evidence pointed to the idea that Mike had trusted his killer. Whoever did it knew the house well and had no problem getting in without breaking anything. Jennifer, who had been his lover, became the prime suspect. Pennsylvania, 2012. A hot evening at a men's club, where the crowd was having a good time, turned out to be life-changing for both Jennifer Morris and Mike New. Jennifer, a young and striking dancer, had just started working at the club to make ends meet. Life hadn't been kind to her. A mechanic by trade, a single mom, she was in serious financial trouble with a $1,200 electric bill hanging over her like a dark cloud. It was in this state that she met 59-year-old Mike, a regular at the club. Their conversation quickly became something more when Mike offered to help her out. Jennifer agreed to go on a date if Mike paid off her bill. And that was the start of their whirlwind romance. What started as a simple deal soon turned into something more serious. Mike showered his young lover with extravagant gifts, jewelry, a motorcycle, a car, everything to show her place in his life. They traveled together, dined at the most expensive restaurants, and hit the hottest nightclubs. Jennifer started calling him her sugar daddy, and Mike didn't seem to mind. Her life, once filled with struggle, finally seemed easy and comfortable. Mike found in her what he didn't even realize he was missing: youth, passion, and a wild kind of energy. He was a respected businessman, successful in the pharmaceutical industry, and used to achieving his goals. She, on the other hand, was looking for a way out of her tough life and found security in his wealth and stability. By 2015, their relationship took a serious turn when Jennifer moved in with Mike, and from the outside, they seemed happy together. Their whirlwind romance, full of expensive trips and lavish gifts, made others envious, but no one suspected the deep conflict brewing beneath the surface. Neighbors recalled that just months before Mike's death, things between them had gotten worse. They argued frequently, and one fight supposedly ended with Jennifer leaving the house. But despite that, she came back and they continued living together. Then on August 8, 2017, everything changed. Mike was found dead in his home. The investigation began, and soon enough, the police turned their attention to Jennifer. After Mike's death, she had suddenly disappeared. No one had seen her for days, which raised suspicions. Mike's kids, Patrick and his sister, were shocked by their father's death. They traveled from different cities to get to the bottom of what had happened. Patrick, in particular, had always been against his father's relationship with Jennifer. He saw her as materialistic and dangerous. Patrick remembered how Mike refused to attend his wedding in 2016 just because Patrick didn't want Jennifer there. This caused a major rift between father and son. In recent years, everyone around Mike had noticed that Jennifer was abusing drugs and manipulating him. Many believed she was only using him for her own gain, which severely damaged Mike's relationships with his loved ones. The constant conflicts with Patrick were a direct result of Jennifer's influence over his dad. When Mike made Jennifer his heir and the beneficiary of life insurance policies worth $500,000, it only reinforced the idea that she was after his money. By 2017, everything had come to a tragic end. Jennifer began distancing herself from Mike, showing up less and less, and their relationship was falling apart. Detectives were convinced that money could have been her motive, especially since Mike had recently told people he was planning to break things off with her and call off their wedding. Jennifer Morris had been pulling away from Mike, and by 2017, their relationship had seriously deteriorated. She would disappear for entire nights, returning early in the morning without offering any explanation, acting like she didn't care how it affected their life together. Mike noticed her becoming more distant, and as their relationship grew colder, Jennifer seemed to be sinking deeper into a dark place. Her drug addiction was becoming more and more obvious. At some point, her addiction took over, and it was the beginning of the end for her. She had been arrested a few times for drug possession, and once, a year before the tragic events, she even hit a cyclist with her car. Despite all these issues, Mike never turned his back on Jennifer. Not only did he pay her fines and legal fees, but he also made monthly payments for her ongoing cases, spending around $4,000. Mike wanted to help Jennifer, even though his family, including his kids, didn't share his optimism. According to them, just a few days before his death, Mike mentioned he was planning to end things with Jennifer for good. He intended to call off the wedding, which for her would mean losing everything: his house, financial support, and the privileges she'd gotten used to. Patrick and Katie, Mike's children, were convinced that Jennifer's fear of losing access to Mike's wealth and opportunities pushed her to commit the crime. Once she realized she was about to lose it all, she couldn't hold back her emotions and lost control. Mike died within 48 hours before his co-workers found him. He was shot in the face at point-blank range, and the bullet split into two, with one piece hitting his brain, causing instant death. The police put all their efforts into finding Jennifer. They knew she was on probation from the accident, and they were sure she would show up to check in at the police station. For days after the crime, she did show up, completely unaware of what was waiting for her. Jennifer acted as if nothing had happened, came to pay her legal fees, and claimed she was shocked to hear about Mike's death, which she said she found out about on the news. However, the detectives noticed something odd. The news about the crime had spread immediately after it happened, but Jennifer had waited a few days before coming to the police. When detectives set up a meeting with her for the next day to ask more questions about Mike, Jennifer suddenly disappeared. This only raised more suspicion, and her sudden disappearance seemed like an attempt to run or buy time to come up with an alibi. However, she couldn't just vanish for good. as she was still required to check in regularly with the police. Meanwhile, the officers continued gathering evidence and talking to people in Mike's circle to build a case against her. During the investigation, some alarming facts came to light. A friend of Mike's revealed that shortly before his death, the businessman had confided in him about fearing for his life. Mike had discovered that Jennifer had a new boyfriend, a man known in criminal circles by the alias Ruthless. Mike knew, becoming more aware of the danger his relationship was spiraling into, tried to find a way out of the situation. Just days before his death, Mike uncovered the identity of Jennifer's new man, someone everyone knew as Ruthless. His real name was Charles Kula, and he had a bad reputation in the criminal world. He had faced the law many times and was involved in serious crimes, including drug trafficking. Not long after being released from prison, Charles entered Jennifer's life, and she quickly moved in with him. However, her belongings were still at Mike's house, adding tension to their already strained relationship. Mike had warned Jennifer several times that if she didn't come to get her things, he would put them in storage, but he was careful not to provoke Charles, knowing he didn't stand a chance against someone with such a dangerous past. Jennifer and Charles weren't even trying to hide their relationship. They announced their engagement on social media, which only made Mike more upset. The police could see the situation escalating. They started suspecting that Charles might have been the mastermind behind Mike's murder. One theory was that Jennifer's new boyfriend could have come to Mike's house with her, leading to a confrontation between the two men. Or it could have been a cold-blooded crime, with robbery as the motive, where Mike was just an obstacle that needed to be eliminated. When Jennifer failed to show up for her probation check-in, the police decided to arrest her. On August 25, 2017, officers went to the motorcycle repair shop where Jennifer worked and arrested her for violating her probation. This gave investigators the chance to dig deeper into her possible involvement while Jennifer was in custody. One of her cellmates came forward, claiming Jennifer had confessed to the crime. During questioning, Jennifer refused to answer any questions and immediately hired a lawyer. Investigators decided to focus on gathering more evidence. They obtained a warrant to access communications between Jennifer and Mike. After reviewing their messages, the police found that Mike had been scared. In one text, he warned Jennifer that anyone who came into his house would get what they deserved. It seemed like a clear threat, a desperate attempt to protect his life. Jennifer's phone was tracked near Mike's house at 9:45 p.m. the night before the incident, proving she was at the scene of the crime. After that, her phone moved to Charles's trailer, where she arrived around 11 p.m. Interestingly, Mike's phone stopped working after 3 a.m., which likely means it was thrown into the water. A tech expert confirmed that Jennifer's phone automatically connected to Mike's Wi-Fi at the time of the crime, meaning she was close enough to the router. Soon after, police were able to unlock Mike's phone, which Jennifer had been using. They recovered messages where Mike hinted that he was planning to contact the FBI to get Charles sent back to prison. Investigators believed that Charles couldn't let that happen, and Mike's decision might have been the trigger for the crime. They also checked Jennifer's messages with Charles. While the threats didn't seem to bother Charles much, Jennifer reacted aggressively. The last message Mike sent Jennifer before he died was, "I love you." She didn't respond. When police gained access to Jennifer's social media, the story became even more confusing. Right after Mike's death, she started messaging her friends and acquaintances, but her stories didn't add up. To some, she said her ex-boyfriend was brutally murdered. To others, she claimed he took his own life. To a third group, she insisted she hadn't spoken to him in a while and knew nothing about the tragedy. This inconsistency only deepened the investigators' suspicions as it became clear Jennifer was trying to mislead everyone. Realizing Jennifer was hiding the truth, police decided to question her new boyfriend, Charles. Surprisingly, he confessed that he had nothing to do with Mike's death and blamed Jennifer for everything. According to Charles, she came home that night and admitted there had been a fight between her and Mike. Allegedly, Mike came out with a gun and tried to threaten her, but she grabbed the gun in self-defense. The gun accidentally went off, hitting Mike in the face. Jennifer panicked and ran out of the house without checking if he was still alive. The next day, Jennifer decided to go back to make sure Mike was really dead. However, Charles didn't want to take any chances and asked his friend Jerry to drive her to the scene. Jerry agreed, not knowing what was really going on. When they arrived at the house, Jerry noticed that Jennifer didn't even check if Mike was breathing. Instead, she started gathering his belongings, his watch, laptop, and phone. She destroyed the evidence by throwing Mike's phone into the river, then returned to Charles's place. Later, Jerry told the police about this trip, and his statement became key evidence in the case. As the investigation progressed, the evidence started to come together. DNA from Jennifer was found on Mike's pockets, confirming she was at the crime scene. But Charles wasn't completely off the hook either. He told the police that he couldn't have been involved in the crime, because he had recently been in a serious accident and was confined to a wheelchair. Investigators checked his story and confirmed it was true. Charles was indeed injured and physically unable to be there at the time. However, on September 29, 2017, Jennifer Morris was charged with first-degree murder, robbery, and destruction of evidence. The trial was set for January 2019. Prosecutors presented strong evidence, showing that Jennifer was willing to do anything for money and a comfortable life. She knew Mike was planning to cut off her financial support, and she stood to lose all the perks he provided. Mike's threats to go to the FBI and get Charles locked up again were the final straw for Jennifer. At the trial, Jerry became the key witness, confirming that he helped Jennifer return to the crime scene and saw her trying to cover her tracks. Because of his testimony, Jerry wasn't charged, even though he knew about the crime. Charles also avoided charges by cooperating with the police, despite the fact that he melted down the murder weapon and failed to report the incident right away. Jennifer's defense team tried to argue that she wasn't capable of committing such a brutal crime, claiming she had no history of violence or aggression. Jennifer even took the stand herself, saying she went to Mike's house to collect her things, but he confronted her with a gun. She claimed they struggled, and the gun went off accidentally. But the self-defense argument didn't hold up. Forensic experts proved that the shot was fired at close range, straight into Mike's face, showing it was an execution, not an accident. There were also no signs of a struggle in the house. On February 1st, 2019, the jury delivered their final verdict. Jennifer Morris was found guilty on all counts: murder, theft, and destruction of evidence. Her fate was sealed, life in prison without the possibility of parole. Throughout the trial, she remained calm, never showing any sign of remorse or regret. For her, it was a lost game, but one where she had tried to deceive and confuse the investigation until the very end. The sentencing was the final blow to Mike's already broken family. In the courtroom, his son Patrick said that the verdict wouldn't bring back the father he lost, both physically and emotionally, long before the crime. While he was still alive, Mike had distanced himself from his son and daughter, captivated by his relationship with Jennifer, which caused a deep rift in their family. Patrick often emphasized that Jennifer, more than anyone else, had destroyed his life, not only by taking his father from him, but also by severing the family bond that might have been repaired if not for the tragic event. Mike died alone, betrayed by someone he trusted, but his legacy didn't end there. After the sentencing, the family hoped that, despite everything, they could find some comfort in knowing that justice had been served. This tragedy shows just how easily manipulation and false promises can tear a person's life apart, no matter how successful or wise they may be. In the end, Mike paid the ultimate price for his naivety, trust, and blind love. Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. There are a lot of shocking stories coming up. Story 5. It was a cold, crisp morning on January 15, 2000, when the residents of the quiet suburban neighborhood in Tustin, California, woke to news that would shake their small town to its core. The previous evening had seemed like any other. People had come home from work, children had played in the streets, and the community had gone about its usual routine. But in the early hours of that Sunday morning, the tranquility of the neighborhood was shattered by the shocking discovery of a dead body in the secluded backyard of a home on La Palma Avenue. The victim, a 32-year-old woman named Sarah Jenkins, had been found by a neighbor walking his dog around 6 a.m. He had noticed something strange. The gate of Sarah's backyard was ajar, and the lights inside her house were still on. Curious, he ventured closer, and his heart dropped when he saw the body lying face down, half covered by a small patch of frost. He immediately called 911. When the police arrived at the scene, it was clear that this was no ordinary death. Sarah's body showed signs of blunt force trauma, and there were visible wounds on her neck, indicating strangulation. There were no signs of forced entry into the house, but several items had been disturbed inside. Her purse was missing, and her car was gone. It didn't take long for the investigators to realize that this was a case of murder. Sarah Jenkins had been living alone in the small, modest home after recently separating from her husband. Friends described her as a kind and quiet woman who worked as an office administrator at a local law firm. Despite her calm demeanor, Sarah had been struggling with the aftermath of her separation, though she had seemed to be moving forward with her life. Detectives from the Tustin Police Department began to comb through the house and the surrounding area. They noted that nothing appeared overtly out of place in the home, which suggested that the crime had not been a robbery gone wrong. The absence of signs of a struggle inside the house raised suspicions that Sarah may have known her killer. The theory of a personal connection began to form early on. As detectives continued their investigation, they spoke with Sarah's family and friends. No one had noticed any obvious signs of distress leading up to her death, though a few mentioned that Sarah had been seeing someone new, a man named Michael Walker. He was a 36-year-old man with a history of minor run-ins with the law, but nothing that would have made him a prime suspect in the case. However, the presence of a new relationship caught the attention of investigators. Meanwhile, the police worked to trace Sarah's missing car. It had been taken from the driveway that evening and was located the following day in an abandoned parking lot just a few miles away from her home. There was no sign of the car's owner, and it seemed that the killer had deliberately tried to distance themselves from the crime scene. It was a crucial piece of evidence, as it meant that the killer had either known the area well or had been able to quickly leave the location without attracting attention. In the early days of the investigation, the case was a puzzle. No one had seen anything suspicious. There were no eyewitnesses, and the neighborhood surveillance cameras had failed to capture anything that could lead them to the perpetrator. As the detectives began to build their timeline of events, the mystery deepened. As the initial shock of Sarah Jenkins' murder began to ripple through the community, detectives expanded their efforts to uncover more about her life. They started by interviewing those closest to her, hoping that anyone who had seen or heard something out of the ordinary could help piece together the circumstances surrounding her death. Family, friends, and colleagues were all questioned, but no one seemed to have noticed anything unusual in the days leading up to January 15th. Sarah's ex-husband, Tom Jenkins, was one of the first individuals to be interviewed. The couple had separated just 6 months before her death, and although their divorce had been amicable, Sarah had spoken openly to friends about her struggles with moving on. Tom appeared genuinely upset by her murder, and there was no indication of animosity between them. He cooperated fully with the investigation, providing an alibi for the night of the murder, claiming he had been with friends at a bar in Anaheim. His alibi was eventually confirmed, leaving him out of the immediate suspect pool. Despite this, detectives made a note of his emotional response, questioning whether guilt or grief was influencing his reaction. Next, the investigators turned their attention to Sarah's coworkers. At her workplace, a law firm in nearby Irvine, Sarah was well-liked. She had worked there for over 5 years and was known for her dedication and professionalism. Her colleagues described her as friendly but private, often keeping personal matters to herself. No one recalled any recent tension or arguments in the office, and her work performance had not been affected by her personal issues. However, a few co-workers did mention that she had been seeing someone new. This man, Michael Walker, was not someone Sarah had spoken about in detail, but they knew that he had visited the office on a few occasions to drop off lunch or pick her up after work. Detectives quickly located Michael Walker. He was a man with a criminal record, though his past offenses had been relatively minor, mostly petty theft and a couple of DUI arrests. Michael had no known history of violence, but he seemed to be a key figure in Sarah's life during the last few months. When police visited his apartment, they were met with an unsettling discovery. The apartment was sparsely furnished, but there were signs of disarray, clothes and papers scattered on the floor, and what appeared to be an overturned chair. It was unclear whether this mess was from a recent argument or just an indication of a chaotic lifestyle. Regardless, detectives had a growing suspicion that Michael might be hiding something. After questioning Michael, the police learned that he had a somewhat volatile temperament. Michael admitted that he had been in a relationship with Sarah, but he denied any involvement in her death. He claimed that he had been at home alone the night of the murder, watching TV. His alibi, however, was shaky. Neighbors reported hearing loud shouting coming from his apartment earlier in the evening, but when asked, Michael insisted that it was just a heated argument with a friend. Detectives noted that Michael's story was inconsistent with the timeline of the murder, and they began to focus more intently on him as a suspect. One of the more troubling pieces of evidence that emerged was a text message sent from Sarah's phone just hours before her death. The message, sent to a friend named Amanda, read, "I think Michael might be losing it. I'm scared. The friend had tried to call Sarah after receiving the message, but had received no answer. This revelation turned the investigation in an even darker direction. While it wasn't definitive proof of foul play, the message suggested that Sarah had been experiencing fear and anxiety related to Michael. As detectives dug deeper into Michael's past, they discovered a troubling pattern. In his previous relationships, there had been accusations of controlling behavior and emotional abuse. One ex-girlfriend had gone so far as to file a restraining order against him after a series of threatening messages and phone calls. Another woman had claimed that Michael had physically assaulted her during a heated argument. The incidents were never severe enough to result in criminal charges, but they painted a portrait of a man capable of violence under certain circumstances. This information was troubling, and it reinforced the detectives' suspicions that Michael could be involved in Sarah's death. On January 18th, just 3 days after Sarah's body had been discovered, the police obtained a search warrant for Michael's apartment. They found several items that raised alarm. Among them was a blood-stained shirt, which appeared to match the color of the blood found at the crime scene. While it was unclear if the blood was definitively linked to Sarah, the discovery was enough to bring Michael in for further questioning. Michael's demeanor had shifted in the hours leading up to his arrest. He no longer appeared as calm as he had during his initial interview. His answers became increasingly defensive, and when confronted with the blood-stained shirt, he claimed that it was a result of a minor accident at work. However, his explanations were full of inconsistencies, and the detectives were now confident that they had enough circumstantial evidence to charge him with Sarah's murder. At the time of his arrest, Michael was found to be in possession of Sarah's missing purse, which had been hidden in the trunk of his car. The purse contained several items that clearly belonged to Sarah, including her wallet, keys, and a few personal effects. The evidence was mounting, and it seemed that the case against Michael was becoming stronger by the day. As the investigation continued to unravel, Michael Walker's life was about to come under intense scrutiny. With the bloodstained shirt, Sarah's purse in his possession, and his inconsistent statements, investigators were certain that Michael had been involved in her death. However, the evidence still lacked the definitive proof needed to convict him. There were no eyewitnesses, and no murder weapon had been found at the scene, which made the case more challenging. The prosecution began to build its case, relying on circumstantial evidence, but they knew they needed more to secure a conviction. They carefully pieced together Michael's history of volatile behavior, the text message from Sarah to her friend, and his suspicious actions after the murder. But there was one critical missing piece: Michael's motive. While it was clear that Michael had been in a relationship with Sarah, no one had yet determined why he would kill her. Some suggested that it could have been a crime of passion, an act of jealousy or anger, but the reasoning behind such a violent act was still unclear. On February 2nd, just weeks after Sarah's murder, Michael was formally charged with her killing. His arrest had made headlines, but the trial was still some months away. However, as the case began to gain public attention, something unexpected happened. Michael, who had previously maintained his innocence, suddenly changed his approach. The defense attorneys, who had initially been confident in their ability to defend him, were taken aback when Michael asked to meet with them privately. In an unexpected turn of events, Michael confessed. It was during a late-night meeting at the county jail that Michael Walker admitted to his crime. His confession was long and detailed, and it revealed the chilling truth behind Sarah's murder. Michael claimed that their relationship had been spiraling out of control in the weeks leading up to her death. He described feeling betrayed by Sarah, believing that she was distancing herself from him. While Sarah had told her friends she was afraid of him, Michael insisted that she had been the one to push him to his breaking point. According to Michael, he had been deeply in love with her and couldn't accept the fact that she was becoming more independent after their brief relationship. On the night of January 14, 2000, Michael claimed that he went to Sarah's house to talk things through, hoping to salvage their relationship. However, their conversation quickly escalated into an argument. Michael admitted to pushing Sarah, causing her to fall. When she hit her head on the corner of the coffee table, he panicked. What followed was a violent outburst. He grabbed a scarf from the nearby couch and, in a fit of rage, strangled Sarah. She fought back, but Michael overpowered her. Once she was dead, he realized the extent of his actions. Horrified by what he had done, Michael attempted to cover up the crime. He staged the scene by leaving the door to her backyard gate open, in hopes of making it look like a robbery gone wrong. He took her purse and her car in an attempt to distance himself from the crime. Michael's confession stunned everyone. especially those who had known Sarah. He expressed deep remorse during the interview, but his motives appeared far more complex than anyone had imagined. It was clear that his deep-seated insecurities and possessiveness had driven him to violence. He couldn't accept Sarah's independence, and his overwhelming jealousy had led to a tragic and irreversible decision. The confession not only shocked the police, but also Sarah's family and friends, who were devastated by the revelation. The woman they had known as gentle and kind had fallen victim to the rage of someone she had tried to move on from. What was supposed to have been a new chapter in her life, one in which she could heal from her failed marriage, was cut short by the violence of a man who couldn't handle rejection. Following his confession, Michael Walker was charged with first-degree murder. The prosecution was now ready to present their case in court, bolstered by his own admissions, the evidence found at his apartment, and his possession of Sarah's belongings. However, the defense attorneys, though shaken by his confession, argued that the crime had been a moment of passion, not premeditated murder. They planned to use his emotional state and previous history of volatile behavior as part of their defense strategy. Despite the defense's efforts to cast doubt on the premeditation of the crime, the prosecution maintained that Michael had deliberately planned to confront Sarah that night, knowing that she was planning to end things with him. They argued that his actions were not those of a man acting impulsively in a moment of rage, but of someone who had intended to kill from the outset. Michael had made preparations, after all, by taking her purse and car. His attempt to cover up the crime pointed to a deliberate effort to avoid detection, further solidifying the prosecution's case. As the trial progressed, Michael's emotional state became a central issue. The defense tried to paint him as a man who had been emotionally fragile, struggling with the end of his relationship with Sarah. They argued that while his actions were horrific, they were the result of a breakdown in his mental health. However, the prosecution's case was stronger. They presented the text message Sarah had sent to her friend, and the jury heard about Michael's history of abusive behavior in previous relationships. The prosecution argued that this wasn't a crime of passion, but a calculated murder fueled by control and jealousy. The trial ultimately ended in a conviction. Michael Walker was found guilty of first-degree murder, with the jury agreeing that his actions had been premeditated. The sentence was life in prison without the possibility of parole. Michael's remorse, though apparent, did little to ease the pain of Sarah's family and friends, who had lost someone they loved to a senseless act of violence. The case of Sarah Jenkins' murder was one of many that highlighted the dangers of possessive relationships and the thin line between love and obsession. While Michael had been a man who appeared harmless on the surface, his deep emotional instability and inability to cope with rejection led him to commit a heinous act. For Sarah, her tragic death served as a stark reminder of how one person's actions can destroy countless lives in an instant. Story 6. On the night of January 10, 2000, a young woman named Chandra White was found dead in her apartment in Dallas, Texas. Her death would later be classified as a brutal murder, one that shocked the local community and garnered national attention. At the time of her death, Chandra was only 26 years old. She had been living on her own in a modest apartment complex on the outskirts of Dallas, working as a clerk at a nearby grocery store, trying to make ends meet after a difficult breakup with her long-term boyfriend. Chandra's family reported her missing when they had not heard from her for several days. Her mother, who lived in a nearby town, became worried when she couldn't get in touch with her daughter after repeated attempts. Friends and family members who knew Chandra were aware that she was not the type of person to disappear without letting anyone know, and her absence raised immediate concerns. On January 11th, police arrived at Chandra's apartment to investigate her disappearance. When they entered, they discovered signs of a violent struggle. Furniture had been overturned, and the walls showed signs of damage from what appeared to be a scuffle. The apartment seemed ransacked, though nothing of significant value appeared to be missing. The officers followed a trail of blood that led them to Chandra's bedroom, where they found her lifeless body lying face down on the floor. The scene was gruesome. Chandra had been stabbed multiple times in the chest, and her throat had been slashed, leading to her immediate death. The brutality of the attack suggested that it had been personal. No weapon was found at the scene, but police discovered a bloody knife in the sink, which they later confirmed to be the weapon used in the killing. At first, the investigators were uncertain about the motive. There were no signs of forced entry, and no valuables appeared to have been stolen, which ruled out robbery. The murder seemed to have been a crime of passion, possibly committed by someone who had known Chandra well. The lack of witnesses and physical evidence left detectives with few leads, but they were determined to solve the case. Chandra's ex-boyfriend, a man named Michael Harris, quickly became the prime suspect. The two had been in a tumultuous relationship for several years, marked by frequent arguments, jealousy, and emotional instability. They had separated a few months before Chandra's death, and although they had not been in contact recently, it was known that Michael had struggled with the breakup. Friends of Chandra reported that Michael had been angry and upset after the split, though there was no indication that he had been physically abusive. Detectives interviewed Michael on the evening of January 11th, but he denied any involvement in Chandra's death. He claimed that he had not seen her since their breakup, and he provided a solid alibi for the night of the murder. Michael's alibi was corroborated by a friend who had been with him at a bar in downtown Dallas, and his demeanor appeared to be genuinely distraught upon hearing the news of Chandra's death. While Michael remained a person of interest, the investigators also expanded their search to Chandra's circle of friends. They learned that, in the months leading up to her murder, Chandra had been trying to start over and move on from her past. She had been spending time with a new group of friends, all of whom described her as upbeat and optimistic about her future. However, one friend, named Laura, provided a crucial piece of information during a follow-up interview with police. Laura revealed that Chandra had confided in her just days before her death about a troubling encounter she had with a man named Eric Peterson. Eric had been a former co-worker of Chandra's, and while they were never romantically involved, he had taken a strong interest in her. Laura mentioned that Chandra had told her that Eric had become increasingly possessive, sending her unwanted gifts and messages. Though Chandra had tried to ignore him, Eric had shown up at her apartment uninvited on several occasions, leaving her feeling uncomfortable and unsafe. At this point, investigators shifted their focus to Eric Peterson, a man in his early 30s who had a history of obsessive behavior. He had been fired from his job at the grocery store several months before Chandra's death due to an incident involving harassment of a female co-worker. Eric had been known to struggle with anger management and had a few minor run-ins with the law, but nothing that had led to serious charges. His behavior toward Chandra, however, had raised red flags among her friends. On January 12th, just 2 days after Chandra's body was discovered, police located Eric and brought him in for questioning. He initially denied having any involvement in Chandra's murder, claiming that he had not seen her in weeks. However, when confronted with the details of her conversation with Laura and the fact that he had been to her apartment in the past, Eric's story began to unravel. Eric explained that he had been upset after losing his job, and that his feelings of rejection had intensified after Chandra's decision to distance herself from him. He admitted to calling her several times, though he insisted that he had never been violent. Despite his claims of innocence, investigators were not convinced by his story. There was mounting evidence that Eric had been fixated on Chandra, and the investigators began to suspect that his obsession had ultimately led him to murder. The case took a dramatic turn when, during a second round of questioning, Eric broke down and confessed to killing Chandra. He explained that on the night of January 10th, he had gone to Chandra's apartment, intending to have a calm conversation about their past. However, when Chandra rejected his advances and told him she wanted nothing more to do with him, Eric lost control. In a fit of rage, he attacked her, stabbing her repeatedly before slashing her throat in a final act of violence. Eric's confession was chilling. He claimed that after the murder, he had carefully cleaned up the crime scene and tried to make it look like a robbery. He explained that he had taken Chandra's purse in an attempt to throw off investigators. The lack of forced entry had been part of his plan, he said, hoping that the police would believe the killer was someone who had known Chandra personally. With Eric Peterson's confession, the investigation into Chandra White's death came to a close. The police had found the man responsible for her brutal murder, and the community was left to grapple with the senseless loss of a young woman whose life had been cut short by the obsessive violence of someone she had once known. Eric Peterson's confession sent shockwaves through Chandra White's family, friends, and the entire Dallas community. What had initially seemed like a random and senseless act of violence was, in fact, a cold, calculated murder born out of obsession and rejection. The case, while tragically clear in its conclusion, would reveal deeper layers of Eric Peterson's troubled past and offer a sobering look into the psychology of a man consumed by jealousy and anger. Eric Peterson, as investigators soon discovered, had been a troubled individual for many years. His early life was marked by instability, moving from one foster home to another after being taken away from his biological parents. By the time he reached adulthood, Eric's emotional issues had only worsened. He had struggled to maintain steady employment, often bouncing from job to job due to issues with authority and an inability to handle stress. His personality was described as erratic, one moment charming, the next moment volatile and prone to outbursts. Eric's tenure at the local grocery store, where he had worked for several years, had been marked by similar patterns of behavior. His supervisors had been wary of his tendency to isolate himself from others and his fixation on female co-workers. According to several colleagues, Eric had always been polite on the surface, but had a habit of crossing personal boundaries. He would give unsolicited gifts, offer to walk women home, and make suggestive comments, none of which were reciprocated by those he pursued. When his advances were rejected, his temper would flare, and he would often sulk or become confrontational, leading to an eventual fallout with his co-workers. Despite several warnings and complaints, Eric's behavior escalated to the point where he was fired from the grocery store for harassing a female employee. It was the final straw in a series of increasingly inappropriate actions that culminated in a formal complaint filed by a co-worker. This event, however, seemed to push Eric deeper into his own spiral of anger and resentment. His loss of employment not only affected his financial stability, but also triggered his feelings of inadequacy and failure. He blamed others, especially women, for his misfortunes, and Chandra, who had never shown any romantic interest in him, became the target of his frustration. The unraveling of his obsession with Chandra began when he started showing up unannounced at her apartment. Although Chandra had always been polite and cordial with him at work, she had never encouraged him beyond basic pleasantries. Eric's fixation on her, however, grew stronger after his firing. His loneliness turned into a sense of entitlement, and he began to believe that Chandra owed him some form of affection or attention. This was not the first time Eric had fixated on a woman in this way. There were previous reports of him obsessing over other female co-workers, but Chandra seemed to become his primary focus after his job loss. In the weeks leading up to her death, Chandra had become increasingly uncomfortable with Eric's persistent behavior. She began to take steps to distance herself from him, avoiding any interactions outside of necessary work-related conversation. Eric, however, refused to take the hint. He would send her gifts, text her repeatedly, and even show up at her apartment under the pretense of wanting to talk. Chandra had confided in her close friends about his growing intrusion into her life, and she even changed her phone number, hoping to cut off contact. But Eric persisted. One of Chandra's close friends, Laura, recalled a disturbing conversation she had with Chandra just days before her murder. Chandra had expressed genuine fear of Eric, explaining that he was no longer taking no for an answer. "He doesn't understand that I'm not interested," Chandra had told Laura. "I don't know how to make him stop. It's starting to feel like he's stalking me." This conversation struck a chord with Laura, who urged Chandra to file a formal report against Eric. But Chandra, who was generally reluctant to escalate situations, didn't want to make a big deal out of it, despite her growing unease. On the night of January 10, 2000, Eric's obsession reached its terrifying climax. After weeks of unreciprocated attempts at rekindling some form of relationship, Eric decided to confront Chandra one last time. He arrived at her apartment under the guise of wanting to talk things through, to seek closure on their relationship, even though they had never been involved romantically. What Chandra didn't know was that Eric had been planning the confrontation for days. His mind was clouded with resentment, anger, and the belief that Chandra had somehow wronged him by rejecting him. That night, Chandra was at home alone. She had spent the evening watching TV and preparing for work the following day. When Eric showed up at her door, she was surprised but agreed to speak with him. As he entered her apartment, he initially appeared calm, but it quickly became clear that the conversation was anything but civil. According to Eric's later confession, Chandra once again rejected his advances, telling him she didn't want him in her life anymore. This rejection seemed to trigger something in Eric's mind, and he suddenly snapped. He attacked her violently, his rage overtaking any semblance of reason. The struggle that ensued was brutal. Chandra fought back fiercely, attempting to escape, but Eric's strength overwhelmed her. He first stabbed her in the chest, causing severe trauma, and then slit her throat in a final, fatal act of violence. The scene in her apartment was gruesome, with blood spattered across the walls and floor. Eric had left her body lying in a pool of blood, but the violence didn't stop there. To further cover his tracks, he ransacked the apartment, taking her purse and a few personal items, hoping to make it look like a robbery gone wrong. He even spent time attempting to clean up, knowing that his actions would eventually come to light. After leaving the apartment, Eric calmly returned to his own apartment, where he hid out for the next few days, avoiding contact with anyone. He had no remorse for what he had done and thought he could get away with it. But as the investigation into Chandra's death intensified, Eric's behavior began to change. He realized that his alibi wasn't as solid as he had hoped, and that the police were beginning to close in on him. His nervousness eventually led to his confession, which stunned the investigators. When Eric finally admitted to the crime, he gave a chilling account of his feelings toward Chandra, explaining how his obsession had driven him to murder. In his confession, he stated, "I just couldn't take it anymore. She was rejecting me over and over. I thought we were meant to be together, and I couldn't let her go." His words revealed the twisted logic behind his actions and highlighted how his emotional instability had escalated into something far more dangerous. Following Eric Peterson's confession, investigators began to piece together the events surrounding Chandra White's tragic death with greater clarity. Eric's behavior and his eventual admission shed light on a disturbing pattern of obsession and possessiveness, revealing how a once seemingly harmless individual could spiral into an uncontrollable rage, resulting in the murder of someone he had once admired. But while Eric's confession provided crucial details, the prosecution's job was far from over. It would take careful examination of his history, psychological evaluations, and the horrific nature of the crime to build a strong case for his conviction. The day after Eric confessed to Chandra's murder, he was formally arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He was held without bond at the Dallas County Jail. In the following days, the investigators dug deeper into his background, uncovering further details that painted a clearer picture of the man behind the violent crime. Eric Peterson had always been a man on the edge. His criminal record was sparse, but he had been involved in several incidents of harassment, which were either dismissed or resolved without charges. What stood out, however, was the increasing severity of his fixation on women, particularly on those he had worked with or briefly interacted with. Psychologists brought in by the prosecution noted that Eric's obsessive behavior likely stemmed from deep-seated insecurities. His childhood in foster care, coupled with an inability to form lasting, healthy relationships, had left him emotionally stunted. As an adult, he craved validation and attention, especially from women. When he failed to receive the affection he so desperately wanted, he became increasingly resentful and even vengeful. His relationship with Chandra had been an attempt to fill that emotional void, and when she rejected him, Eric felt humiliated and betrayed, leading to a violent response. As the investigation into Eric's past continued, the prosecution learned more about his troubled history with women. Former co-workers came forward with stories of his obsessive behavior toward them, but none had escalated to the point of violence before Chandra's murder. One woman, a former colleague at the grocery store, revealed that Eric had once sent her a series of cryptic love letters after she rejected his advances. Although the letters were disturbing, the woman had chosen not to press charges at the time, opting instead to report the behavior to management. It was a pattern of escalating discomfort that ultimately culminated in Chandra's murder. In preparation for the trial, the prosecution and defense teams sparred over the details of Eric's mental state. The defense, hoping to avoid the death penalty, claimed that Eric's actions were the result of severe emotional distress and a troubled upbringing. They argued that his obsessive tendencies and violent outbursts were symptoms of a mental illness, suggesting that he was not fully capable of understanding the consequences of his actions at the time of the murder. They painted Eric as a man who had snapped under the pressure of rejection, unable to control his impulses. However, the prosecution countered by emphasizing the brutal nature of the crime. They argued that Eric had planned the murder in advance, which disqualified his defense of temporary insanity. The lack of remorse he displayed during his confession, as well as his calculated attempt to cover up the crime, suggested that he had acted with intent. They painted a portrait of a man who had methodically stalked and manipulated Chandra, only to lash out violently when she finally rejected him for good. The prosecution's case hinged on proving that Eric's actions were not those of an emotionally disturbed man acting out of uncontrolled rage, but of a man who had intentionally chosen to end someone's life. Throughout the trial, Chandra's family and friends sat in the courtroom, hoping for justice. Her mother, especially, struggled with the overwhelming grief of losing her daughter in such a senseless manner. Chandra had been a kind and independent young woman, full of potential and hope for her future. Her life had been violently ripped away from her by someone who had no regard for her wishes or boundaries. The pain of her family was evident in every moment they spent in the courtroom as they listened to the harrowing details of the crime. On the final day of the trial, the jury was presented with a psychological evaluation of Eric Peterson, which revealed that he had been diagnosed with several personality disorders, including narcissistic personality disorder and obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, the psychiatrist who conducted the evaluation also testified that while Eric may have had a difficult time handling rejection and emotional distress, he was fully aware of his actions at the time of the murder. The psychiatrist explained that Eric had exhibited a pattern of controlling behavior and manipulation, which suggested that he understood the nature of his crime, even if he lacked the capacity for empathy. The defense team argued for a lesser sentence, suggesting that Eric's mental health issues should be considered as a mitigating factor. They pleaded for a conviction on second-degree murder, citing the possibility of a temporary loss of control due to his obsession with Chandra. But the prosecution firmly argued that Eric's premeditation and actions following the murder demonstrated that he was fully in control and aware of what he was doing. After days of deliberation, the jury returned with a verdict of guilty on all counts. Eric Peterson was convicted of first-degree murder for the brutal killing of Chandra White. The jury also recommended a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole, citing the calculated nature of the crime and Eric's lack of remorse. The sentence brought a sense of closure to Chandra's family, though nothing could replace the loss of their daughter, sister, and friend. The grief and sorrow felt by her loved ones were immeasurable, but there was some small comfort in knowing that Eric Peterson would never again be able to harm anyone else. For Chandra's friends and family, the trial was not just about justice for her murder. It was about raising awareness of the dangers of obsessive relationships and the importance of setting boundaries. Chandra's story became a powerful reminder of how an individual's inability to cope with rejection can have devastating consequences, and how vital it is to take threats of harassment and stalking seriously. In the years following Eric's conviction, Chandra's family established a foundation in her name, dedicated to helping victims of domestic violence and relationship abuse. They worked to provide resources and support for individuals who found themselves in situations similar to Chandra's, where their lives were in danger due to someone else's unhealthy fixation. For Eric Peterson, the conviction meant the end of his life as he knew it. He was sent to prison, where he would spend the rest of his days reflecting on the terrible choices he had made. While he had expressed some remorse during his confession, it was clear that the damage was done, and no amount of regret could bring Chandra back or undo the harm he had caused. The case of Chandra White serves as a tragic reminder of the dangers that can arise when someone's love turns to obsession. It highlights the importance of recognizing the signs of unhealthy relationships and the need to protect oneself from individuals who may cross the line between love and control. For Chandra's family, while justice had been served, the pain of losing her would never truly fade. They would forever remember the kind, vibrant woman who had so much life left to live, cut short by the irrational, destructive obsession of a man she had barely known. Story 7. On the night of March 18, 2000, the quiet suburban neighborhood of Fort Worth, Texas, was shattered by the discovery of a gruesome crime. Angela Blunt, a 28-year-old mother of two, was found dead in her apartment. Angela had been living in the city for several years, having relocated from a smaller town in the hope of providing a better life for her children. She worked as a nurse's aide at a local hospital, where she was known for her kind-hearted nature and dedication to her work. Her friends and family described her as someone who was always ready to help others, and they could never have imagined that her life would be tragically cut short in the way it was. Angela's death sent ripples of shock and disbelief throughout the community. Her family, particularly her mother, who lived in a nearby town, had been trying to reach her for days. Angela had not been answering her phone, which was out of character. She had been in regular contact with her family, particularly her mother, with whom she had a close relationship. After repeated attempts to reach her, her mother grew increasingly concerned. She knew something was wrong when Angela failed to respond to her messages. Desperate for answers, she contacted the police on the evening of March 18th, asking them to check on her daughter. When police arrived at Angela's apartment, they found the door ajar. The officers cautiously entered, immediately sensing that something was wrong. The apartment appeared undisturbed at first glance, but there were signs of a struggle. Furniture had been knocked over, and there was a disturbing amount of blood near the living room and the hallway leading to Angela's bedroom. The officers proceeded cautiously, following the trail of blood until they discovered Angela's lifeless body on the floor of her bedroom. She had been brutally beaten and strangled. At first, investigators were baffled. There was no immediate indication of a robbery or forced entry, which ruled out the possibility of a random break-in. Angela's belongings, including her purse and jewelry, were left untouched. This pointed to the possibility that the crime had been personal, and the police began to consider the idea that the perpetrator might have been someone Angela knew. The investigation into Angela Blunt's murder began with interviews of her friends, family, and co-workers. According to her mother, Angela had recently been in an on-again, off-again relationship with a man named Michael Cunningham, a 33-year-old construction worker whom she had met a few years earlier. Angela's friends described her relationship with Michael as tumultuous, filled with passionate highs and angry lows. They had broken up several times, but Angela had recently begun to rekindle her relationship with him, hoping that the issues they had faced would be resolved. Angela's co-workers described her as being cautious around Michael, particularly when he had shown up at the hospital to visit her during her shift. She had mentioned in passing to a few of her colleagues that Michael could sometimes be possessive and jealous, but she had never openly discussed any fears or concerns about him. When asked by investigators about her relationship with Michael, Angela's mother acknowledged that although Angela had been reluctant to discuss the details, she had expressed some concerns about his behavior in the weeks leading up to her death. Angela had told her mother that Michael had been calling her incessantly and would sometimes show up unannounced at her apartment, demanding to see her. Still, Angela had not told her family that she was afraid of him, and her mother had believed that the couple was trying to work things out. The police quickly honed in on Michael Cunningham as a primary suspect. When they visited his home, they found that he was not there. His family, when questioned, claimed that they had not seen him for several days. They said that he had left abruptly and had not been answering his phone. This strange behavior immediately raised suspicion, and the police began a manhunt to locate him. After a few days of searching, Michael Cunningham was finally apprehended in a nearby town, where he had been staying with a distant relative. When taken into custody, Cunningham seemed agitated, but maintained that he had nothing to do with Angela's death. He claimed that he had not seen Angela since their last argument, which had occurred the week before. He told investigators that he had been trying to give her space, and had not attempted to contact her during the time leading up to her murder. Despite his claims of innocence, there were several red flags in Cunningham's story. For one, witnesses reported seeing him in the vicinity of Angela's apartment on the night she was murdered. Surveillance footage from a nearby convenience store showed a man matching Cunningham's description purchasing items around the time of Angela's death. Furthermore, investigators discovered that Michael had a history of violent behavior. He had been arrested multiple times for assault and had a known temper, particularly when it came to his relationships. His previous partners had described him as controlling and aggressive, and there were reports of several incidents where Michael had threatened his ex-girlfriend. The police were also able to gather evidence that linked Michael to the crime scene. Forensic investigators found his fingerprints on a glass that had been knocked over during the struggle, and traces of his DNA were found under Angela's fingernails, suggesting that she had fought back during the attack. The evidence was mounting, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for Michael Cunningham to maintain his innocence. As the days passed, Michael's alibi began to fall apart. He initially claimed that he had been out of town and had not returned to Fort Worth until after the murder. However, a closer examination of his phone records showed that he had been in the area the entire time. Moreover, a neighbor reported hearing loud banging noises coming from Angela's apartment late in the evening on March 18th, consistent with a violent struggle. The combination of physical evidence, witness testimony, and inconsistencies in Cunningham's statements led investigators to believe they had the right man. On March 24, 2000, Michael Cunningham was formally arrested and charged with the murder of Angela Blunt. He was held on a $1 million bond as the investigation continued. At this point, Cunningham began to crack under pressure. He was confronted with the mounting evidence and the possibility of facing a long prison sentence. In a tearful confession, Cunningham admitted to killing Angela during an argument that had escalated out of control. He claimed that he had been angry when she threatened to end their relationship once again, and that in a fit of rage he had attacked her. He confessed to beating her and strangling her with a belt before fleeing the scene in a panic. The confession given by Michael Cunningham was a chilling revelation, but it was far from the end of the story. Though Cunningham admitted to murdering Angela Blunt, investigators were determined to understand the full scope of what had led to the brutal crime. They needed to piece together the chain of events leading up to her death, as well as explore any possible motives that had been overlooked in the initial stages of the investigation. As the weeks passed, they delved deeper into Cunningham's background, examining his relationships and past actions, hoping to uncover the full extent of his violent tendencies. Upon further investigation, it became clear that Cunningham's violent history went much further back than his most recent relationship with Angela. Police uncovered multiple previous arrests related to assault, some involving his ex-partner. One of the most troubling incidents was an assault charge from several years prior, when Cunningham had attacked his then-girlfriend after a heated argument. The victim had sustained significant injuries, and Cunningham had been charged with aggravated assault. However, due to a lack of evidence and the victim's reluctance to testify, the case had been dropped, and Cunningham had avoided prison time. The pattern of violence was undeniable, and the police began to recognize that Angela Blunt may have been yet another victim of Cunningham's inability to control his temper. Angela's family and friends had initially been unaware of the full extent of the abuse she had endured. Although Angela had confided in her mother about some of the troubling behaviors Cunningham exhibited, such as his possessiveness, jealousy, and occasional bursts of anger, she had never openly admitted to being in fear for her life. Like many victims of domestic violence, Angela had tried to rationalize Cunningham's behavior, hoping that he would change or that things would improve over time. She had told her family that Michael could be loving and kind when he wasn't angry, but when he was, he became almost unrecognizable. Angela had even expressed that she didn't want to keep her children in an unstable environment, but she had not yet found the courage to leave him permanently. The dynamic of their relationship, while troubled, was not uncommon in abusive relationships, where the cycle of violence is often followed by periods of reconciliation and false hope. Angela's friends, upon learning the details of her relationship with Cunningham, expressed disbelief that things had gotten so out of hand. They remembered the last time they had seen her, just a few days before her murder. Angela had appeared stressed and distracted, but no one suspected that she was in immediate danger. Her friends described her as someone who typically tried to shield others from her personal struggles, often putting on a brave face. However, there had been small signs, like Cunningham's sudden appearances at her workplace and his frequent calls, that something was amiss. The revelation of Cunningham's violent tendencies opened the door to a more in-depth investigation into his past. Detectives interviewed several of his ex-girlfriends, hoping to find additional evidence of his abusive behavior. One former girlfriend, who had dated Cunningham for nearly a year, recounted a particularly harrowing incident where he had become enraged after she told him she wanted to break up. According to her testimony, Cunningham had physically restrained her, throwing her against a wall and threatening her life. She described how he would often manipulate her into staying in the relationship by promising to change, only to repeat the same patterns of abusive behavior. She was eventually able to escape the relationship and move away, but not before enduring months of emotional and physical abuse. Another ex-girlfriend shared a similar story, adding that Cunningham had frequently stalked her after their breakup, showing up at her workplace and outside her home uninvited. These testimonies painted a clearer picture of Michael Cunningham as a man who had long struggled with violent outbursts and control issues. His inability to cope with rejection and his obsessive tendencies were evident in nearly every relationship he had been involved in. Yet, despite the warning signs, Angela Blunt had believed that she could change him. The tragic reality was that she had been unable to escape the cycle of violence before it ultimately claimed her life. As detectives gathered more information, they learned that Angela had recently sought legal advice. She had visited a lawyer a few weeks before her death to inquire about a possible restraining order against Cunningham. Her lawyer reported that Angela had expressed concern for her safety and had discussed her options for protecting herself from her increasingly erratic ex-boyfriend. However, Angela had not yet filed for a restraining order, citing fears that doing so would provoke Cunningham further. The police also discovered that Angela had been in the process of looking for a new apartment, planning to move out of the home she had shared with Cunningham. She had even spoken to her mother about her desire to start fresh and give her children a safer, more stable environment. But tragically, she had not been able to make that transition in time. The evidence gathered during the investigation painted a disturbing portrait of an abusive relationship spiraling out of control. Cunningham's escalating behavior, combined with Angela's growing sense of fear, suggested that she had been in immediate danger in the days leading up to her murder. The final straw came when Cunningham, unable to accept the end of the relationship, attacked Angela in a moment of uncontrolled rage. In his confession, Cunningham admitted that the argument that led to Angela's death was nothing out of the ordinary. They had fought over their relationship and his possessiveness. He claimed that, in a fit of anger, he had punched her and then strangled her with his bare hands before fleeing the scene. As the case progressed, Michael Cunningham's defense attorney attempted to argue that the killing was not premeditated, claiming that Cunningham had acted in a moment of temporary insanity due to the emotional toll of the breakup. The defense suggested that Cunningham's history of mental health issues, including severe depression, had played a role in his violent outbursts. However, the prosecution countered that the crime had been premeditated. The evidence showed that Cunningham had planned to confront Angela that evening, and he had brought a belt with him to the apartment, which he later used to strangle her. His actions after the murder, including fleeing the scene and attempting to cover up the crime, indicated a clear understanding of the consequences of his actions. On April 5, 2000, Michael Cunningham was formally charged with first-degree murder. The prosecution's case was strong, and Cunningham's confession further solidified the evidence against him. As the trial approached, the community remained in shock, grappling with the fact that such a brutal crime had occurred in their midst. Angela Blunt's family struggled to come to terms with their loss, their hearts broken by the senseless violence that had taken their loved one away. They vowed to seek justice for Angela, not only to honor her memory, but also to raise awareness about the dangers of domestic violence and the importance of helping victims escape abusive relationships before it's too late. As the trial of Michael Cunningham approached in the summer of 2000, the emotional weight of Angela Blunt's murder continued to resonate with her family, friends, and the community. The prosecution and defense teams were preparing for a battle that would not only determine Cunningham's fate, but would also shed light on the often hidden world of domestic violence. Angela's family, particularly her mother, fought to ensure that their daughter's tragic death would not be forgotten. They hoped that the trial would not only bring justice, but also serve as a public reminder of the destructive power of intimate partner violence. Throughout the proceedings, the courtroom was filled with palpable tension. Angela's family attended every day, their grief and determination to see justice done reflected in their faces. They listened as the prosecution laid out their case, presenting the chilling details of Angela's murder. The state relied heavily on the forensic evidence collected at the crime scene, including DNA analysis, which definitively linked Cunningham to the murder. The prosecution also presented Angela's own statements, including her visit to the lawyer to seek a restraining order and her plans to leave Cunningham. The defense attempted to argue that Cunningham had acted impulsively, driven by an overwhelming sense of betrayal and emotional instability. They tried to shift some of the blame onto Angela, suggesting that her attempts to end the relationship had pushed Cunningham to the breaking point. Despite the defense's efforts, the prosecution remained firm in their argument that Michael Cunningham had committed first-degree murder. They highlighted his premeditated action, his decision to visit Angela's apartment on the night of the murder, his decision to bring a belt to strangle her, and his actions afterward to cover up the crime. Cunningham had left Angela's apartment in a panic, only to be later found hiding in a relative's house. The evidence against him was irrefutable. On the stand, Cunningham expressed remorse for his actions, but continued to maintain that he had never intended to kill Angela. He told the court that he had loved her and had never wanted to hurt her. His tears and emotional outbursts during his testimony seemed to have little effect on the jury, who were focused on the brutality of the crime. The defense attempted to frame Cunningham as a man suffering from depression and a troubled past, arguing that his violent tendencies were a product of his emotional distress and history of failed relationships. They called mental health professionals to testify about Cunningham's struggles with anger management and depression. However, the prosecution countered by pointing out that mental health issues could not excuse the level of violence that had been inflicted upon Angela. The jury deliberated for 3 days before returning with their verdict: guilty of first-degree murder. Michael Cunningham was found guilty of the brutal killing of Angela Blunt, and the jury recommended a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. When the verdict was read aloud in the courtroom, Angela's family let out a collective sigh of relief. It was a bittersweet moment. While the conviction provided some measure of justice, it could not bring Angela back. She would never see her children grow up, and her family would never be whole again. Angela's mother, in a statement after the verdict, said, "No sentence will bring her back, but knowing that he will never be able to hurt another woman again brings me some peace. I hope this serves as a warning to anyone who thinks that domestic violence is something that can be ignored." Angela's mother went on to speak about the importance of seeking help for victims of domestic violence, stressing that silence and fear often kept victims trapped in harmful relationships. She dedicated herself to raising awareness about the issue, speaking out about the dangers of abuse and the need for supportive networks for those in abusive situations. Michael Cunningham was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole on August 15, 2000. He was transferred to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, where he would spend the remainder of his life behind bars. In the years following his conviction, Cunningham reportedly expressed deep remorse for his actions in prison letters, although many of those who had known Angela felt that his remorse was more self-serving than genuine. The depth of his violence, his inability to control his impulses, and the callousness with which he ended Angela's life left little room for forgiveness. Angela's family, while not seeking revenge, remained resolute in their belief that Cunningham needed to be locked away for the safety of others. Angela Blunt's legacy, however, lived on. In the wake of her death, her family worked tirelessly to advocate for victims of domestic violence. They helped to establish a local shelter for women fleeing abusive relationships and worked with lawmakers to push for stronger legal protections for those experiencing intimate partner violence. Angela's mother regularly spoke at community events, sharing her story and encouraging others to recognize the signs of abuse and take action before it was too late. The Blunt family also established the Angela Blunt Foundation, dedicated to providing resources, support, and education for women and children affected by domestic violence. The foundation worked with local organizations to offer counseling, legal assistance, and housing to survivors. Over the years, the foundation became a pillar of support in the community, helping countless individuals escape the cycle of abuse. Through their work, Angela's family ensured that her death would not be in vain, using their pain as a catalyst for change. For Angela's children, the trauma of losing their mother in such a violent way would never fully heal. But as they grew older, they found comfort in the knowledge that their mother had been loved by so many and that her life had not been defined by her death. They learned about her kindness, her strength, and her determination to give them a better life. Angela's memory lived on in them and in the lives of all the people she had touched during her short time on Earth. Michael Cunningham's conviction was a reminder of the devastating consequences of domestic violence, and the trial highlighted how difficult it can be for victims to escape abusive relationships. Angela's story became a poignant example of the importance of listening to and supporting those who are caught in the cycle of abuse, as well as the need for society to take the issue of domestic violence seriously. It was a harsh reminder that even those who appear to be kind and caring can harbor dark, dangerous tendencies, and that sometimes those tendencies can culminate in acts of unimaginable violence. Story 8. In the remote town of Keddie, California, nestled in the Sierra Nevada mountains, a horrific crime would unfold that would leave the community reeling for years to come. The Keddie murders, as they would later be called, involved the brutal killings of 3 members of a family: Sue Sharp and her 2 children, Tina, 12, and John, 15. While the crime occurred several years earlier, its impact reached into March 2000, when the case would experience a significant breakthrough, though the full truth would not be revealed until much later. Sue Sharp had moved with her children from Connecticut to California in 1981, seeking a fresh start after the dissolution of her marriage. She settled in the small, peaceful town of Keddie, renting a cabin in the local vacation resort. Sue had 2 sons, John and his younger brother, Dana, along with her daughter, Tina. The family was a close-knit one, though life in the rural town was far from easy. Sue worked hard to provide for her children, taking up various odd jobs, while also managing her family's tight-knit home life. But by the late 1980s, the quiet and isolated town of Keddie would witness one of the most shocking and mysterious murders in its history. On April 11, 1981, the bodies of Sue Sharp, her son John, and Tina were found brutally murdered in their cabin. The discovery was made when Sue's oldest son, John's brother, and a family friend arrived to the cabin after they had been unable to reach anyone by phone. They found the gruesome scene inside. Sue and John had been bludgeoned with a blunt object, while Tina was found in a more disturbing state. The details of the crime were horrifying. Sue Sharp, who was 36 at the time of her death, was found lying in her bed, a bloody knife wound to her throat. Her son John, who was 15 years old, was found in the living room, tied to a chair and repeatedly struck. Tina, who had been sleeping in another room, was found several feet away, partially clothed and tied to the floor. The brutality of the murders left the authorities with little clue as to why this family had been targeted. There was no sign of forced entry, and no valuables were missing. It appeared to be a random, senseless act of violence, yet it was far from ordinary. The police could not figure out why anyone would murder an innocent family in such a calculated, vicious manner. The police investigation initially focused on a number of theories, but none seemed to lead to concrete answers. There were speculations of a potential drug-related connection, as the area was known to have occasional issues with narcotics. However, after investigating, they found no evidence linking Sue or her family to any criminal activity. Several witnesses reported seeing suspicious people in the area around the time of the murders, but there was no clear identification. The case would grow cold over time, despite several attempts to uncover new leads. As the years passed, the Ketty murders became an unsolved mystery, drawing attention from both the local community and national media. Investigators were baffled by the apparent randomness of the killings and struggled to piece together any clues that would lead to the killer or killers. Some even speculated that it might have been a botched robbery, but that theory quickly fell apart when no valuables were found to be missing. Others suggested that it might have been a case of mistaken identity, but that too seemed unlikely given the brutal nature of the crime. Then in March 2000, a new break in the case came, though it was not an immediate solution to the mystery. A private investigator, hired by a group of concerned citizens who had never given up on the case, began to dig into some old evidence. This investigator's fresh approach led him to a troubling discovery, a witness who had been overlooked years earlier. A local man, who had been living near the Ketty cabins at the time of the murders, had seen a white van parked outside the Sharps' cabin the day of the killing. He had seen two men standing near the van, looking agitated. This new lead brought some hope that the case might soon be solved. Detectives re-examined the old case files, and they began to focus on new theories based on this tip. They looked into the possibility that these two men might have been involved in the killing. They learned that one of the men had a history of criminal activity, though he had never been a suspect in the murders themselves. The breakthrough reignited interest in the case and led to further interviews with the people who had known Sue and her children. Among those re-interviewed was a man named James Jim R.M., who had been an acquaintance of Sue Sharp. Jim had been living in the area at the time of the murders and had a reputation for being involved in some questionable activity. Although initially he had seemed like an unlikely suspect, Jim's behavior in the years following the murders became more and more suspicious. After Sue's death, Jim had moved away from the area without giving anyone a clear explanation. Detectives learned that Jim had been acting nervously when he had first been questioned about the murders and had inconsistencies in his story. He had denied knowing the Sharp family well, even though several people confirmed that he had visited their cabin on multiple occasions. Over time, Jim R.M. became a prime suspect in the Ketty murders investigation. Investigators learned that he had known both Sue Sharp and her son John, and it appeared that there had been some bad blood between them. Rumors had circulated that Jim had been angry with Sue over a personal dispute. Additionally, he had been close with another man named William Billy R., who had also been a person of interest in the case. The connection between these two men and the Sharp family was suspicious, and investigators believed that their involvement might have been more than just circumstantial. As the investigation into Jim and Billy deepened, another shocking discovery came to light in March 2000. It was revealed that Jim had been involved in a violent altercation a year after the Ketty murders with another individual in the town. This altercation was related to a personal dispute and seemed to mirror the violent tendencies that had been exhibited in the killing. This, coupled with the fact that Jim had connections to various other individuals who had been involved in criminal activity, convinced the investigators that they were on the right track. Despite the mounting evidence and growing suspicion, the case was still far from being solved in March 2000. The Ketty murders, however, remained an ongoing investigation, with a renewed interest in finding justice for the Sharp family. While the full story behind the killings would take years to uncover, the investigation's momentum in March 2000 marked a turning point. By the end of the year, authorities were hopeful that they were finally on the cusp of solving one of the most perplexing murder cases in California's history. Despite the renewed efforts of investigators, the Ketty murder case remained filled with twists and turns. The discovery of the white van and the renewed focus on Jim R.M. were promising developments, but the investigation into the deaths of Sue Sharp, her son John, and her daughter Tina was far from straightforward. With no clear suspect and several conflicting pieces of evidence, detectives faced mounting frustration as they dug deeper into the lives of those connected to the victims and the events surrounding the night of the killing. The sharpest breakthrough in the investigation came when detectives looked more closely at the details surrounding the timeline of events that led to the murders. It became apparent that the murders occurred late at night on April 11, 1981. In fact, several neighbors had heard strange noises coming from the Sharps' cabin, but none had thought to call the authorities at the time. One neighbor, who had lived several cabins down, reported hearing loud banging noises that seemed like a violent altercation. Another witness mentioned seeing a group of men walking toward the Sharps' cabin shortly before the incident, yet no one thought much of it at the time, as the cabin was located near other vacation homes and visitors frequently passed through. But as the investigation unfolded, it became clear that these eyewitness accounts might have been more significant than originally believed. The investigators began to question the possibility that multiple individuals might have been involved in the killings, rather than a single perpetrator. The nature of the crime suggested that the victims had been ambushed, restrained, and then murdered in cold blood, but there were strange discrepancies in the physical evidence. For instance, there were traces of blood on the floor in areas where no obvious signs of violence had been found, leading investigators to theorize that the victims had been moved after they were killed. This suggested a level of premeditation and coordination among the perpetrators. As the investigation turned toward Jim R.M., detectives learned more about his history and potential motivations for being involved in the killing. Jim had a checkered past, including a history of violent outbursts. He had been involved in various criminal activities, including petty theft and alcohol-related offenses, but there was no concrete evidence linking him directly to the murders. However, what made Jim particularly suspicious was his close relationship with another key figure in the case, William Billy R. Billy was known to have been involved in various local crimes, and he had been a regular presence in the Ketty area in the months leading up to the murders. He was a former associate of Jim's, and their shared history raised many red flags. By late March 2000, investigators were able to piece together an unsettling narrative. Jim and Billy had both spent time together at a nearby cabin shortly before the murders. At the time, Jim was living in a different part of town, but he frequently visited Billy. According to local accounts, Jim had often visited the Sharps' cabin as well. Several people who had known Sue Sharp mentioned that Jim had been involved in some type of dispute with her prior to the murders. Sue had been vocal about her frustrations with Jim, as he had reportedly tried to involve her in some questionable activities, which she had refused. It was clear that tensions had been building between them, and this created a plausible motive for the violence that followed. In addition to the growing suspicions about Jim and Billy, the investigation uncovered a disturbing possibility that was hard to ignore. Some investigators began to suspect that there could be more than two perpetrators involved in the crime. New evidence suggested that a third man might have been present on the night of the killing. A witness came forward, recalling a strange interaction with a man who had been seen loitering near the Sharps' cabin around the time of the murders. The witness described the man as being tall, with long hair, and wearing a dark jacket. While the description was vague, it added another layer of complexity to the case, and investigators began to consider the possibility of multiple individuals being responsible for the killing. Despite the growing evidence and increasing number of potential suspects, the investigation stalled. Jim, Billy, and the mysterious third individual had been linked to the crime, but the evidence remained circumstantial. There was no DNA evidence, no fingerprints, and no clear physical evidence to conclusively tie anyone to the scene of the crime. Furthermore, there were no witnesses who could identify the perpetrators with certainty. The case became a tangled web of conflicting testimonies, rumors, and dead ends. In the years that followed the renewed investigation, many in the community became frustrated with the lack of answers. Local authorities were under intense pressure to solve the case, but they continued to struggle with a lack of tangible leads. The Ketty murders haunted the town of Ketty, and the families of the victims were left in a constant state of limbo. Each new lead seemed to point to a different direction, but none could provide closure or justice. Despite the failures of the investigation, the case remained open, and the search for answers continued. In 2000, a local journalist who had been covering the case for years wrote an in-depth article that reignited public interest in the murders. His investigative work led to a renewed focus on the case, and once again, the community began to demand justice for the Sharp family. The public's renewed attention helped to draw attention to the cold case and push local authorities to take a harder look at the evidence. One significant shift in the investigation occurred when authorities decided to reanalyze the physical evidence that had been collected from the crime scene. New forensic techniques were available that had not been accessible in the early 1980s. Detectives began to look for DNA evidence, hoping to uncover previously overlooked traces of the perpetrators. The hope was that modern forensic methods could yield new results, even if the case had remained cold for so long. In the midst of this, the Ketty murders remained a chilling example of a cold case that refused to be solved. The murder of Sue Sharp and her two children, John and Tina, left a scar on the town of Ketty, and the mystery surrounding their deaths loomed large. In March 2000, while some progress was made in the investigation, the truth about who was responsible for the gruesome killings remained elusive. The murders remained unsolved, and the residents of Ketty would continue to live with the unsettling fear that the people responsible for the brutal deaths were still out there. As the case languished, it seemed that the family's quest for justice would be a long and difficult journey, fraught with dead ends, false hopes, and unanswerable questions. In the years following the initial burst of attention around the Ketty murders case in 2000, the investigation remained stalled, yet it was far from forgotten. The residents of Ketty, the friends and family of Sue, John, and Tina Sharp, and even the broader community, all held out hope that one day justice would be served. But despite some promising leads and investigative work, the case continued to linger in the realm of the unsolved. With each passing year, more questions piled up, while the answers remained frustratingly out of reach. As the investigation progressed into the new millennium, a few significant shifts in the case did take place. One of the most pivotal moments came in 2008, when the Plumas County Sheriff's Department began to review old evidence with the use of modern forensic technology, a resource that had not been available when the murders occurred. The technological advancements in DNA analysis and forensic science provided new hope that old evidence might now be able to yield results that had previously been missed. Among the most crucial pieces of evidence re-examined were the bloody clothes found at the crime scene. While these had been collected and stored in evidence lockers, they had not undergone DNA testing at the time. In 2008, fresh DNA analysis was conducted, hoping to uncover traces of the killers that had previously been overlooked. Unfortunately, the results were not conclusive. The DNA from the clothes, as well as other physical evidence found in the cabin, did not provide any direct match to any known individuals at the time. Despite the lack of breakthrough in the DNA analysis, another pivotal moment came when law enforcement officials began to investigate the possibility of new, re-interviewed witnesses. In 2008, a local woman, who had lived near the Ketty Resort at the time of the murders, came forward with new details. She claimed to have seen two men on the night of the murders who had been acting suspiciously in the vicinity of the Sharps' cabin. These men were described as looking disheveled and intoxicated, which led investigators to look into the idea that the murder might have been a spontaneous act of violence, rather than a premeditated crime. While the new testimony added some fresh details to the case, it ultimately failed to significantly alter the course of the investigation. The two men described by the witness were never identified, and no further corroborating evidence could link them to the crime. Over the following years, various theories would emerge about who might have been involved, but none could lead to a definitive conclusion. In a twist of fate, the two men described by the new witness would turn out to be just one piece of a much larger and more complicated puzzle that spanned across decades. In the early 2010s, as the investigation stagnated once more, a breakthrough finally came that would bring the Ketty case back into the public eye. In 2013, a man named Stephen L., who had been a longtime associate of both Jim R. M. and William Billy R., was arrested for a separate crime in another part of California. While he was not directly implicated in the murders, investigators discovered that he had been in close proximity to the Ketty area around the time of the killing. Furthermore, Stephen L. had an extensive criminal record and had been known to associate with individuals who were themselves involved in violent incidents. While it wasn't immediately clear how Stephen L. was connected to the Ketty murders, investigators began to dig into his history, uncovering a troubling pattern of violence. He had a history of physical altercations and had once been involved in a robbery with Billy R. years earlier. The timing of his arrest and the coincidence of his proximity to Ketty when the murders took place led law enforcement officials to reconsider their earlier assumptions about the people involved. The breakthrough came in the form of an interview conducted with Stephen L. during his incarceration. In a surprising turn of events, he implicated Jim R. M. and Billy R. as having been involved in the brutal killings of Sue Sharp and her children. In his statement, Stephen described a violent altercation that he claimed took place between the three men and the Sharp family. Stephen L. alleged that Jim, Billy, and another unnamed individual had been looking to rob the Sharps when the violence escalated. What was initially thought to be a random murder was now being described as a robbery gone wrong that spiraled into extreme brutality. Stephen's statement suggested that Jim had become enraged over an argument with Sue Sharp, and this had triggered the violence that led to the killing. This new revelation from Stephen L. sparked renewed hope that the case might finally be solved, but investigators still faced significant obstacles. Stephen's testimony was inconsistent at times, and many aspects of his story were difficult to corroborate. While he claimed to know the killers, he couldn't provide any clear evidence that definitively tied Jim and Billy to the crime scene. There was no physical evidence or DNA that linked Stephen L. himself to the murders, and his credibility was under question due to his history of criminal behavior. Still, his testimony added a new layer to the investigation and raised important questions about the possible involvement of Jim and Billy. The ongoing investigation in the 2010s reignited interest in the Ketty murders case, leading to multiple revisits of the evidence. Detectives began focusing on gathering new testimony from people who had known Sue Sharp, John, and Tina. Several of Sue's friends and neighbors who had initially been interviewed years earlier were revisited, and new details emerged about her personal life that had previously gone unnoticed. These revelations hinted at the possibility that Sue may have had connections to individuals with violent tendencies, or that she may have inadvertently crossed paths with people who had dangerous motives. In the years following the renewed investigation, some important developments were made in understanding the motivations behind the crime, but the full picture remained incomplete. A common theory that had gained traction suggested that the killers had known the victims personally, which made it more likely that the murders were premeditated. However, there was still no definitive proof that Jim R. M. or Billy R. were directly involved in the murders. The case also raised critical questions about the state of law enforcement during the early 1980s, when the murders initially took place. The lack of forensic capabilities and investigative methods at the time hindered the ability to solve the case. The passage of time had allowed crucial evidence to decay, and the difficulty of re-interviewing witnesses decades after the crime made it even harder to extract new leads. As of 2020, the Ketty murders case remained open but unsolved. Theories continued to circulate, with some believing that Jim R. M. and Billy R. had indeed been responsible, while others speculated about the involvement of a third party. The Sharp family's tragic deaths in Ketty would continue to haunt the town for years to come. However, for those closest to the case, the investigation offered hope that one day, the full story behind the murders would finally be revealed, and the family of Sue Sharp would receive the justice they had long deserved. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life because there is only one life.